I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning or afternoon or whatever it is to you in your little neck of the woods. I don't ever look at myself before I come on, and you can start, okay, y'all know I'm sunburnt. You can see right here where I'm starting to peel. You can see how red it is, and you can see like around my lips is really chapped where I got burnt. It always looks, right here you can see I'm starting to peel, like all these little, you know what? It's all right. It's all right. Looking a little rough. We'll keep it going anyway. Lucy is sitting on my desk because she's being very neat. Ow. Oh, I think I messed up my rotator cuff. She's being very needy right now. She's literally here. You want to say hi to your friends? Say hi to your friends. Say hi to my friends. Say hello. Say hello. You're a good dog. Say hi. They missed you. They love you. Yes, 2 more days. 2 more days of treatment. 2 more days. I am so excited. Hi, thank you. Thank you. I am so excited. I am so close. So close. Getting there. We are getting there. Your friends are saying hi. Lynn, welcome to the jury box. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. So glad to have you. So glad to have you. I'm going to put you down. You're very needy, I know. You want to sit in your little bed? Nope, you want to sit on my foot. That's okay too. Yes, what a weekend this will be. I'm so excited. So excited. So close. I thought the day would never come. But it's here and we're good. We're good. Okay, so if y'all missed yesterday, you missed a doozy. Yesterday was... Calm down. Yesterday was... There are no words. You know, there were so many lies that she told, and we went through 11 different stories of how it happened, and shout out to Joe Key's granny. Hope you're feeling better. It was one of those days that you just have to watch it to understand how insane it was. Virginia Little, get to 5 memberships. Virginia Little, thank you so much. I appreciate it. To all of our new members, you look good in green. You live here now. This is your home. This is where you live. This is where you belong. Welcome. Virginia Little, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Micah, that's the best way to explain it, actually. Yesterday was the longest soap opera ever. It was the longest soap opera ever. What was crazy about it is every time she would tell them what happened, they would give her like a little nugget of proof that she's lying, or, you know, something that this can't be true. And then she would pivot and then change her story to fit that little nugget. And so they're only giving her little pieces at a time. And so it was brilliant. It was ridiculous. And it was everything I could have imagined and more. Tori the Sea Lady, 7 whole months. Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary. Fur Baby's mom, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. So generous. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. Today we are starting the day off with cross-examination. I haven't looked ahead to see anything that happens. I will experience it all together. I haven't seen any of it yet, so we will watch it together. I want to take a second. Put yourself in the position of this defense attorney. If you were the defense attorney, how would you even cross-examine this? Where do you even go from here? I mean, the only thing I can, without having seen anything, yeah, so many lies, but so many great one-liners by the detectives. You need Jesus in your... He straight up told her, you need Jesus. You're so deep in your own poop right now, you don't know which way is which. Yeah, that was... Yeah. Oh, geez. So if you were the defense attorney and you were having to do this to defend her for court, how would you even approach it? Without having seen anything yet, I can already tell you that they are probably going to focus on, she mentioned it a bunch of times too, like her alleged assault. And I only say alleged because Lord knows this woman is not known for her, honesty. So I have trouble trusting anything she says. So, they're going to focus on that. But the way that he said it in openings, he made it sound like, they bullied her into changing the story. And that's not what happened at all. They tried so hard to work with her. They kept trying so hard to just say, okay, just tell us, what's happening. Tell us what's going on. I feel like they really did try to get the information out of her, and every time they thought they were getting a little something, it was insane. It was insane. I was not able to find records of her assault. I didn't spend a ton of time looking. I did look a little bit last night when after I took Lucy out, I came in and I looked for a little bit. But I didn't see anything. That doesn't mean it's not there, because I was looking for the witness list too and didn't see it. So, but I didn't spend a whole lot of time because I needed to sleep. So I'm not sure. She said that there was, what'd she say? Sexual assault, didn't she say like, wasn't there also just an assault charge or something? I don't know. She had 3 different charges for this officer, and she said that she was about to come into settlement money, which I don't know. Nothing in her story ever adds up, so I don't know. Beth Henderson, I don't know. I was never able to find the witness list. I could not find it yesterday when I tried to find it, so I'm really not sure if she is, if she is on there or not. What just happened? Why is that? Oh, I have screen capture. There we go. That's the right screen. Oh, yeah, I pulled this up. Look, sweet little Destiny. This was her. I pulled this up because this is really sad, and I wanted to take a second to read this because this was her obituary that they had printed. I found this when I was looking at stuff last night. So she was 5 years old, Fountain City, passed away Saturday. So she attended Fountain City Elementary School and Crossroads Ministries, where Oh, this isn't the one. I found one. Oh, it might have been. I'll have to pull it up. I'll pull it up when we're looking at stuff. There was one that had, it wasn't the regular obituary. I think it was a thing from her school. I'll have to pull it up. But it was, it talked about some of the things that she liked and stuff like that, which I thought was really sweet. So I wanted to pull that up and just kind of, you know, make sure we honor who she was and, you know, what she liked, because she's more than just a victim. She was a life. She was a human girl, and I want to, you know, really humanize her as a victim. So I'll find it again and pull it up. Knitting addict, a little stop. Hey. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm really distracted. All right, sorry. A gift card for the officer. Yes, for the officer. I need to get that set up on the website too. For your last week of treatment, thank you for all you do. I live here now. Thank you so much, Knitting Addict. You do live here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey. Sorry. She's over there throwing stuff. Sorry. Okay. Come here, Luce. Come here. Come here. Come here. She's so bad. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think I tore my rotator cuff, so every time I lean over to pick her up, my arm messes up again. Trudy Martin, member for 6 whole months. So happy to have found you all. Thank you, everyone who gifted me a membership over the past 6 months. Thank you so much, Trudy Martin. Happy 6-month anniversary. Happy anniversary. She is feeling better today. No puke. She's very sassy today, though. She's very sassy today. She's a little bit high maintenance today, but that's okay. We're gonna get through it. I need to put like a GoPro on her so y'all could see her wandering around here wreaking havoc. So that way when I'm like snapping at her and telling her to stop, y'all will know what mess she's up to. I still hear it, so whatever it is. Oh, the fan is blowing that. Oh, I was blaming you for no reason. I'm sorry. Okay, I blamed it for no reason. All right, are we ready to get started? Welcome. We've got some new people here too. Welcome. We are glad to have you. If you missed yesterday, you definitely want to check it out at some point on replay. I never did check to see if the rest of it came back, but I hope it did. Last time it messed up, it did. So I hope it did, but I never did check it. So, but if you missed yesterday, you definitely want to go back and watch that one, because that one was wild. So we left off yesterday. They had just finished the direct examination for the officer who was, or one of the detectives who was in the interview with, you want down? Oh, you want up here? There was in the interview with Robin, and he's funny. He is funny, y'all. Thank you, Ann, for the super chat. They had just finished the direct with him, and so now they are starting the cross. This was, I can't remember his name. We'll find it out. I can't remember it. Do we not have audio? She looks the same every day. Do we have audio? Hold on. And let me... Okay. Look at his face. This was all of us watching. His face right now is all of us watching the interviews yesterday.
Have a seat, maybe coffee steak for the fence. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. The state has concluded its direct examination.
Oops.
Of Detective
Stop
Riddle.
pressing buttons, Brandi.
You are now recognized, Mr. Whalen, for cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Detective. Whatever you want to call me. Call me by Tim.
I think you guys
Tim Riddle.
changed
That
from
was it.
Inspector or from investigators to detectives at one point, along the other way.
Yes, sir. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
Tim Riddle, right?
You and I have different jobs in this system, right?
Correct, sir.
But some of it's similar. I have to talk to witnesses, interview witnesses, talk to the accused, right?
Yes, sir.
And similarly, when folks meet me for the first time, they don't know me. They don't know if they can trust me, right?
Correct.
And when they meet you, they don't know if they can trust you.
Absolutely.
I find that I have to work to gain that trust. Do you?
I think I would describe it as building rapport.
Okay. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you said that your unit handles rapes, robberies, murders, other violent crimes. Or they did at the time, right?
At the time, yes, sir.
Now you're mostly homicide.
Yeah, or shootings.
Excuse me?
Shootings as well. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you met Ms. Howington at her home on the 14th of September, 2019, you didn't know anything about her, did you?
No, sir. First encounter I've ever had with her.
And when you initially interviewed her there at the house, you did it with a digital recorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we heard yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And according to my count on that, at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, 2 minutes and 35 seconds, she says, I have PTSD, I have post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, sir. I heard that yesterday as well.
Did you hear that on September 14th of 2019?
I don't recall. Just going back, I probably did, but I'm not real sure. I'm not sure if I recall that.
And then when you interviewed her there at the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was because you needed to interview her that she was not allowed to ride in the ambulance with her daughter to the hospital. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of protocol on that. The little baby had already been, or the 5-year-old had already been transported, and she was still on scene. I'm not real sure. We were dealing with a 2-year-old there as well, so I'm not sure the circumstances when the ambulance took off with the child. I'm sure they wanted to get medical attention to her.
Right. And a KPD officer, we've seen the video, transported her to the hospital.
Correct.
And you weren't at the hospital?
No, sir. I sent Brandon Wardlaw to the hospital.
Wardlaw was at the hospital. And you weren't in the room when the doctor came in to tell her that her daughter had died?
Absolutely not.
Detective Wardlaw was?
I would assume, yes, sir.
You and he didn't talk about that?
I don't recall. I know he was there, so I can only assume that he was probably present.
Well, you reached some conclusions fairly early on that you didn't think Ms. Howington in your interview at KPD after the hospital seemed appropriately distressed or emotional.
I think yesterday I told the jurors that I'm not sure how I know people react different, and I've done a lot of scenes, so I'm not sure what the appropriate way someone reacts. Everybody handles stress different.
Given that you had that concern, there were times when you and Wardlaw left the room during that interview, right? All the blank spaces we cut out.
There were times we would come back and forth, yes, sir.
Did you ever ask him what she was like at the hospital? And
I don't recall, sir.
So it really wasn't that big a concern to you why she might be in the emotional state she was in?
We were investigating the death of her 5-year-old child.
I understand that. So at the time you were investigating that, you knew she had PTSD?
Based upon what she told me, yes.
Right. Well, yeah. At the end of that interview, you went through her purse and saw all the psych meds that were in there, and she said that was for PTSD, right?
That's what she conveyed to Detective Wardlaw.
And those were all prescription models?
Yes, sir.
With her name?
Yes, sir.
Her prescription?
Sure.
And in your developing of rapport with Ms. Howington, and you asked what was wrong, why she was wasn't really talking to you much, and she said, I'm a little nervous, I'm scared, I was raped by a police officer.
She did. She said that early on in the interview, and then she said it again, yes.
Right. And what was your response?
I think we saw it yesterday, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you, as a professional investigator, who also investigated at that time at least rapes. Do you get training on how to deal with a rape victim?
Sir, what happened to her is tragic, and I do not condone that. But at that point in time, I thought she was deflecting, and I thought she was not being honest about the death of her 5-year-old child.
Detective, as a professional who deals with rape cases, do you get training on how to deal with rape victims?
I've dealt with several rapes over my career.
Do you get training on how to deal with rape victims?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that's what you did in response to her informing you she was nervous because she's in a little room with 2 male police officers, and 18 months before she was raped by a male police officer?
I think at the point where I got a little out, well, let's just say frustrated. I was extremely frustrated. Yes, sir.
Oh, but that's not what you said.
Yes, sir.
No, you told Wardlaw says you say, I'm sorry. After you work through all that after a bit, you say, I came off a little like an asshole. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And Wardlaw says, we're dealing with a 5-year-old. We take this seriously.
Yes, sir.
And you said, no, I'm angry.
I was
He
angry.
says, no, we take this seriously. And you said, no, I'm angry.
I agree.
Who were you angry at?
I was angry with Miss Howington.
The grieving mother.
The lying
I
mother.
would disagree with your explanation. I'm not sure how she was grieving, but to not cooperate with an investigation baffled me.
2 minutes and 40 seconds into your interview, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into your interview, you were so angry with her that you leaped from the chair and start screaming at her, come over to the table, pointing your finger and saying, are you fucking kidding me? Your daughter's dead and that's what you're concerned about?
Yes, sir, I said that.
You're damn right you're going to jail tonight.
She was tampering with evidence.
Which you said, I don't care about tampering with evidence charges.
I don't. I want her to be truthful about the death of her child.
Because to you, truthful is important, right?
Truth is important.
And you accused her of being untruthful.
Very untruthful.
And she told you, let's be clear, you eventually find out from her that she tells the story about the unidentified black male because she doesn't want Gavin to live with the fact that he killed his sister. She told
That's not what she said.
That's not what she
I'm
said.
asking you to-
He can answer if that's what she said. That's what she said.
I think later on in the interview, yes, sir.
Yes. You know that within about 10 minutes or so, let's see where that. Seven.
I'd have yelled at her
Text
sooner.
messages.
Honestly.
Which were sent.
They did the whole good cop, bad cop.
This is
Because
to
as soon as he
Joey,
did
right?
that, the other one,
From the back of the police car?
Right.
Yes, sir.
just tell us.
Well, yeah, she says, go to my house the back way and get my gun out of the bush under the air conditioner. Gavin shot Destiny, then come to UT.
I did not get this until probably 3 or 4 or 5 days after the fact, after we rebuilt her phone.
She's telling within, let's see, now this, well, this is problematic. The only time on these texts is at
I think
the
that was
top.
her crying again.
And it's the same on all of them.
Should have been swapped over so you can get that. I'm not
So
sure.
we don't know exactly what that time frame is.
I can only assume that was while she was en route to the hospital.
So pretty much immediately she's telling her friend, Gavin killed Destiny. I'm on the way to UT.
That's what she's telling him, yes, sir.
She told you she put the story about the unidentified black male in order to protect her son.
Eventually, later on in the interview, she said that.
What's frustrating you and making you angry is you believe she's wasting your time in this investigation.
It is through my experience, people do not want to tell on people. That's what I deal with. We deal with family members all the time, Mr. Whalen. And I think through your experience, no one wants to tell on someone. I just thought there was more to the story than what she was giving. People do not walk into a home and just randomly shoot 5-year-old children.
And he was right.
Now, let's talk about what you know now. Because now you know that 18 months before the shooting, she was raped by a police officer.
Because that's terrible.
It is. Let me ask you. Have you reviewed the TBI investigation?
TBI investigations are closed, and I think the DA's office may have reviewed that. I'm not sure.
Did you ask to review it?
No, sir.
Didn't matter. You did.
No, it did matter. I did call, and we inquired about that. Yes, sir.
You called and inquired about it?
I had a supervisor call and inquire.
When did that supervisor call and inquire about it?
Maybe a month or so ago.
And that supervisor inquired about it but didn't share it with you, the file?
Sir, those files are not open to us. The file would be open to the DA's office, and if they've got a copy of it, it was probably from the head DA here in Knox County, Sharm Allen.
Well, I'm going to ask you to look at a piece of video. Judge, could you put that on my table, please? We saw it yesterday.
So what you're telling us is you don't care. It's not that you don't care. I got raped by a police officer, so please.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Your daughter is dead?
I know that.
And you don't want to tell us who killed your child?
I don't know.
Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
I'm more worried about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet.
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God. You're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them, hey, we'll slow a roll here. But if you're going to sit here and bullshit us on this, then we're not going to help you.
10 minutes and 30 seconds in, did that look to you like a man who cared about the fact that this woman had been raped by a police officer and had PTSD and was in distress? Did that look to you like you cared?
She was uncooperative pertaining to the death of her 5-year-old child. I just disagree with you, Mr. Whalen.
And whatever is going on in her mind is of no damn concern to you. That's what you're telling the jury?
What is of concern of me at that present time was the death of her 5-year-old child.
Do you think that was not uppermost in her mind at that moment?
I would hope so.
And do you think that to her, protecting...
Object to put himself
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Thank you, ML.
You believe the mental health of her child would be uppermost in her mind, right? He just testified.
They move along. He's already answered, but that's cause for speculation. Sustained.
And you tell her you don't care about tampering charges, right?
I want her to be truthful with me about what happened. At this point in time, we weren't aware that Gavin was the suspect in the crime.
You told her you don't care about tampering charges.
As well as I told her I didn't care about drugs as well.
You told her...
Yes, sir. I did tell her that.
And then you jump from your chair and say, you're going to jail tonight.
She's lying. She's lying, sir.
Well, does that sound like a man who doesn't care about tampering charges to you?
I'm trying to get her to cooperate with this investigation.
I believe someone in this interview used the term, once a fibber, always a fibber.
I believe later on, I saw it yesterday and you shaking your head. Yes, sir.
That was you, right?
I said that. Yes, sir.
So when you tell her, I don't care about tampering charges, and then burst out into your outrage about you're going to jail tonight for tampering, would she have any reason to believe that you're anything but a fibber?
Oh my God!
I'm not sure
really?
what she believed. I can't speak for her.
You fibbed, right? I don't care. You're going to jail for it.
After about 10 or 12 lies, yes, she's committing crimes.
Yep, and she was interfering with your investigation because she wouldn't tell you that she picked up the casing, right? You kept saying, this doesn't make sense.
We couldn't find a casing.
You can't find a casing?
Sure.
That's because you're in a KPD interview room, not the scene, right?
I'm trying to gather facts to figure out who killed her 5-year-old child.
The first officer on the scene, Officer Cummings, tells us that after they, I think, got Gaffney taken care of, they went down the side of that house and they found that gun.
I was in the interview room, I believe, when they found the gun.
You saw that? You saw the testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
You said they went down the side of the house, found the gun.
Yes, sir. They found video and found her walk to the side of the house. Yes, sir.
Pretty early on in the investigation.
I did not know this at this particular time of the interview.
I understand that. You're accusing her of lying to you about where the bullets are and where the casings are.
So we're trying to figure it out.
You're trying to figure it out by accusing her of having moved them or taken them.
I believe she took it downhill when she's trying to destroy evidence at UT Hospital and get unknown people to take her cell phone. That's suspicious to me. I think you would agree that's suspicious.
Well, except that you kept telling her you don't care about dope charges.
I don't.
Oh my God.
To this day, I don't.
And yet we got Mr. Key's text message about, can I get some pills?
I don't care. I don't care about that.
That message came off of her phone that you got, right?
Several days later, I was never aware of this message until that phone was examined, Mr. Whalen. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Had you waited and let this grieving mother deal with the fact that she was in the house when her daughter was shot, had you let her have a day or two to figure out what was going on, and you had the time to get a basic grasp of the investigation, would that have ended with a better interview?
No.
I think we will agree to disagree. I thought the right course of action was to look into the death of this 5-year-old little girl, to get suspect information, and to wonder why in the heck someone is trying to destroy evidence. That was my thought process. That's where I'm going with this. I'm going to agree to disagree with you respectfully.
No matter how happy.
Okay, here's the thing. The defense can try to turn this around like the police did everything wrong and all this stuff. Him saying what the defense attorney just said right there is stupid. Honestly, let's be honest. That was stupid. He's saying it. He probably doesn't even believe it for himself. He's just saying it so that the jury can hear it, hoping that one of them maybe agrees. But him saying to give this grieving mother, a day or two before you interview her, no. Keep in mind, she's saying that this is some random dude who came in and killed her daughter, came in and shot her daughter. Why would you be like, you know what? There's a child killer on the loose, but hey, and you're also trying to get rid of your phone and destroy evidence and all that. But hey, you take a couple days and we'll meet back up in a few days. No. Why would anybody do that? If there is a child killer on the loose, you want to get all of the information that you can right away. And the fact that she's in there trying to get rid of her phone and trying to destroy her phone, if that ain't a red flag, just a flying, I don't know what is. So the police are, of course, they're going to talk to her. And the fact that she keeps giving wrong information and keeps lying and tried to destroy her phone and all of that, at that point, she is no longer being handled as a grieving mother. She's being handled as somebody who knows information about the death of a child, and she is not telling it. I'd have been hollering too.
Your understanding of the investigation was at that moment?
Sir, we can agree to disagree.
Well, you didn't know. You told her that it's not possible, one, for Gavin to have fired that gun.
I still, to this day, I'm not sure. I don't know. We've heard numerous stories. I don't know what happened.
There are studies that show that the child can fire.
I'm not a firearms examiner, so, I know it's a certain pound of trigger pull. He's got small hands.
If the TPI agent comes in here and testifies later that child could fire that gun, would you respectfully disagree with him too?
He's the professional, and I would agree with him.
You said he couldn't fire the shot because he would have had to been over her on that couch firing the shot. What position do you believe she was lying in when that shot was fired?
Sir, and with all due respect, I never went to the hospital. I just went by. I know where she was shot. The couch looked tall. We're doing an interview right here. Let's backtrack here. I don't know what angle, and that you will have a medical examiner to tell you all that. I don't know.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'm asking you,
yes,
in your interview, you're telling her he had to climb up on top and shoot her like that.
I thought it was, I felt really weird about blaming this on a 2-year-old child.
There was a pillow behind her on that couch. She was lying on her side, and the bullet is in the pillow behind her on the couch, right?
Well, technically, she had been moved, so we couldn't fully reenact where she was on that couch. But the bullet was in a pillow. You are correct.
There was a whole line of pillows along the back of that couch.
Correct.
Now, not being a gun expert or a medical examiner, but an investigator of homicides, if the bullet is in the pillow lined up along the back of the couch and not in the cushion of the seat of the couch, which position do you believe she would have been in when that shot was fired? It doesn't call for speculation. He's an investigator, for God's sakes.
Oh, Lord.
Answer the question.
At the time that I was conducting this interview, no projectiles had been discovered in that pillow. So at this particular time, I do not know.
I'm asking you now.
And I'm explaining to you, I do not know at this particular time.
I'm asking you right now, with the knowledge you have right now.
To this day and time, yes, sir, I will agree with you.
That she was lying on her side and the bullet goes
yes,
through
sir.
her into the
There is a medical examiner report that will report that.
Now, do you think it's possible that Miss Howington knew what position her child's body was in?
I would think she would. Well, based upon the many different versions we received, I don't know.
And so you, in this half-time, rushed to an interview, put the child lying on her back on the couch and telling the woman who knows a fact that he would have been over her shooting like this, right? That's what we end up with.
Correct.
So, the woman who knows a fact is being told by the professional investigator, that's not true. Right?
Correct.
That's what you might call a fib.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, sir. I don't think we need to argue that point.
You said fibbers are fibbers, just like the police officers. If I fib, I'm not allowed to testify.
Okay, this dude, I went into this with high hopes, thinking that I could do this without getting annoyed. That ship done sailed. he is trying to... What a freaking moron. He's trying to... That's ugly. Let me... Okay. He's trying to say... He's trying to use what the detective said against him. When the detective said something about, once a fibber, always a fibber, because she continues to lie about everything over and over. And he's trying to say that the detective tactics about saying stuff, trying to get her to admit stuff, is him fibbing, so he can't be trusted. Seriously? Like, I don't think that there is a jury anywhere in the world that would fall for that buffoonery. Is buffoonery a word? It is now.
I didn't have an accurate fact.
People might call that a fib.
I don't necessarily know at that particular time it was a fib, but we can move on. I will agree with you.
The church says it. Amen.
And the other fibs that she was telling you were that this man shot from the door all the way back to that couch in the second living room, right? That was the original story.
No. That's a mischaracterization. She says, you want to go from the 911 and what she told me initially? Is that what we're talking about? I took it to understand the guy walked into the middle room and shot the little girl at point blank range, and his eyes got big, and I guess he dropped the gun or ran out. I don't know, because we don't know that version, but I never once said the suspect shot from the front door, or she never told me the suspect shot from the front door.
And if you take for just a moment the possibility that a grieving mother tells a story to protect her 2.5-year-old,
oh Lord,
then you would agree with me, whatever she tells you after that story really doesn't matter, because she's telling the story to protect her child.
If you want, what?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
If the individual that you are interviewing knows the facts and believes they have a good reason for having told you a lie about what happened, the rest of the things they say don't really matter, because they know what happened. And that they have already decided they're going to tell you this story for what they believe to be a good reason. So if she tells you it was she didn't see a casing there, she didn't see a casing there. But if she had, it wouldn't have mattered, because she's already told you this story. Is there a question? Yes. So if she said...
Ask a question, don't give a speech.
Thank you.
Why were you accusing her of having moved the casing?
Because we couldn't find a casing, sir. I mean, it could have been a investigator Warlaw wheel gun, but we couldn't find a casing. So I just wanted to know where it was. I don't know that. Did I accuse her of that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, several times.
Okay.
This doesn't add up. There should be a casing there. You're not finding
Sure.
a casing.
I'm in the middle of an investigation interrogating a person who's lying to me.
What did you say yesterday about casings?
When I pulled it out of my magazine?
No. What did you say yesterday about casings?
They can go anywhere.
Those
Absolutely.
little buggers can get all over the place.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%.
So knowing that, and knowing you haven't really investigated the scene yet, why are you accusing her of moving something that you know on its own may have gone anywhere?
At what point did I accuse her in this interview?
You tell her over and over
You
again.
can just let me know, so I want to be accurate. I don't want you to misrepresent my words.
Thank
You don't recall her saying this
Of
doesn't
course I
line
do,
up.
but I want to know what point in the investigation did I say this.
I'm asking you. Did you say this in lining up? We should be finding
We
shell
should.
casing.
Yes, sir. So at some point,
Did you move
at
the
some
shell
point,
casing?
if I said that shell casing, we're looking for the shell casing at some point in this interrogation, yes, I did say that. I did say the little things bounce around. I did say that.
Well, you didn't tell her that.
I'll agree with you, Mr. Whalen. I'll agree with you 100%.
You didn't tell her they bounce around and move all over the place.
No, sir.
No, you told the jury that.
Sure.
I'm asking you, why didn't you give her the benefit of that doubt in that interview, since you hadn't been investigating the scene yet?
We are investigating the death of a five-year-old little girl.
You know what? I'll tell you why they didn't give her the benefit of the doubt. Because she done lied about 100 times up to that point. So when you've already caught her in lie after lie after lie, and she is spending all this time sending these detectives who are concerned about solving the death of this, like solving the murder of this little girl, and she is sending them on wild goose chases, she has lost all credibility, and ain't nobody gonna believe anything she says. So if you can't find, or if the detectives who are actually on the scene can't find the shell casing, and they're telling him that, and she's like, oh, I don't know, you're obviously gonna believe she's lied about that too.
And we're trying to get suspect information gathered, and I'm trying to figure out why in the world she's lying.
Why is she lying?
When you were watching that video, that porch video from next door, you kept talking about the car pulled into the driveway, right? The first car pulled into the driveway and sitting there.
Yes, sir.
And you tell her you haven't seen it because you pulled into the same driveway.
This was that on the 17th, September 17th, the second interview?
Yeah.
Sure.
And you've been to that house, right?
You talking about to
Her house.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Her house then, it's an empty lot now.
I think it's an empty lot, yeah.
You know there's not a driveway in that house.
No, it's a street parking lot, sure.
So when you were saying this car pulled into the driveway so you had to see it.
Absolutely.
It was a car,
She walked right by it.
It was a
She
car
parked right behind it.
It wasn't a car in her driveway, it was a car parked on the street. Were there cars parked on the street that night? Other cars parked on the street that night?
You all have got the video, you can make your own assumption.
Well, how about you answer my question? Were there other vehicles parked on the street that night?
Sure. And she parked right behind the car, and then she motions for the young man, whoever's in that car, to come inside the home.
The point is,
yes, sir.
You say they were pulled into a driveway so she couldn't have missed the car. It wasn't a driveway.
Okay.
Lots of cars park on the street, right?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
She's the one who called it a driveway, if we want to get technical.
And during your interview with Ms. Howington, she told you about the incident days before this. She said initially in the interview on Thursday that Mr. Oliver came to the house and was outraged, banging on the door like he was the police. He was upset because her new boyfriend was at the house. They had a confrontation out front, right?
I do recall her mentioning the confrontation with Antoine, but I got a little bit more information after I interviewed Callie.
Right. You interviewed Callie and you interviewed Mr. Oliver.
Oh, absolutely.
And they both told you about that incident on Thursday.
I know Daniel Hensley, who's Callie, told me about that incident, and I don't recall I'm not real sure about Antoine, but if it's on video, he said that. Sure.
He tells you he took the clip out. He thinks he took the gun away from her. He takes
I do
the clip
recall
out
that.
and
Yes,
he
sir.
throws it.
Yes, sir.
And he thinks Callie goes over and picks it up.
Yes, sir.
So you got all that verified, right?
I think on the 16th of September. Yes, sir.
Right. So if that happens the way she described it, the way Antoine described it, and the way Callie described it, Callie is the one who takes the gun on Thursday that Antoine has taken apart, puts it back together, and goes in the house.
I don't know. I would have to assume.
That's what the interview said. But
I'm not sure who took that gun back in the house.
She brought it out because he refused to leave. She told him, Judge, this story.
Okay, you're asking don't talk over me. You're asking what Callie said and what Antoine Oliver said. That is hearsay, sustained.
She told you he wouldn't leave. He was outraged and he wouldn't leave.
On the 12th?
On the 12th, yes.
Yeah, I think she said at some point he wouldn't leave. He about hit her with a car. Sure.
And when she comes out with the gun, he takes it away from her and breaks it down.
They have a very volatile relationship.
Right. And so, when you asked her in the interview on the 14th, where was that gun? What did she tell you?
In the closet, I think.
Yeah. On a shelf in a black bag on the closet.
I took it on the 14th that gun was in the top shelf of that closet, upward, very high, and that's why we took measurements.
You went and took a picture of the black bag and there's a strap hanging down.
The black bag comes into play here at some point. I never saw the black bag being moved, but other people said the black bag was moved. I'm not sure.
So what she was telling you is where she kept her gun.
I think you'll see in the reenactment, she tells me that gun is in the top of that closet. I don't recall her ever telling me it was in that bag.
If I ask you, where do you keep your gun in the house?
Yes, sir. I've got a few guns in the house.
You can tell me where you keep your gun.
I can tell you where most of my guns are. Yes, I should know where my guns are.
You said most of them. You can't tell me where all of them
I can tell you where every one of them are. Is that relevant to this?
Yes.
Okay.
You can tell me where you keep. Let's just say you only have one gun.
Okay.
Just for the conversation. You can tell me where you keep your gun.
Sure.
If your wife moved that gun the day before, that gun wouldn't be where you said you kept it.
I know my wife, she don't like guns, so she wouldn't move it.
Again, for the purpose of the conversation, if she moved your gun, you would still, if you said you kept
So
it,
hypothetically is what we're saying.
right,
Sure.
you keep it on the top shelf of the closet.
Sure.
If she moves it to somewhere else because she's doing something on the top shelf of the closet, and you tell me it's on the top shelf of the closet, you're not lying.
Sustained.
I can't ask the investigator hypothetically.
Oh, come on.
No, sustained.
At any time, I'm not allowed to
I
ask.
didn't say that, Mr. Whalen. Don't argue with me. I sustained the objection to that
Could you give
question.
me the basis on that so I've got a record as to
You're
what I'm-
calling for speculation which is not relevant. Move along.
If somebody moved Miss Howington's gun from the place she kept it, and she tells you the place she kept it, she wouldn't be lying, would she? She didn't know it got moved.
She also said Callie threw it in the bush.
She did. She told you that. And you didn't say that gun was hidden in the bush, did you?
No, I would say the gun was thrown out.
It's pretty doggone clear where that gun is, right?
It's dark on the side of the house. She tried to hide that gun
We found it
while her daughter's inside being shot.
Well, not while her daughter's inside being shot. She's actually on the phone.
Well, she's already wounded. She's already wounded.
The same time she's on the 911 call.
Her daughter is inside, left unattended, while she's suffering from a gunshot wound to her chest.
Right. And the 2-year-old is in there too.
I agree with you.
So how many other shots do you want that gun? How many times do you want that gun to be fired? So you don't get it out of the way.
She could take that gun and put it anywhere out of reach, and then tell us where the gun was when we come in.
And that would be a rational decision, wouldn't it?
There could have been a lot of rational decisions on making this.
She was suffering at that time from post-traumatic stress disorder before the gun was fired.
I don't know the side effects of PTSD. I've worked police work for 20 years, sir. I've seen a lot of gruesome crime scenes. I may have PTSD, never been diagnosed. But I'm pretty confident one of the side effects of PTSD is not to be a liar.
Right.
If I tell you that one of the signs would be to have brain fog, confusion,
Lying?
memory loss.
Lying?
He's not a medical professional. He is not a medical professional. I sustain the objection.
Can we strike all his testimony then about whether or not lying is a
The jury will listen to those opinions which are qualified, and the court tells you you can accept as that of an expert. These are not those such opinions. Move along.
Maybe we approach Judge.
Yes. Oh! This is getting... Whew! He's like, well, can we strike all of his stuff then? Dang! Look at Judge's face.
You talked about how this couch looked high to you. Right?
Yes, sir.
You do recall saying in that interview, we're going to go out there and get your couch. And I just want you to know we're going to go get your couch.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced as Exhibit number 12. And after you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the actual sofa she was lying on.
Okay. This is the couch that you're talking about that Destiny was lying on that night when she was shot.
Correct.
You believe that couch looks high, tall, seat part of it.
Sure.
And in that video of the walkthrough, you and Wardbar stand beside it, and it comes up out to your knees. Does that sound like a high couch to you?
Okay, I'll agree with you. It's an average couch. It's a normal couch.
So why was it necessary to talk about how high the couch was?
Sir, it's a normal couch.
Right. But talking about how high it was made the story sound less likely that Gavin could have shot her.
You know what? Again, how many versions did she give us?
I'm not asking you about how many versions she gave you. I'm asking you about the versions you gave.
I did not believe her son was capable of shooting his sister. How in the world can a 2-year-old child know where a gun is, go get a gun, drag a stool? This is all my thought process. So
Are you telling me that as a homicide investigator, you are not aware of the multiple times a year that small children get guns and shoot people with it?
It's happened, absolutely.
So
it's happened.
Why are you acting so shocked that a 2-year-old could get a gun and shoot someone? It's just not believable.
Sir, you've seen the interview. I'm not going to tell you to put you do this for a living, I do it for a living. You're a criminal defense attorney. I disagree with you. She was lying and being dishonest. I'm trying to understand and comprehend this mess.
And so you thought that you would get more truth from her if you lied and were dishonest?
Sir, I don't know that I lied to her. I disagree with you. That's misrepresentation of my words.
You told her the couch was too high for him to be able to do
I did say that.
And now you did, and now you say
I'm just
it didn't happen. It's a normal couch.
For conversation, I'm going to agree with you because it's going to be an argument. It's a normal couch.
Don't agree with me because you don't want an argument.
It's a normal couch, sir.
Is this a normal couch?
It's a normal couch.
And
Yes,
so
sir.
when you said it was
Yes,
too
sir.
high for this
I
to
agree with
happen
you.
to Gavin, you were lying.
I agree, sir. I did not have any intent to lie to this young lady. I'm not trying to put anything in her head besides get the truth.
How do you have to put things in people's head to get them to tell the truth?
Sir,
Wow.
we're investigating the death of her 5-year-old little girl.
I know, and you know that no matter how many times you say that, it doesn't change anything, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't change things in your mind.
No, it doesn't. We're talking about what was said, why, and how.
Sure.
And we're talking about who was the fibber in this interview. And I'm telling you, you didn't come off too good on the fibber scale either, did you?
Oh,
Sir,
Lord.
are you calling me a liar?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh!
Then I disagree with you.
When you're talking to a individual, I know you hadn't had any training about how to deal with people with PTSD or stress. In that interview, you all asked her about what kind of gun it was, right?
Correct.
Was it one like we carry, or was it one of those with a round thing on it?
I think
I don't know.
I think Investigator Wardlaw said a wheel gun.
And then said, you know, like in the movies, the ones they use for Russian roulette. Remember that?
If that's what he said, is that what he said or me?
You played the video?
If that's what I said, then I agree with you. Sir, if that's what I said, then
Oh, no,
I
I
agree.
don't want you just to agree with me for the sake of agreeing with me. Let's,
I'm confused about what the question actually is.
well, we'll get there. We'll clear it up for you.
Just refer back to the interview.
Let me ask you while we're here.
I don't know. He goes to the POW auction.
She has told you that she's nervous being in that room because she was raped by a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You and Wardlaw both heard that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's when you start out with yelling and screaming at her, and then a little while later you kind of work through the process, and we arrive at this moment on the video in the interview where you're talking about this 300 and what color it is.
On behind Walmart Clinton Highway and buys cars.
We're pretty certain it's white. But you know what temperature it is in there. And he had a hat on.
I don't know.
Because we've got witness.
What was he wearing? He had on a black shirt and he had a black hat on.
Did he say anything to you? Did you ever see him when you first got home?
No.
You think he might have been? You think he really was following you?
I think that he was just watching.
I think you're right. I think the video is going to tell us that he was probably.
Now, we're all friends again because she's agreed with you that it's probably Antoine, right?
And are you asking me how we got to the point this may be domestic related? Is that what you're asking
Yeah,
me?
we'll get to that. At this point in the interview, you're no longer yelling and screaming at her because she's agreed with you guys. That
At this point, I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
For you to come home. We knew this is domestic. And we figured the whole time that you're scared. We understand it. We just don't want you to lie to us. You know what's more than you're okay. You're okay.
You lost the baby. Come here.
Now, given that she has told you she's uncomfortable because there are two male police officers in the room and she was raped by a male police officer 18 months before, did you think this was an appropriate act?
I can't speak for investigators.
Speak for him. Is that an appropriate act?
That's a consoling act to me.
Consoling act.
Because she's a grieving
We were
mother,
concerned
remember?
about the 5-year-old little girl. This is tragic any way you look at it, sir.
I'm talking about the young woman who was in your room.
She looks like she's pretty receptive of it. She didn't back away.
How many guns was she wearing? How many guns was she wearing?
There are 2 guns in that room, and we never threatened her with a gun.
No, but you're 2 male officers in a room, and she's just explaining that she was raped by a cop, and that makes her scared. So one of them decides hugging her might be a good idea, right?
If that's what he did.
And if that's what he did,
Yeah.
what the heck would you call that?
Sir, he hugged her. I will agree with you.
Now, and then at the end of this interview, you go through her purse, right?
And Wardlaw goes through the person. I'm standing by. Yes, sir.
She's got a bunch of pill bottles in there.
People have pill bottles all the time.
Well, for her prescription, right?
Sir, if you're asking me, did I know she was diagnosed with PTSD?
I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you went through her purse, right?
Yes, sir.
She had lots of pill bottles.
Sure.
One of them, you ask her what you ask what it's for. She says, "I have shingles."
Is that what Wardlaw asked her, or did I ask her that?
I think Wardlaw asked her
Okay.
while you're standing there.
Okay, if that's what he asked, sure.
And you said what? You got shingles and you let him hug on you?
Okay, I did say
young
that.
child.
Yes, he does have young children.
Who hugged on who?
He.
Why are you giving her a hard time about having shingles when Wardlaw takes a rape victim and decides to hug her in an emotional moment in an interview?
Investigator Wardlaw hugged her, so we will agree with that.
And you jumped on her for allowing him to do that when she had shingles.
I think it
Building
was.
rapport again?
Did I jump on her? Can we watch it? Am I laughing? I don't understand what you're. I don't think
I don't
jumped on
understand
her.
either, officer. That's the one point we.
I think we're getting some mischaracterizations here. I think I laughed about it and said, "Why would you let him hug or her hug on each other?" However I described it.
That's what happened.
So your little boy can't speak very well? So he talks pretty well? So he understands everything.
Shingles contagious.
You're not supposed to get it until you're 60 years old. That's what that is.
Let's see what it says. It's from human service.
Well, that's what it is. I live in my people.
Okay. Trap though.
And I'm the president. The music phone.
You what?
The music phone.
I don't see that in here.
It's in there. I just want to take it off.
What's it called?
Music phone.
So your little boy can't speak very well.
Oh, yeah, he can.
So he talks pretty well.
Yes.
So he understands everything.
Yes, sir.
Shingles contagious.
Yeah.
Shingles.
Damn.
Damn.
And he's got a small child.
Back home, because we really like to talk to him.
This child's dead. I don't think he knows.
So what's this one? Clover, what's that?
I have shingles and stress.
Well, that is no good. You got all kinds of contagious, are you? You just now, you let me hug on you, tell me you got shingles.
Damn. And he's got a small child.
This is love.
Well,
What's this? Fluoxetine or whatever.
So that was just a joke to you?
I think I was laughing, to be honest with you.
I think you were laughing too.
Sure.
I think you weren't taking her feelings into consideration, were you?
Oh, Jesus.
I was.
Sir. I'm sorry, that's an inappropriate question because you're not rolling your eyes and I want the jury to be followed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take matter up. Your absence. Step out, please. All rise.
Wow. So he said that it was this detective who was like, you let him hug all over you, but it was the detective who hugged her that actually said, Wardlow, that actually said, is it contagious? And you let me hug all over you?
I will see the attorneys in my office.
Oh, they're going to the principal's office. Oh, judge is mad. I would be too. Judge is mad. Oh, I'd give anything to be a fly on that wall. Yeah, it sounded like a joke. The one attorney said, you let me hug all over you? And he sounded like he was laughing at me, like saying, you know, it almost sounded to me like he was making light of it to make it less awkward is what it sounded like to me. But what do I know? Because he was like, and he's got small children? I believe I did read that they did do GSR tests. I'm pretty sure they did.
Everyone may have a seat. Wait for the call for the state or the defense.
Wait for call.
All right, Mr. Whalen, you're recognized for further cross-examination.
Let's see how his attitude is now.
Well, I don't know if you and I have had this conversation before, but there is a KPD general order about officer-involved shootings. If that officer has time before he talks to an interviewer and review video and reports.
I think you're talking about the foresights, or what they believe in foresights, that you need 48 to 72 hours to completely recollect what happened.
Okay. So trained professionals need 48 to 72 hours to completely recollect what they recall, what took place, right?
Yes.
And when you become a police officer, you get some psychological testing, right?
Sure.
So if you had really bad PTSD, you probably wouldn't get to be a police officer.
I don't know what the process is. We have a lot of military personnel working in the police department. I'm sure they suffer from some sort of that.
So when they send you to the academy, They give you training on how to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And how you put important things into reports.
Yes, sir.
You don't leave important things out of reports.
Yes, sir.
And they teach you about the importance of getting all the information right.
Yes, sir.
Because police work is a whole lot about filling out reports early on, right? Especially.
It's a lot of paperwork. Yes, sir.
You got to get that right.
Yes, sir.
And yet, if a police officer were involved in a shooting, they might get 48 to 72 hours.
You know, that policies went back and forth. TBI investigates, and I don't know what TBI's policy is. TBI investigates all that now.
I'm asking about a general order in the KPD.
Do you have that general order? I can read it.
You're aware of the fact that the policy...
I'm not sure that there's a general order. If you can provide that to me, I will agree with you. Do you know where that is in the KPD Standard of Operating Procedure?
602, I think.
I need to read 602. I'm not familiar with 602.
I don't think that this is very long.
When I asked you...
Hold on, let me, what's the objection? Well, I mean, do you know or not?
I don't know what 602 is. But here's what I do know, if you want.
Let him ask the question.
Forsyths, and I got this when I went to Forsyths. They suggest when an officer-involved shooting takes place, 48 to 72 hours. Do they always go by that? I don't know that. I don't know if that's always been a policy.
You remember the Austin East shooting not too long ago, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. TBI ran that investigation.
And those officers were allowed to review all their body cams and reports before they talked to them.
I was not a part of that investigation, so I don't want to speak to that.
Would that surprise you if I said that's what it was, that they got to review their body cams? And
TBI was in charge of the investigation, and I was not a part of that.
So, she didn't have 48 or 72 hours, did
she? No, sir.
Okay, so this is yet another stupid comparison. Saying that stupid in whatever, it's my show, I can give my opinion. To me, this is stupid. This is not the same thing. It's not the same thing. You can't compare apples and cheeseburgers and expect it to be impactful to the jury. That's not the same thing. This is not an officer-involved shooting where the officer has, 42 to 78 hours to come together. This is what she has said is the murder of her child. You don't get to give them 42 to 78 hours after the murder of their child when she's the only witness who can speak. It's not the same thing. And even if it is, they brought her back again between that 42 to 78 hour time mark to give her a chance to tell them everything that she knew at that point. And again, at that point, her story kept changing. So this is, again, just not effective.
And that's on me. That's on me.
She didn't have 45 minutes.
It's on me, sir.
She didn't have 45 minutes.
Have you ever heard the first 48 were the most crucial part of a homicide investigation?
Bam!
I mean, you can laugh at that. That's the truth.
Thank you.
She didn't get 45 minutes from the time the doctor told her your daughter's dead.
It's sad.
She was sitting in your interview room on the third floor of KBD. Right?
This is sad.
How do you get to the third floor of that old KBD building? How do you get there?
She's taken to police headquarters. What I requested, because we have some serious questions.
Now, let's answer the other question. How do you get to the third floor of the KBD?
I'll explain to them. I requested her to come to the third floor. She's taken in the back of a police car, sir.
Well, they didn't take her in the back of a police car to the third floor, did they? Ain't no drive up to that interview room.
Well,
she had to get into a locker.
Figure of speech. Okay.
I asked you a specific question.
Specific question.
This is like that training that you had about how it's important to get the information in.
She was driven from UT Hospital in a patrol car. They take her to the back of police headquarters. They open the car door. They walk her to the elevator. They walk her up to the third floor, and she's placed into an interview. Is that what you wanted me to answer, sir?
And she doesn't get out of there without your permission, right?
She's in the middle of this homicide investigation, sure.
She doesn't get out of there without your permission.
And she's been read her Miranda, so.
She was read her.
Yes, sir.
And that included the right not to talk if she had wanted.
Absolutely. If she would have said, I need a lawyer, we're done.
And she was asked about the phone, and she said, I'm scared, I don't want to talk anymore.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
That's not to me, that's not asking for her lawyer.
That's not the magic word. She just said, you said, if you decide to speak with us, you may stop at any time.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what the
and request a lawyer.
says.
Yes, sir. It says request a lawyer.
It also says you may stop at any time. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. She said, I want to stop.
She said she wanted to stop.
Did you stop?
No.
So there's a fit for you. You can stop at any time unless you want to, and then I'm going to say no and keep questioning.
We are going to continue to question her until she requests a lawyer. Then we are done. At that point, she has not requested a lawyer. Sir, I know what the Miranda right is. We can read it to him.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Is it further on back? It may be further on back.
That's right. Consent to it. That's where I'm not sure we got it. It's not.
I don't know.
No, there was a consent to the formal consent to search the house. But you read her that, right?
Yes, sir.
And it does say if you decide to speak with us, you may stop at any time.
I agree with exactly what you said.
Now, at one point, and it's the results of such are not admissible, you offered to let her, you said, well, why don't you take a lie detector test? Right.
Did I say that a word long? Okay, sure.
And do you remember what her response was?
Sure.
What'd she say?
I'm trying to get a reaction out of her. She said, sure.
She said, yes, I'll do it.
Sure.
After that, when you kept questioning her, she said, why don't you give me the lie detector test? She asked you about 3 or 4 times, didn't she? And in the end, you say, nah, we're not going to do that.
We're not. That's on me.
So would you like to call that a fib or a lie?
I think it's if I want to administer that. I asked her a question, and then I said, no, we're not going to do that. Did I?
What do you consider a lie detector test? And what you're doing, I understand, this is a technique. This is how you get people to say things you want them to say. Right?
You're a well-versed lawyer, yes, sir.
So the lie detector is a tool, right?
It's an investigative tool. It's not admissible in court.
But it's a great tool to say, well, if you didn't do it, take a lie detector test. And it kind of screws up the plan when they say, okay. And you say, well, this doesn't seem right either. Well, why don't you give me the lie detector test?
I agree with you.
And this doesn't make sense either.
I agree with you.
She said, why don't you give me a lie detector test?
I agree with you, sir.
And then you just say, nah, we're not going to do that.
I agree with everything you just said.
Those were lies. You can call them investigative techniques. You weren't going to give her a lie detector test, were you?
If you're calling me a liar, I disagree with you.
Were you going to give her a lie detector test?
We did not have a polygrapher there at nighttime, so no.
You would have given her one the next day, couldn't you?
I'm not going to do that.
Then why offer it?
He already told him. Asked and
You
answered.
told the jurors it's an interview technique.
Asked and answered.
And it's also a lie if you have no intention to do it.
I disagree with your characterization of
I
that.
understand you do. In her interviews, you have said that she changed her story many times.
I believe so.
Yeah.
In the interviews, from beginning to end, who was the first person that brought up Antoine Oliver as a possible suspect?
Brandon Wardlaw.
Not her.
No.
And y'all talked about that, his history with her, and so, come on, man, it looks like it could have been him. And then Wardlaw says something about, I'm just going to shoot straight with him. I think he did. And you said, I think so too. He hit the nail on the head, didn't he?
Hammer and nail.
Hammer and nail.
Yes, sir.
She hit the nail on the head. It's Antoine. Right?
That was the figure of speech I used.
And then after a while, what did she say to you? And then you asked, is it possible? Do you think Antoine could have done this in his car? Do you remember what she said?
No.
She said no.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can guarantee you he didn't do it. Right? I promise you.
Sure.
He didn't do it.
At that time, she was still on an unknown blackmail.
Oh, well, y'all had just thrown Antoine under the bus and said it's Antoine. We think it's Antoine. You said, yeah, I knew all along this was domestic. That makes sense, and you're scared of him, so you wouldn't tell us that. You changed the story to Antoine. She then, after about 10 or 15 minutes of Antoine did it, she says, you're right. You're right. You're right. I can't do this anymore.
That's not accurate. We watched
That's what
that
she
yesterday.
said.
Do you want me to explain to the jurors how we got to Antoine and why we thought Antoine could possibly be involved? There's 8 reports listed in the database involving her and Antoine. Very volatile relationship. She very well could be a battered woman. I don't know. But the reports are ugly. But not only in some of the reports she's a victim, but in some she's listed as a suspect. So that's where we are. We are trying to come to some reasoning why someone would come into the home and kill this 5-year-old
Can't
little girl.
unring
We
that
didn't
bell.
believe it was an unknown blackmail. There has to be motive, Mr. Whalen. That's where we were going. Could a domestic be a motive? Yes, absolutely. We're not going to force her to lie about that.
Let me ask you this. You said that in the interview too. There has to be a motive.
Yes, sir.
We'll try it. If I'm driving my car home tonight, somebody
More hypotheticals.
turns quick in front of me and hits me, is there a motive for them hitting me?
No, it's an accident.
It's an accident. So you do recognize that accidents can happen.
I would agree with you, sir.
And so there doesn't have to be a motive for an accident, does there?
Okay, but keep in mind, at this time, she's not saying it was an accident. She's saying it was a murder. So he's talking about there has to be a motive, because she's the one saying it's a murder. She is. It's her.
There has to be a motive with the information we were just given, that a black male, an unknown black male, walked into the house and shot a 5-year-old child. That's where we are in this investigation. We're not to Gavin yet. We're still trying to develop a suspect.
And once she had told you about the September 12th incident with Antoine.
Yes, sir.
And given the history you had already researched before this interview, you had to know that sounded about right.
There was no report made on September the 12th, to my knowledge.
The actions sounded about right.
Oh, hey, Antoine, he's not a good person.
And then you went and confirmed that. You corroborated that, speaking with Antoine and with Callie.
Sure.
And so at some point when she talks about in saying that Antoine was the one that did it and Antoine was in the room, and she's talking about how he shows up and he's acting an ass and he's screaming and angry because Callie's around. She's telling you the same story she told you about Thursday, right? She's just melding it in.
I don't know what she's telling me.
Well, you know the words she's telling you. She told you those same words about Thursday. Then she actually told you it was on Friday.
She told me all that, because we're always getting into that a little bit more. Yes, and I'm listening.
You're sitting in the room.
Sure.
You weren't sleeping.
No, sir.
And then she tells you about that it was one time. She says that incident actually happened on Friday.
I think so.
And then during the interview, she said, "What day is this?" Remember?
Yep.
You didn't tell her it's Saturday.
Saturday the 14th, and actually the incident occurred on the 12th.
Right.
September 12th.
You think she was lying when she told you it was Friday the 13th?
Well, no.
She was just confused.
Sure, absolutely. People get confused all the time.
Especially if they got PTSD and they got a shooting in their house and their daughter dies.
How do you get confused about your daughter dying? I don't know that.
You kept saying, "Your daughter's dead." She said, "I know." She wasn't confused at all about that, was she?
Sir, we will agree to disagree. I would never, speaking for myself, would never be confused about the death of my child.
I hope you never find out.
I hope I don't.
But right now, you can't tell us from your personal.
Oh, I can tell you I would be honest about it.
You can tell me you think you would be if you could remember, if you had the facts straight, if it was within 48 or 72 hours. And you got to meld them together and figure out what happened. Right?
Yeah.
Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Look, I said I didn't know if I was the defense attorney what I would go with, but I can tell you it ain't this.
Let's talk for just a minute about that second interview on September 17th. Were you the one that set that up?
I believe the totality of that was she was taken into custody after she got back from the funeral home.
Did you or Wardlaw call her and ask her where she was and found out?
I don't know the details, but we let her do what she needed to do about the funeral arrangements, and then we wanted to bring her back in. She had a warrant on file, and we wanted to continue this interview. Yes, sir.
So the second interview is now the woman who has PTSD, a gunfire in her home, a 5-year-old child was shot. She was taken away from the home and not allowed to go there with the ambulance to the hospital. She goes to the hospital. She's told her son, her daughter's dead. She's then 45 minutes later taken for an interview. 3 days later, once you find out she's getting the funeral arrangements made, someone followed her from the funeral home to the Kroger, to the gas station, to her house, and then you showed up with cops there to arrest her.
Was that 72 hours later? Because maybe her memory's a little bit better. I'm not sure.
It might have a chance, but you've already done the
I'm just saying, you said 70, that she needs a little bit of time.
I did say that. And I said, you followed her to her house and had a bunch of cops there.
There's cruiser video. We treated her with the utmost respect. I don't even think we handcuffed her when we put her in the back of the car.
Right after she got through making her funeral
Yes,
arrangements, you treated her
it's
with
tragic.
utmost respect.
It's so tragic.
Thank you, Sandra Oliver. And happy anniversary, Holly Mack.
Yeah.
Whew. Detective Dean O'Kelly says there's always a motive for murder, but detectives don't have to determine the
No
motive.
further questions as witness. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, sir.
A lot of murders doing life without parole, where
Investigator
no
Riddle,
murder is established. absent their confession.
Mr. Whalen was asking you about your initial interaction with the defendant in this case. And he was asking about her demeanor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think he was asking you some questions about what was it about her demeanor that made you think she was being deceptive. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes.
Now, when you, we're going to start here. When you start that first interview with her, the first interview that we watched on video, I'm not talking about the one at the scene, but the first one where she comes in and she sits and talks. At that point in time, setting her demeanor aside, okay? So put that completely aside. Was there anything else in your mind that had happened that caused you concern?
I already knew what happened at the hospital.
And so when you sat down and you talked to the defendant initially at the police station, you already knew about what had happened at the hospital. Is that correct?
Are you talking about where I come in? I came in, I explained the process because...
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about once you talked to her the first time, the recorded interview that you did, where you sat her down and she's talking to you in the interview room. Is there any, setting her demeanor aside, was there anything else that caused you concern about anything else that had happened?
The destroying of the phone.
Yes. And so that was one thing that had caused you concern. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also recall that there was some concern you had about what she had said initially to you?
Yeah, there was some concern about suspect.
Okay. And so specifically, whenever you talked to her at the initial scene, and she was talking about a black person that did it, and then she was talking about seeing that person from inside the house. I believe she also described the type of vehicle that person was driving. Tell the jury about what you were thinking when she was telling you that.
Well, when she told me that again, I go back into the simple fact that she's in that middle room in the long distance. How were you able to observe that vehicle at that distance and know it's a Chrysler 300? That's a specific car, a black car in the middle of the night. I just thought that was a little weird initially right off the bat.
Okay, so even setting aside how she was acting, the fact that she had described this black Charger from a vantage point where you didn't think she could have been able to see it, and the fact that she had attempted to destroy her phone, she had put it in water and tried to give it to somebody else. Those were two other things that gave you pause. Is that correct?
And this is all before the actual video.
Okay. The defense attorney was asking you about the text messages in this case. And so I just want to kind of give a timeline of where that information came to you, okay? So can you walk the jury kind of through the evolution of when you became aware of the text messages and when you became aware of the casings and things of that nature?
Well, the text messages were actually several days later. To go back into the phone was turned off. We couldn't get it turned on. It had water on it, and I think it had been bent or broke to a certain extent. So what we did is we had a phone forensic examiner to rebuild that phone so we could do an extraction, a data extraction, and get those text messages. So any text messages taken from that phone would have been days after this event. And then what was your other question?
The casings, as far as what was going on with the casings.
The casing, I was curious about the casing because I know from my experience, and these things do bounce around, just like Mr. Whalen said, they do bounce around. We couldn't find it initially. I didn't want to disturb anything, but from where that shooting was, they generally spit out to the right. Not all guns, but most guns I've been around. And I just didn't see it lying around on the floor.
Okay. And so you asked Ms. Howington about the casings several times. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You asked Ms. Howington about the casings, and she never wavered or changed her story at all about what happened with the casings.
No.
Is that correct?
No.
Now, setting that aside, did she waver or change her stories about other things that happened at the scene?
Numerous.
Numerous.
The fact that she was lying about other things and changing her story about other things, was that part of the reason why you were asking her about the casings?
Yes.
As far as the video with the porch, or the video that you can see of the porch.
Yes, ma'am.
In that video, you can see the individual come and park the car. Is that correct?
You talking about the first individual?
Yes.
Yeah. You can clearly see the lights to that car turn off an adjacent street into that roadway driveway is what we would say it is.
Okay. And that car parked directly in front of her house?
It appeared to me it did.
Okay. And it's parallel parked right in front of that house. Is that
Yes.
correct? And those lights stayed on?
They did.
Okay. And so whenever you told Ms. Howington that she had to have seen that car, did you take into the account that it was parked right in front of her house and that the lights were on?
Yes.
Was there anything else you took into account?
Well, it looked like she beckoned someone to come in from the car at one point in the video.
All right, I want to talk about this incident that happened on September 12th, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Howington talked to you briefly about something that happened on September 12th, is that correct?
She did.
Okay, and her version of what happened on September 12th, that changed throughout the interview, correct?
I don't recall a lot of the facts. I think her facts were very limited on what happened on the 12th, and I gained other facts when I interviewed Daniel Hensley.
Okay, she started out the story about September 12th, and she said that Callie brought a gun out, and then later she tells you she's the one that pulled the gun on September 12th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a change about how the gun got there and who did what.
Yes.
And so her story to you regarding September 12th was she pulled a gun on someone. Is that correct?
She did.
Okay. As far as when you spoke to Callie, did he corroborate that she pulled a gun on Antoine on September 12th?
He did.
Okay. Did Anton also corroborate that she pulled a gun on him on September 12th?
Yes.
Okay. And so as far as her story about how the gun ended up in the closet that day, first thing that she told you was that Callie put it in the closet, correct?
I believe so.
Did she tell you that other people put the gun in the closet as well?
I just recall Callie.
Okay, so she says Callie put the gun in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember what her stories were regarding putting the gun in the bush?
She claimed that Callie put the gun in the bush initially.
That was her first story. Her second story was that it was Anton.
Yes.
And then her third and final story was that she put the gun in the bush.
She wanted to get the gun out of the house.
And so as far as who is handling the gun and doing things with the gun, is it fair to say that first she blames other people and then she says that it was her?
She did blame other people.
And then later on she admits that it's her.
She has no accountability.
Bam.
Okay, you were talking about the black bag.
Yes.
So in her initial statements to you, whenever she gets to the story where it's Gavin now, do you recall that? That was after she had said it was a random black guy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then she mentioned
Yes.
that there may be something going on with the Mexicans, I think is her words, that were at the park.
The three
Do you recall
Hispanic
that?
males at the park may have been involved or followed her or something.
She said there were suspicious Mexicans at the park. Those are her words. And then she also said that somebody might have followed her home. Is that correct?
Correct, a black vehicle.
Then her next story is that it is her ex-boyfriend Anton. Is that correct? That
Yes, the unknown black male, and then we get to
Then you get to Anton. And Anton comes in and he murders his daughter, is her next story. Is that
I
correct?
believe her story was he brought a gun in and shot his daughter.
So when we get to the next story where she's saying it's Gavin, do you recall that?
After we were going to put warrants on Antoine.
Mm-hmm. Whenever she gets to the story where she's saying it's Gavin, she gives you a litany of facts that happen with that story. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she tells you specifically that he goes and he gets a bar stool. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that he takes that stool and takes it right past her to the closet.
While they're struggling.
Is that correct?
That's
While they're
correct.
struggling, and that he climbs up on the top of the bar stool and gets the gun out of the top of the closet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, while you all are at the police station, she makes no mention whatsoever of a black bag.
The first time I remember a black bag is at the scene, and I believe there was one. I didn't see it, but there might have been one moved.
Okay. So the first time she mentions the black bag, do you recall whenever you all were doing the walkthrough, and Phyllis Tonkin's there, DCS is there, and it's on video that we played for the jury?
Yes.
Do you remember Phyllis Tonkin walks out and says something to the effect of, now she's mentioning a black bag?
Was I in the other room talking to Wardlaw? I don't really remember it, but it's recorded.
Okay. And so on that recording, you hear Phyllis Tonkin say, now she's talking about a black bag,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you keep saying there's something that happened with the black bag. Is that correct?
Me? I don't recall.
So let me ask you this. As far as how that black bag got in the top of the closet, is that something that Investigator Wardlaw talked to you about later?
He did.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you about hearsay. I'm going to ask him those questions. But he relayed information to you about how that black bag got in the top of that closet. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of the black bag, how it got into the closet.
Okay.
No, the bar. And when they asked her about that, she said she moved it. Because what do you do when your child gets shot? You rearrange furniture, right?
Investigator Riddle, do you think it's important to get information from people quickly after an event happens?
Heck yeah, I do.
When there's an officer-involved shooting, is that different sometimes than what we're talking about here?
Yes. These could be self-defenses.
Okay. In this particular case, the first story that you were given was that there was an unknown person out in the community that had just shot a child. Did that cause you concern?
It would cause as a citizen of Knoxville, which I am, it would cause alarm. And then as a police officer, it would cause even more alarm.
And when she changed her story that it's Anton that did this, is that something that also caused you to be concerned?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it important for you to figure out immediately what was going on at that house with Destiny?
Sure, absolutely.
Explain to the jury why that was significant and why that was important.
Again, we are trying to determine the cause, the motive. Was this a domestic? And we went there just based on the database. We do not want anyone that would harm a five-year-old little girl on the streets. That was what was important to me, which should be important as any human that's walking or citizen of Knoxville.
You talked about that you guys had looked into some information about there being domestics that were happening.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And just to make sure that I understand, you were saying that there were reports where Anton had abused the defendant. Is that correct?
I believe I pulled 7 to 8 reports.
Okay. Were there also reports, I believe you said, where she was the suspect in things involving Anton as well?
There was a report where Antoine's listed as the victim and she's listed as a suspect. Now, that doesn't mean you're guilty. That's just an actual report.
And so was that something that you took into account when you were talking to the defendant there that day?
I guess my thought process, what I took into account more than anything was Antoine.
Investigator Wardlaw, sometimes do you have to speak to victims right after something tragic has happened either to them or to their family members?
Just to clear the record, I was going to clear it for you.
Did I call you Wardlaw?
You called me Wardlaw.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Investigator Riddle.
Yes.
Sometimes do you have to speak to victims and family members of victims right after something tragic happens?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that something that happens frequently or infrequently?
We talk to family members pretty quickly after events a lot of times.
Is it important sometimes to get people's initial stories when they become a suspect in a case?
Yes.
Why is that?
I mean, we've got to get the facts out there. Not out there, but I've got to get the facts so we can get headed in the right direction from an investigative standpoint. Actual facts, true facts, no fabricated facts.
And so were you frustrated during this interview that you weren't getting actual facts from the defendant in this case?
Calls for speculation he didn't know any facts.
Did it become clear that she was giving you one story?
Let me rule first, gentlemen, before you dive back into your next question. You can ask if he's frustrated. That's a fair question because he's talking about his own emotions, but move along.
Were you frustrated with the stories that she was telling you?
I was frustrated twofold. As a police officer investigating a homicide of a 5-year-old, and I was frustrated from the parent's perspective.
The stories that the defendant was telling you in these cases, they can't all be true. Is that correct?
There was a lot that wasn't true.
And so it was clear to you that she was lying?
A whole lot.
Yes.
Investigator Riddle, did you want the truth about what had happened to Destiny?
I would hope for the peace of Knoxville that we would have got the truth on September the 14th, 2019, at 23:14 hours, 11:14 hours at the Knoxville Police Department, besides numerous tales. It would have been so much easier up front to say this was an accident. And then, from my standpoint and the DA's standpoint, we will gather that information. Some people wouldn't, if it's an accident, they wouldn't be charged. I'm not saying we have the charging decision, they do. But if we had that up front, knowing that knowledge, and now we're looking at deceit and lies, you just think there's more to the story.
So was it important for you to get the truth from Ms. Howington?
Absolutely.
That's all.
She didn't know what a casing was, did she?
No.
You had to explain to her?
Yes, sir.
But she'd already been asked about a casing?
Yes, sir.
And you said you had an expert phone extraction person
Forensic phone examiner, yes.
Days later do that?
Yes, the phone had to be rebuilt.
Was that within 72 hours?
I don't recall. There's an extraction that'll give you the exact date.
Let's clear up this thing about the Mexicans. What she told you was there were 3 young men at the park who were making inappropriate statements about her.
And there may be something to that.
And that she went over and found the parents and talked to them and said, you need to teach your boys better. They're talking like that in front of my children.
And she said there might be something to that. I'm not saying that that's her words. That's what she said in the interview.
And you say you got to get the info quick.
Yes, in my opinion.
Right. Or within 48 or 72 hours.
I think it's imperative that we get as much factual information immediately as quick as we can.
Ms. McDermott, just ask you, officer-involved shootings, those are different.
Yes, sir.
It's a person, right?
Pardon?
It's a person. A police officer is a person.
You're dealing with different circumstances here, Mr. Whalen.
It's a person.
You're dealing with certain circumstances.
It's a person.
It's a person.
Firing a weapon.
And it's considered a homicide.
Right.
Yep.
So the difference between a citizen who might have been involved in a homicide and a police officer who might have been in a homicide is what?
I don't know. That's a fair question.
So when she asked you and you said yes, it's different. Yeah. You were just answering so you wouldn't have an argument.
Can you rephrase that?
She asked you the question. With a police officer involved shooting is different, isn't it? You said yes, and I say how, and you say I don't know.
The policy is, or has been, off and on, that you give someone 48 to 72 hours to recollect their thoughts.
That's the difference. Cops get time, citizens don't, to figure it out, to coalesce what's happening in their head.
Come on.
Right?
I will disagree with you, sir.
You won't?
I just disagree with you.
Okay, well, that's all I'm trying to get to. You say it's a shooting, it could be a homicide, and policy is officers get 48 to 72 hours, citizens get nothing.
If that's policy, I would ask you to show me that in 6 points.
You just said that has been the policy.
It's off and on.
Okay.
Okay.
So off and on, police officers get 48 or 72 hours to get their thoughts together and recall things, and citizens get whatever time you give them.
Yes, sir.
In this case, 45 minutes from being pulled at bars.
Yes, sir.
No.
All right, you may step down, Detective Riddle. Approach the bench.
Oh my gracious. So frustrating. So frustrating. Yeah, it's like, trying to make the investigators the criminals. Okay, so I put that poll up. Let's take a look at what our results are. Okay, so 47% of you think that Robin shot Destiny on purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, while this witness is coming in, you may have noticed that General Ammons looks very different today. Mr. Ammons has had a family situation and could not be here today, and General Heddergood with the District Attorney's Office has graciously agreed to stand in for him.
All right, real quick. The poll says 47% of you think that Robin shot Destiny on purpose. 46% of you, so almost exactly 50-50, say that Robin shot her on accident. 3% say that Gavin shot Destiny on accident, and 2% think Antoine shot her. So it's almost all of you think that it was Robin, and it's split only by 1% on whether it was on purpose or an accident. Interesting.
If you would come forward, please, sir. Raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Have a seat, please. Adjust the microphone so that you can speak directly into it.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is John Burks.
I think that's too many. Thank you. And you said John Burks?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, John, John, Burks, Burks.
And where are you currently employed?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
What do you do with Florida Fish and Wildlife?
I'm a law enforcement lieutenant.
How long have you been in that position?
Since I returned, I've been there about 4.5 years. Total length of time with Fish and Wildlife, about 10 years.
Okay. Was there a time when you were employed by the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was early 2018 through October of 2019.
And what was your role with the Knoxville Police Department from 2018 to 2019?
I was an evidence technician.
Can you explain to the jury if you have training to do your job as an evidence technician?
Yes, so primary role for an evidence technician is identification and collection of evidence on a crime scene and preservation of that evidence for trial.
Okay.
I attended the National Forensics Academy through one of the UT sub schools out at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's a 10-week program. It's considered one of the more prestigious forensic technician schools in the country. I was able to
make a difference. We will stipulate his qualifications in the crime scene technician.
We'll just
Everybody agrees he's a crime scene technician.
I do want you to tell them a little bit about, we're not going to go into your whole CV, but if you'll just tell them about your education and then finish with what you were saying about the training academy.
I did get my bachelor's degree in genetics. It's molecular biology, and I did go for 10 weeks to the Oak Ridge Training Center for the National Forensic Academy, teaching just, like I said, crime scene, evidence preservation, evidence collection, and processing.
Okay. On September 14th of 2019, were you employed by the Knoxville Police Department as an evidence technician?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury briefly what an evidence technician does?
So, primarily, we're trying to capture evidence. All we're trying to do is capture the evidence as it was found on scene and preserve it throughout any proceedings. When I go on scene, usually that results in photograph evidence. We're trying to take a snapshot of the scene as we found it, so that a juror or that anybody in the future could see it as we saw it that day.
Okay. So how do you get assigned to a specific case?
We work in shifts. For instance, on this day, I was working a shift, and it just happened to be the person on call for that shift. And so the call comes out to the officers. Mm-hmm. The officers respond, and once they respond, they make a determination. With this call, because I was listening, I heard it was a shooting, I dispatched myself and went to the scene just to see if there was a victim. There turned out to be a victim, and I was officially dispatched to the call.
Okay. And so when you say determine if there's a victim, you don't mean a victim there present at the scene. You mean a victim as far as somebody that's been shot or hurt or injured in some way. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you went to, did you go to 502 Balsam Drive?
I did.
When you arrived there, what was the state of what was going on at that particular location?
When I arrived on scene, the victim had already been transported, so the ambulance was actually leaving as I arrived on scene. There were multiple patrol cars, and there were fire rescuers on scene as well. I parked my vehicle, immediately started taking photos.
Okay. And so walk the jury kind of through, in this particular case, what you did as far as photographing.
So anytime as an evidence technician we take photographs, we're going to photograph from the outside in. The last thing we want to do is start photographing in the middle and miss something. So we take as far out as we can. So the first thing I would do is take a photo of the location. Usually that's a street sign, a mailbox, the letters on the front of the house. We're just trying to paint a picture for you as we walk through the scene. So what I did was I started out wide, and then I would focus my photographs into the crime scene.
Is that what you do in every case?
Every case, yes.
Okay. And then the purpose of doing it that starting wide and then focusing, what is the purpose of doing that?
To make sure we collect as much evidence as we can. In this instance, it's to find the location exactly, and then make sure that we don't leave anything out. We want to collapse in on the incident location, and as we collapse in on that, we want to capture everything we can, because once that day is gone, you can't see it ever again. So we try to collect as much information as we can.
Let me hand you a collection of photographs and ask you to look through those, and do you recognize those? I'm going to probably do those collectively, Your Honor. I've got a couple different groups of photos that I'm going to do.
Yeah. These are photographs that I took that evening.
Okay. And so if we could mark these as exhibit
24, Lisa.
What are we going to
24, Lisa.
Yes, sir.
24.
So 24. It's me 1, 2, 3, 4.
This guy.
First 42 pictures, if we can make these collectively.
All right, these are
24. And ask
Skip
if
through
you have
one.
on top the same picture that's being displayed over here.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what I'd like you to do is this one, okay?
Yes, ma'am. So this is a photograph that I took to establish the location.
We can get the lights.
This is a photograph showing a street sign, and you can actually see the residence in the background. This is just where the incident occurred to establish the location. This is the mailbox in front of the home. Again, I was just trying to establish location. You can see the name on the mailbox. Next. This is the front of the residence where the incident occurred. I'm establishing my way into the residence.
And do you have a time frame for when it was that you started taking pictures in this case?
I started taking pictures around 8:10 p.m.
What's this picture?
When you first enter that front door that we saw, this is the den on the left-hand side. You see a side door entrance that is there, and then you see a set of leather couches. And then as we pan to the right, you'll see an entrance into the next room.
So where is the front door in this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the front door. It would be to the left-hand side.
Okay, so if you walk in, you're looking at what you see when you walk in the sun?
When you're walking in and you take a look to the left, this is what you would see.
Okay, so walk in, look to the left.
This is what you would see as you start to look to the right. So this is closer to what you would see as you walk in. I always take photos left to right when I enter a room or a location to try to capture 360. So this is the second photo going through.
So the door would be behind
me now.
you when you're taking this
Yes,
photo?
ma'am. And now the door is directly behind me. This is the right-hand side, so that door you see on the right is the front door. As you walk in through that front den area and you enter that other doorway, there's a bathroom off to the left and a small closet there. And this is the entrance to the den or living room area.
Now, is this a second living area?
This has entered the house. It's toward the kitchen.
And again, the front door is directly behind you?
Yes, ma'am. And this is just another establishing shot of that living room with better lighting. As you enter that living room, that closet door is on the left. The master bedroom is off on the right, and this couch is the first couch. This little armchair is the first that you interact with.
Okay, and so in the very top left of this picture, I see that there appears to be a table with 2 bar stools.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where the table with the 2 bar stools were when you arrived on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You haven't touched anything at this point, moved anything at this point. Is that fair?
Correct. And so when you're looking, you walk in, you hit that main living area. This is all the way to the right. The master bedroom is the one on the right, and I believe this is the children's bedroom on the left, but I'm not sure. This is that far wall. That table with the stools is right in front of me. I'm now photographing left to right on the opposite side of the living room. So this is just another establishing shot. You can see that master bedroom on the right and the entrance. Master bedroom on the left and the entranceway on the right with the front door. And this is that far wall.
What was the lighting like while you were taking these pictures?
The lighting in the home was very dim. The reason we have so much light is because of the flash I used and the light settings that I put on the camera.
Okay. But whenever you were looking without the flash on your camera, was it much darker in the house?
Yes, ma'am, quite a bit. And so this is, as you're over by the TV, there is a bedroom door right there next towards the kitchen. And this was just a shot into that bedroom. This is the living room floor. This is the couch where the victim was found. This is a reddish brown stain that it was essentially under the victim when she was found.
Okay. Now, there are, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pillows that are on this couch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, later on in the course of your investigation, do you end up finding something of significance in any of these pillows?
That's correct.
Which one do you find something in?
The third from the left.
Okay.
So on the left side, you have 2 with frills, and then you have 1 without frill. That first one without frill from the left is the pillow.
Okay, and so we're not talking about the one that's laying down. We're talking about the one that's propped up. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the one where you end up finding what?
We end up finding a projectile.
Okay. And this is how the couch was when you walked into that home. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is that same couch. It's as I was photographing the scene, I noticed the remote control with the back missing. I just take a photo of everything. I happened to take a photo of that because it looked odd.
Okay, so we're talking about between the 2 couch.
It's like a couch and an ottoman.
Okay, so there's a couch back here and then an ottoman in the front.
Yes.
And then there is 2 black items that I can see in this picture, and you're saying one's a remote, and what's the other piece?
The one on the right is the remote control. The one on the left is the back battery cover. This is a close-up shot of the reddish-brown stain with a small piece of plastic. I believe it was a small piece of plastic from the remote. It ended up being next to the stain. That's another shot of that with better lighting.
And can you use that arrow to, where is this small piece of plastic that you're referencing? Is it over here?
I'm sorry, down to the left, left more. Keep going. A little more left. That piece right there is a small piece of black plastic.
What is this?
So this is a shot facing the front door from the viewpoint of the couch where the reddish brown stain was, trying to establish a line of sight to the front door. This is another image of that with the foreground in focus. And this is a shot from the very left edge of the front door looking towards the couch.
Okay, so you've now walked into the second living room, is that the first living room when you come in the door?
That's correct. You can see on the left side the door frame to the main entrance.
So are you standing in the actual front door when you're taking this picture?
Correct. And this is another shot heading back towards the scene where the victim was found. If this is not the same photo, this is just another shot trying to get the lighting right. There were 2 cigarillos found in the home. I took photos of both just because they may have been collected for DNA evidence.
Okay, and so where are we in the house?
This is in the kitchen of the home. It's when you're looking at the living room, it's just behind the living room. A close-up of the same cigarillo. This is a heater in the home. This heater had another cigarillo on it.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a close-up.
This is just a close-up shot.
Who just
yes,
leaves
ma'am.
that sitting there?
When I was on scene, before investigator left with Ms. Howington, he asked me to get a distance from the reddish-brown stain to the front door frame. So we took a measuring implement and walked it out. This was me holding the beginning of the tape at the reddish-brown stain. This is the entire length of the measuring device out to the front door, and this is the length going out. I had another crime scene technician who was a trainee of mine holding the tape at the front door. I walked forward and got the measurement at the front door.
Do you recall what that was?
It was 29 feet, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Like a black and mild. Isn't that what she said she smoked? So I remember they
I think this is the previous picture, but this is me holding that,
said something about it to her.
marking the beginning of the measuring tape. And this is another shot marking where I believe I was trying to mark where that pink laptop was found, 1.5 feet away from the reddish brown stain. This is the measuring tape going out through the living room to the door frame. This is the measuring tape being held in the same spot at the door frame. And this is the actual measurement in inches of the door frame itself.
What is that in feet?
I'm not sure in feet. So 29 feet. That was if you flip back one, that's the measurement in millimeters. That's the centimeters. Sorry. This is the measurement in feet.
Okay, so it's a little bit more than 29 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
What is this picture of?
This is a picture of that front den. Investigator Riddle, we did notice just a couple items of like food, and there was a lighter and some cigarillos. We just want to establish where those were found within the home. So this is that front den. And this is a close-up shot of where it looked like people had inhabited this room. This was a card found on the left-hand side of that couch with Gavin Howington's name on it for, I think, a dental appointment. These are what appeared to be like a Cinnamon Toast cereal pieces on the couch next to the Black and Mild and a lighter, or Black and Mild pack and a lighter. So this was taken a little later in the evening, but this was when we started to closely... Yes, ma'am.
So these pictures starting with the couch with the cigarillo, what time did you begin taking those pictures?
When I entered the home, probably around 8:15, I photographed my way through the home. This was after I talked to the investigator, so this started around 9:10 p.m.
Okay. And so, and there are 1, 2, 3 pictures here, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could make this the next exhibit?
25 collectively.
How many photographs?
I think 3.
So I believe you said that you started at what time?
When I began photographing, it was approximately 8:10 p.m.
Okay, and then by the time you get to the couch and the remote that we're getting ready to look at, that's what time?
9:10 p.m.
And tell the jury about the photo that we have displayed.
This photograph is of the remote control as found. You can see the back black cover, and you can also see reddish brown stains on the remote itself with a defect in the remote.
Is that what this is right here that I'm pointing out in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay, and this over here, is that the back part of the remote?
Yes, ma'am.
And this next picture?
This is just a sidelong photograph of the same defect on the back of the remote control.
Okay, did there come a point in time while you were there having photographed the scene when you received information from officers about a gun that had been located?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me show you these sets of pictures and ask you, are these the pictures that you took after the gun was found?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you began taking those sets of pictures?
Approximately 10:05 p.m.
Was that immediately after the gun was found?
Yes, ma'am. As soon as we were told about it, we stopped everything, went outside to photograph.
And so you started photographing at 10:06 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We could collectively make this the next exhibit. It's
How many photos?
11.
Any objection?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what she's adding, so I've seen these.
Are they photographs of the firearm?
Yes, it's going to be the outside of the home and the firearm.
All right, so they'll be marked the file collectively as number 26.
Okay, so at 10:06 you start taking these photos, and can you describe for the jury what it is that you took photos of and why?
We were told that the firearm was found on the outside of the home on the right side. I had made an establishing shot of that front porch in the window to determine the location of the house where I'm at. The next photograph would be a sweeping photograph of the right side of the home to determine.
Now, when you say the right side, are you talking about if you're looking at the home?
That's correct. If you're looking at the home from the front, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it would be the right side from looking at the
Yes,
house. Okay. So what is this one? This is around the corner?
Yes, ma'am. The right side of the house, around the corner. This is further along the right side of the home. It was tough with the lighting, but you can see a bush on the right side there. This bush was on that right side of the home, about a little more than midway down the home.
Okay. Now, when you walked around that corner before you used your camera to flash, could you see very well back there?
Oh, no, ma'am. It was very dark.
What's this a picture of?
So this is a picture with a better flash of the firearm under the bush as it was found.
Wow.
This picture?
Yes, ma'am. This picture is a closer image of the photograph, or of the firearm itself under the bush.
Okay.
I bet she was terrible at Easter egg hunts. Keep in mind, this gun on the side of the house, remember, she told Joe Key to come up while all the police are inside the house. She told him to come up behind the house in that back alley and come through and get this out of here. And if he did that, then to come to the hospital, and she would give him pills for free.
This?
Another closer establishing shot of the firearm.
This?
So this is a photo of the firearm after I picked it up and moved it to an evidence box.
This?
This is a photograph of the firearm with the model and serial number in view.
This?
Every time we handle a firearm, we have to make it safe before we place it in the box and close the box up. So this is, if you look on the right, you can see the magazine has been removed from the firearm. I have pulled the slide back to eject the live round. Usually on a semi-automatic, you'd have a live round in the chamber ready to be fired. In this instance, there was a unejected spent cartridge still in the chamber.
Is that what this is right here?
Yes, ma'am. You can see there's no projectile in that casing anymore. So I wanted to show that that casing was in the gun when I found it.
Okay, now up until this point, whenever you looked into this firearm, had you all been looking for a casing in the home?
Yes, we had. We had spent quite a time looking for a casing and a projectile.
Okay, and so at this point, you found the casing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you found the projectile yet?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Did you spend any amount of time looking at that particular couch for the projectile?
Yes, we did.
Okay, but you hadn't found it at this point yet,
No,
is that
ma'am.
correct? All right, so this last couple photos?
This is a similar photo, just showing from the top how the cartridge or the casing was found in the chamber of the weapon. This is a image of the back of the cartridge to show that the casing was spent and the primer was engaged.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what that means? The casing was spent and the primer was engaged. What does that mean?
So this casing, this means that this is just a casing. This is not a full bullet. The projectile and powder are spent, and this small round section on the back of the casing that's encased in a darker bronze color, there is a defect, an impact defect in that primer, which just shows that that casing was fired.
Is that what this strike point is right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what causes that?
When a weapon is fired, especially when a weapon is fired, a firing pin hits that primer, which ignites the powder inside of the ammunition, which fires the bullet.
Is that the last photo you have in that group of photos up there?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you also collected the gun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's not a very bushy bush.
Is that all photographs?
That's all the photographs for a couple minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is, that clock's a little bit fast, but it's 12:30 or a few minutes past that. The food, I believe, is getting set up as we speak, so we're going to break for lunch. Remember the court's previous admonitions: don't discuss the case with one another, nor with any other person, or attempt to learn anything at all about the case. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in here a little over an hour and get back to work. I'll rise for the jury.
All right, so we're almost caught up to regular time now, which means we won't be able to speed trial, but that's okay. I think the only reason they're saying hidden in the bush is because it was like, okay, where he took that picture from the front, you couldn't even see that there was a bush there, right? So it's like dark and stuff, and it's like off to the side of the house. So I think that the hiding was, you know, she put it right there so that they wouldn't find it, but it would be accessible by somebody to come get it. But it wasn't. Well, yeah, it's like, because it's like, okay, on the Easter egg hunt, you know, like, you know how like some of you really hide and then some of them you put out for the toddlers? That was more like a toddler egg. But
Everyone may have a seat. Wait for the call for the state. For the fence. All right, hope you enjoyed your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the direct examination of Officer Burke. Go ahead.
Okay, Officer Berg, I think where we were was I was asking you about your collection of the gun in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the box up there? All right, I'm going to ask you to open this. Well, first, you recognize this box.
Yes.
And what is this box?
This box is the standard firearm collection case that we use at Knoxville Police. This is the standard firearm collection box that we would use at Knoxville Police Department to collect firearm evidence.
Okay, and so is there any markings or notes on this box that indicates to you that you've done anything with this box?
Yes, so I can see that I was the one that sealed this box. I checked it for any hits on warrants or stolen firearms. It was negative on that check. I can see that I collected it, date, the case number, victim, location, and exactly what is in this box. I can also see that I ran it for DNA and that I checked it for latent prints as well.
Okay, and so we'll talk about DNA and latent prints here in just a second, but as far as you putting the gun in the box whenever you get it from Bolson Drive, did you put the date that you collected this?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 9/14 of 2019.
Okay, and if you could open the box and then let me know, do you have a knife?
I do not.
Yeah, her charges are
if you could tell me, do you recognize the items?
Murder
in
of
the box?
Destiny.
Yes.
Your Honor, if we could mark this collectively as the next exhibit.
Mark the box and its contents is number 27.
Neglect. She had 2 counts of neglect. One for bodily injury and one for neglect with a deadly weapon. And then for false reporting and...
Let me hand you Exhibit 27. What I want you to do is I want you to take each item out and show it to the jury, and then...
one of
you can walk the
concealing
items down in front of the jury this moment.
Make sure the
things to impair
Yes, sir.
the investigation and one of altering things to impair the investigation. So she got 6 counts total.
Firearms clear, sir.
They did do an autopsy, yes. We haven't heard about it yet, though.
You close enough to the jury that they should be able to hear you, so just speak as loud as you can.
So this is the firearm as it was found on scene. This is a normal semi-automatic firearm made by Taurus, Lineage G2 P111. Very popular weapon. It was found under the bush outside. The magazine from the weapon, it has a little bit of tarnishing on it. That is due to the super glue fuming we do to try to get fingerprints off of it.
When this, are you the one that actually picked it up from the bush?
Yes, no one touched it before I did.
Okay. And where was the magazine whenever you first encountered the weapon?
The magazine was in the weapon.
Okay. And are there rounds in the magazine?
There were, yes, ma'am.
How many rounds were in the magazine?
4 live rounds still in the magazine.
What else did you know about that particular weapon when you first came into contact with it?
So it was, when I first came in contact with it, the weapon was in an operational, it was in battery is what we call it. The slide was forward, like I said, this gun is safe. The slide was forward and the magazine was in the weapon like this. I went to make the gun safe, removed the magazine so no live rounds go back in the chamber. I removed the magazine, I went to make the gun safe, and as I did, I noticed that there was a spent shell casing stuck inside the chamber, we call it a stovepipe. It was stuck inside the chamber, I feel like it was stuck in there, and so when I went to cycle, it wanted to fall through. I stopped and immediately took a photograph of it so that I could show that that was stuck in the chamber.
Okay. And so you used the word stovepipe. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you use the word stovepipe?
So there's 2 different kind of, there's a failure to eject where the casing fails to leave the chamber. Everybody sees a semi-automatic handgun. When you fire a round, the slide cycles back and the spent casing gets shot out the side. It's called ejection. When it doesn't do that, it's called fail to eject. When the round gets caught in here, you can kind of see the casing sticking out. It's a pipe, they call it a stovepipe. It's kind of shooting out the side.
And so when you encountered the weapon, you picked it up off the ground or maybe it's safe, that's when you noticed that there was a stovepipe or there was a casing.
There was a failure to eject. There was casing still locked in the chamber. Yes, ma'am.
What other items do you have in that box?
So the weapon, the magazine, I have the spent casing that was recovered from the chamber. I have the 4 live rounds from the magazine. And I have the DNA swab test collected off the weapon.
Okay, if you could open the scent casing.
Yeah, let me
change process.
So the scent casing? Yes. So this is the scent casing.
Yeah, it was. That one was toward the end of the whole lineup.
Maybe hold that and walk down.
So this is the spent casing. This is the spent casing in southern. 9mm, and you can see the primer was struck. That is what causes the bullets we fired from the shell casing.
So again, this is the one that was stuck in the weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's two other jurors on the end.
Oh, I apologize.
And if you will put that back in here, and then if we can make this particular envelope 27A.
All right. File that as 27A, which will be the spent casing.
And then you said that there were also rounds in the magazine. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in an envelope as well?
They are, yes, ma'am.
So the case that they were looking for was still in the gun. That's why they couldn't find it.
There are 4 there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We can make this 27B. And I'm going to let you go back and have a seat. Okay, you indicated there were 2 additional things that you did.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the first one that you did?
Yeah.
We collect DNA.
Okay. And so tell the jury about that, please.
So anytime we have a firearm, it's standard practice for us to collect DNA off of the weapon. If you look at the photograph that I had when I first put the firearm in the box, you can actually see the empty swab paper, the empty swab container, because before I ever touch it, just due to cross-contamination issues, I will swab first. So we get photographed in, I put new gloves on, I swab the firearm, and then I move in to make the firearm safe. So on a firearm, we will swab 3 places.
You had indicated something in this box. Where are you talking about?
So if you look at the top, kind of right, there's a white piece of paper there. That's the empty sheath that a set of swabs comes in, a sterile set of swabs.
And for the record, we're looking at Exhibit 26.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
So we collect, it'd be easier if I show you, but we collect DNA from 3 different places on the firearm. One is the trigger. That's obvious. These semi-automatic weapons, as I'll show you, have a trigger with a safety integral to the trigger itself, and that supposed to allow people who are not meaning to fire the gun to prevent them from firing the gun, but due to the firearm itself and the way the trigger is ribbed, we collect DNA from the trigger, we collect DNA from the grip where there's a rough surface that can grab finger cells, and we collect it from the slide right here as well. I'll walk around and show you, but we collect it from this slide as well because these are very rough ridges providing grip when you pull back the gun, and the spring is kind of heavy, so they make them very aggressive. These areas collect the most DNA, so that's why we collect it from there. Should I show? Sure. Yeah.
You said a 2-year-old shot that.
Speak up.
There's a microphone right there beside you.
So ridges on the side of the slide, the aggressive grip material on the grip of the gun, and the ridges into the trigger itself.
And then you said you also did fingerprint swabs.
Yes, that's correct. That we did. It's called cyanoacrylate fuming, but it's super glue fuming.
We have to go back up there, just so you're more comfortable. Can you tell the jury about that?
Is there any questions or comment?
Move on.
You also did fingerprint examination?
That's correct. We put it into a hood and we use the standard scientific practice where we fume super glue into the chamber. Any amino acids from the fingerprint will develop a fingerprint.
Okay. And so in this particular case, were you able to retrieve fingerprints from that gun?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
It's incredibly hard. I would say maybe 5% of all firearms that I ever got had a fingerprint. And I think maybe one semi-automatic with these rough texture, the polymer grip, and the way that these are designed, they're actually designed to spread oil so they don't look as bad and get dirty as fast. So any oils and amino acids that are on the surface of the gun go away very quickly. And,
So you weren't able to retrieve any fingerprints in this case?
no, ma'am.
You will return those items to that box, and then we'll get that weapon safe.
So CSI lies to y'all.
All right, so we were talking earlier about the different times when different things happen. And so I want to get, let me hand you exhibits 26, 25, and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to write while you.
How's little baby Gavin gonna shoot that thing?
Okay, so what was the time that you told me that you initially arrived at the scene? I think you said 8:10. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
The time I took the first photo.
Okay.
But, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. So is 8:10 when you actually took the first photo?
No, ma'am. It was 9:10.
All right. And so explain to the jury where you got 8:10 and why it's actually 9:10.
So we're taught to testify as to the time of the metadata of the photo. So you can look at any photo, any digital photo you take, and find out when that photo was created originally. And so we testify as to the metadata that comes with this original photograph. But I know from my notes and from my report that my camera was off 1 hour when I took those photos.
And why would your camera be off by an hour?
Most likely a daylight savings time issue. We take millions of photographs over 5-6 years, and sometimes you just forget to change the date and time.
So the first set of photos that you did that was of the initial crime scene was at 9:10. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second set of photos that you did, starting with the remote, when did that start?
That would have been 10:10.
I love me a timeline.
For the record, so we're talking about 24 is the first set, 25 is the second set.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. And then exhibit 26, whenever you all found the firearm, I believe you testified that you started taking photos almost immediately thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
What time was that?
That was 11:05, 11:06.
11:05, 11:06, and that is the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After you took those initial photos on the scene, was there anywhere else? What's the next thing you did? After you took the 3 sets of photos you just talked about.
So during this time, it's somewhat chaotic, and we're trying to get as much evidence as we can and still meet the wishes of the investigators. And there's multiple investigators on scene, multiple officers. Around this time, once we had the gun, we're doing an in-depth search for evidence. It all has to fit into it's not a strict schedule, but we also would, around this time, once things are calming down, I'm looking to run my FARO-scan, my laser scanner. I'm looking to do very in-depth search for extra evidence that wasn't found on the initial sweep, looking for anything else that we could have missed.
So at this point, you found the cartridge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We already found that in the weapon.
But you've not found the projectiles. Is that
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is the next thing, did you ever go to UT Hospital?
Right after this, I believe it was Investigator Wardlaw asked us to go collect the photos and the clothing from the victim at the hospital.
Let me hand you these photos and ask you, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those photos of?
These are photographs taken at UT Medical Center of bullet penetration or penetrating wounds on the victim.
What time did you go and take those pictures at?
My metadata says 10:50. That would have been 11:50 p.m.
So 11:50. And is that true and accurate representations of some of the photos that you took of Destiny?
Yes, ma'am.
wonder if we could make this the next exhibit.
Collective again.
Yes, there are 4 photos. And if I could have permission to publish exhibit 1 each to the jury.
Any objection? You may pass those to the jury.
While the jury's looking at that, can you just describe briefly what you did at UT Medical Center?
When we, at this point, I believe I knew that the victim was deceased. We went to the medical center. The first thing I did was attempt to locate the clothing of the victim, because sometimes the doctors aren't charged with collection of evidence. They will just dispose of it as biohazard. So my first order of business was to get that clothing, which I was able to recover. My second order of business was to get photography evidence of the wounds to the victim.
So did you take a picture of both sides of her hands?
Yes, ma'am. Her right hand.
And did you also take a picture of the front and the back of her body?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you were able to actually collect the clothing first?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I don't want to see this.
So let me start with this. Do you recognize the item in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This was collected at the hospital from, I'm sorry, this was at the ME office.
At the ME's office?
The victim's clothing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you recall if that clothing was collected at the ME's office then? Is your handwriting on this?
This is my handwriting. This is the address for the ME office.
Okay. And so I think that you said that you thought you collected it at the hospital. Now that
That's
you're looking at it, it's the ME's office?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime you get a murder, anytime there's a victim of an unnatural violent death, the ME always has jurisdiction of the victim and all of their property and possessions, so they would have taken this to the ME office.
Okay. And so what was the date that you collected that from the ME's office?
That was 9/26 of 19.
If you could open that.
Yeah, Robin's gonna start crying again in a minute.
We can make this the next exhibit. There were 3 bags.
That bag or the other?
I'm gonna have this bag. I'm gonna put those 3 back in.
Okay, so that bag and its contents is collective 29.
29. Okay. The clothing
Well, I'm informed.
of Destiny Oliver, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now there were 3 bags here, and the first one is a shirt. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Second one is some shorts.
Yes, ma'am.
And the third one's some underwear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't need to open the shorts or the underwear, so I'm going to put those back into Exhibit 29. But if you could open Destiny's shirt. And then I'm going to have you do the same thing where you walk down the bandages so they can see that.
There she goes.
The shirt the victim was wearing when she was recovered by officers. It's cut in the front because the medical personnel were obviously attempting life-saving efforts, but it was recovered like this from the medical.
Okay. Is the front of the shirt the portion that's cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any defects in that shirt?
There's a defect in the back of the shirt.
You should have to the jury and should them that they're seeing as well.
This is the defect in the back of the shirt.
Here, and Jerry, you can see you're welcome to stand up more closer if you need to.
For defect in the front as well, or is that cut with the scissors?
It would possibly cut with the scissors. I can't really tell. I located the defect in the front as well.
You should have to the jury as well. In this bag. I made her shirt 29. For the record, I'm going to put 29A into the bag labeled Exhibit 29. So I want to go back to September 14th.
Poor guy.
When you all were taking photographs of the house. You indicated that you took photographs of the scene,
be
then you
hard
took
to see.
photographs of the remote control, and then you also took photographs of the gun where it lay. Did you also collect those items, such as the remote control?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Yeah, the witnesses are all more emotional about this.
Okay, this item, and asked, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that item?
This is the envelope containing the remote control with the perforation defect.
Okay. And there's also a note on there that I see that says RBS. What does RBS stand for?
That's shorthand that we use internally to refer to a reddish-brown substance.
Okay. Could that be blood?
It could be blood.
Typically is.
It typically is.
And this is, what is the item in this bag?
This is the LG remote.
And is that the remote that we've seen in the pictures that's on the sofa?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could make this the next exhibit?
That'll be marking files 30.
And if you could open this item and just hold it up for the jury and tell them what it is.
This is the remote control with the bullet penetration defect in it and the reddish-brown stain.
And the bullet defect is where?
The entrance defect is here, and an exit defect is here.
So on the front of the remote and then in the back of the remote, is that correct?
Correct.
And her hand had things. So it looks like she was holding the remote.
Also collected towel.
Yes, ma'am.
And with this item and asked you to recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here's the towel she said.
This
she
is a
put
green
on it.
towel that was on the scene in front of the couch near the reddish-brown stain where the victim was found.
And if you could open Exhibit 31 and publish that to the jury, please. 31. 31.
This is a green towel found in the approximate location where the victim was supposedly found.
We'll see that in some pictures here in just a minute. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are there any reddish brown stains on that towel?
Yes.
I thought the towel was going to be like covered in blood because she kept saying that she went and got the towel and put it on her and...
This next item, I asked you to recognize that.
I do.
What is that? Or what is that item?
This item is the pillow that was on the couch. The throw pillow was on the couch with the defect in it.
And this is the third pillow?
This is the third pillow from the left. Yes, ma'am.
And you said it's the one without the fringes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We make that the next exhibit 32.
That'll be marking files.
And permission for him to open and publish exhibit 32.
This is the pillow with the bullet defect found, third from the left, without frills, the one that was sitting up.
I'm sorry to make you keep coming up and down, but if you could you orient that the way that it would have been sitting on the couch?
The way the pillow was sitting on the couch, if you were standing in front of the couch, would have been like this.
Okay, so the defect in the pillow is on the left side,
Yes, ma'am.
kind of mid to upper portion of the pillow. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
accurate? You could just walk this way and then make sure this gentleman appears.
When I walk around, the defect may be hard to see, but it is circled with my initials in black.
Okay, and after you found that defect, that's when you started with your initials.
That's correct. I found it, located it, we photographed it, recovered the projectile, and then after the evidentiary value was gone, we used it.
Wait, when they showed those pictures when the pillow was still on there, was that pillow defect on? Where was it when they?
You got it? And let me hand you this final item and ask you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am, I do. This is
hold on.
Down. We're talking about the one that's.
This is. This is where they said it is?
Propped up, is that
correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the one where you end up finding what?
We end up finding a projectile.
Okay. And this is how the couch was when you walked into that home, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is
if there's a hole through that, what did I do? I messed something up. If there's a hole through the remote and there was a thing, defect, injury, wound on her hand, then for that remote to have a hole that went through it, you would have to be, like, she would have had to hold, like, this is my phone, obviously not a remote, but she would have had to been holding it like this, more than likely, for it to be shot through, and then through her, and then to that couch. I don't know what I did to get the spinny thing of death. But that... And then the defect, the way he just pointed to it, it was like right here, right? And so she would have been laying, okay, so then that would have been too high for Gavin to shoot, correct? Because if where he just held that thing up, I know he held it up upside down, because he put it to where, like, the defect was on the top instead of closer to the bottom. But that would have been... Then that, to me, looks like that aim would have been... had to have come from higher than what Gavin would have been able to do. Yeah, the hole was on the bottom left.
You got it?
When he held it up, he held it upside down, but it was on the bottom left. What is happening? Why am I getting spinny thing?
I want to talk a little bit more about some more of the photography you did that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, did we miss any? That was the pillow. second. I think that's it. See, that's what it looked like to me. Based on that stuff, that trajectory looks like it's going down.
Item and ask you recognize that.
Not from
Yes, ma'am, I
a
do.
2-year-old.
This is the recovered projectile that came out of that pillow.
Came out of the pillow?
The pillow that we just looked at, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so just so that it's clear to the jury.
They said she was
That
laying on
projectile
her
went
side.
into that pillow, correct?
That's correct, through
It
that
did
defect.
not come out of the pillow. It stayed in the pillow.
Correct.
Okay. And so if you could open that.
Oh. Okay. We went through that. All right. Trying to get us back to where we were. Sorry. I wanted to go back and look at that picture because that was really important.
So now that we've talked about some of those items, I want to talk a little bit more about some more of the photography you did that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you this next group of pictures and ask you to recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those group of pictures?
More evidence that was found at the scene. The remote control and a broken fingernail that I recovered.
And what time did you take this set of pictures?
The real time would have been 1:15 a.m.
When?
1:15.
15.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're on to September 15th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so if we could make those the next exhibit, Your Honor.
34.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear about trajectory stuff from an expert.
Broken fingernail.
Two.
Okay, so I want to be clear about the timeline. After you went to UT Medical Center and got the photographs of Destiny, do you remember a point in time where Detective Riddle and Detective Wardlaw and Phyllis Tonkin came back to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And when they came back to the scene, they came back with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these set of photos, are these being taken whenever they're back at the scene?
They would have been at the scene, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that starts at 1:15?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, call please to the jury. Can you have the lights?
Let's get the first guy.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is that same LG remote that I showed.
This?
This is another photograph from that living area towards the main door. This is so I was establishing the location of this artifact. This is the bathroom, and that to the left would be that leather couch in that front den area. This is the bathroom on the left-hand side, entranceway, and we're looking at the pillar that you would walk through.
Okay, and so what is the next picture of?
This is the small piece of broken fingernail, purple in color.
Okay. And the last picture?
A close-up of that same artifact.
Okay, and again, just to orient the jury, this threshold that we're looking at in the third picture, this one right here that's up on the screen, where is this? Where are we talking about in the house?
So the front door is to the left. Where the victim was found is just behind me to the right, and I'm looking straight into the bathroom. If I reach out my left hand, I would touch that fireplace in the den.
Okay.
So as you're walking through the front door and you go past that front den area, before you get into the next living area, the pillar that you walk past, it's there on the left.
So while you are at the scene at this point in time with Detective Riddle and Detective Wardlaw and Phyllis Tonkin and the defendant, at some point in time, did somebody ask you to move the stool or ask somebody to move the stool?
Yes.
And to photograph also a closet that was there?
Yes.
And did you do that?
We did.
All right. Hand you the next set of photographs and ask, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs that were taken of the closet in what I would consider to be the master bedroom.
Okay. And was that at the direction of Detective Riddle?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many photographs are in that one? Is it
11.
11. Okay. And what time was it that you took these photographs?
This would have been 3:20 a.m.
3:20?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's of the closet.
This is of the master bedroom closet.
If we could make this the next exhibit.
If those are marked about as 35.
And permission to publish these to the jury. You will tell the jury what we're looking at in these next set of photographs.
This is the closet, so the stool has already been moved into place. We did a walkthrough with with Miss Howington, and while we were doing that walkthrough, the stool was moved into this location, and I started photographing after the video walkthrough. So this is that closet with a stool in place.
And so, just so that we're clear, I'm going to go back to Exhibit 24. The stool, so that you can take that picture, was moved from here to that closet. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Police chase. And box truck.
All right, so to get the stool there, where would you have had to walk?
From where we found the stool when we were walking in, it's kept at a little table. You would take it from the far end of the living room closest to the...
I know this stuff gets hard. Do you want to pause for a minute and watch this? It looks like this ain't going to last much longer. We can watch the police chase for a minute. I saw some of you saying you're having to stare at Lucy to get mentally, emotionally. She's our emotional support dog. But this can be our emotional support police chase. Who steals a box truck and takes it on a high-speed chase, low-speed chase, middle-speed chase, speed limit chase? Of course, we're in California because it's always in California. Yeah, I see everybody saying you need a break. Seeing the kid stuff gets hard. So stuff like this is like a little moment to breathe. Ooh. Oh, look. I gotta go and block him. That is a Lowe's truck. Is that a Lowe's truck? Who takes a Lowe's truck? It is a Lowe's truck. Well, it does say fast delivery on the side. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe he's late on a delivery.
Driver picked up this stolen vehicle, but you can see this pursuit continues into Malibu this afternoon.
Yeah, and I know you're still gathering a lot of information when it comes to this, but I'm following the tracker for Chopper right now, and you know, you're right, you're talking about PCH and heading in the northbound direction into Malibu. We have seen a lot of closures because of the rain that we've seen over the past couple of weeks, and some of those where you can see certain cones are up because of the mudslides that we had, a lot of those lifted. However, I do have my traffic map where I put the weather overlay, and Paul's been mentioning this all morning as well, where if this driver continues to go northbound, we could actually see and potentially hit some rain in the area, which could make this extremely dangerous. Initially, when you were tracking this, it looked like about 25 miles per hour. Now we're hitting 53, 48 miles per hour. So speed is starting to change just slightly. And this, we've talked about this for so long when it comes to PCH and this stretch of the highway, which is so dangerous in and of itself. So having a pursuit like this on a roadway that's configured the way it is, and we've seen, you know, a lot of accidents over the past few years, a lot of them deadly, and then you add something like this in the factor with, of course, the rain, and a lot of people, I mean, it's 11:30 in the morning, so a lot of people could be heading out today for, you know, their morning drive or just hitting the road. We're not seeing a lot of traffic, but you can even see, as, you know, Chopper is zooming out, the raindrops on the lens here. So I'm imagining this could be potentially extremely dangerous. Pursuits usually are. I know CHP tries to make them as not as dangerous, obviously, for the, public. However, when you see maneuvers like that, where they're almost hitting the dividers in the roadway there and just you know, going relatively fast, although it looks like they're slowing down just slightly because of that intersection. But this stretch of the roadway, Mark, I mean, you have reported so many times on crashes that we've seen here, and then obviously with the rain moving on in, which you can see that in my traffic map, but also on the lens here, it could be very, very dangerous because you have the hillside that looks like that, which is stuff that we've seen in the past with the mudslides and the rocks that fall. And then you have officers trying to pursue this driver, the stolen box truck. So it's just not a great situation for a lot of people. However, I will say it's not the morning commute. We don't have kids getting out of school right now. This is PCH, so you're not seeing any schools along this particular route itself. And you, Mark, you've been digging in to see more information. Have you learned anything more about the driver or what officers plan on doing here?
Yeah, so we are listening to the LAPD coordinate now with the LA County Sheriffs. This box truck, as you had mentioned, is continuing to move northwest along PCH into LA County Sheriff's territory. Now, the LAPD ground units, the patrol cars that were behind this box truck with their lights and sirens on, have dropped back. They have turned off their lights and sirens, and LAPD has once again gone into something called tracking mode, which they will only follow this box truck with the air unit. Now, the air unit, the helicopter overhead, has been in touch with the dispatch center and has gone back and forth with a commander. Hey, do you still want me to follow this box truck? Are we contacting other law enforcement agencies to take this pursuit over? And right now, it sounds like the answer is yes. LAPD headquarters is communicating with the LA County Sheriff's Department in Malibu to get LA County Sheriff's deputies behind this pursuit in order to take this over as it is going deeper and deeper into LA County Sheriff's territory. But in the meantime, that LAPD helicopter is going to continue to follow and keep their eyes on this box truck. They are not giving it up. But the ground units, the patrol cars behind it, have backed way back. I'm not even sure if there are any following right now. They may have returned to Pacific Division.
If the ground units are gone, I wonder if this guy thinks that he's just like
had originally dispatched from.
Clear.
So
he's got to
right
see
now,
the choppers,
this box
right?
truck driver is kind of on their own as they continue to progress westbound on PCH. They're approaching
Cali.
Rambla Vista here in the Agora Hills Malibu area at about 60 miles an hour. Kalina, as you had mentioned, we saw some dangerous driving. This is a dangerous road to go high speeds on. We've seen some very deadly crashes here in the recent past. And of course, you would also mention the rain. Rain is in the forecast. There was some rain on the lens of SkyCal. And when this box truck was trying to go around cars on the shoulder, there was mud on the shoulder. I mean, we've had so much rain in the last 3 weeks. There is still mud and sort of slick conditions on the right side of PCH on the mountainside. There, and so that mud could have affected the tires on this box truck. This box truck, not a maneuverable vehicle by any means, especially if there is a lot of cargo in the back. We don't have any information, and neither does LAPD, as to whether or not
I wonder what's in the
this
back.
truck is full of deliverables or if it is empty right now. That certainly is going to affect the handling and the center of mass of a vehicle like this. So this driver continues to simply drive westbound on PCH deeper and deeper into Malibu.
This
as
was earlier.
The air unit overhead is following, but we do know that Malibu, I should say deputies from the Malibu station, LA County Sheriffs, are coordinating with the LAPD to possibly get involved here. And certainly this driver is not going to be able to get away in a vehicle like that when the LAPD helicopter is overhead, Kalina.
Those cars just
I was
moved for
looking
him.
at our Quick Maps, which is a system that you can use to track activity throughout the area when it comes to any possible closures or any incidents along the way. And so far, if this driver continues to head in this direction, I don't have any crashes or anything like that. We did have road work through Malibu right at Latigo.
The stuff with kids is so heavy and so difficult, so it kind of came at a good time after we had to see her clothes and stuff like that. It kind of came at a time for us to take a breath and look at something else for a minute.
Right at this moment, but you can see based on the view from our chopper overhead that the ground is saturated now. We're in an area where we are seeing the rain. It almost looks like more of a residential area compared to what we saw before with the hillside as well. Looking at the map as they continue to head in the northbound direction, I'm not really seeing any schools or anything like that. It just looks like more homes and businesses along this stretch here. And you can obviously see the coast too, but it's definitely going to be extremely dangerous as they continue here. The only thing I can say, because of the 2-lane highway here, speeds have stayed pretty consistent, not going, super fast. We have 15 miles per hour and going through that intersection there. It
Those
doesn't
are not
seem
easy to
as if
drive.
the driver is not abiding by any of the laws when it comes to the intersections itself. But like you said, Sheriff taking over the pursuit, but LAPD chopper is still going to stay overhead to give them this view. Now speeds are up to 53 miles per hour as this driver continues northbound. You mentioned a stolen box truck pursuit. Mark, do you have any additional information when it comes to, and maybe I missed this in the beginning, where this started, how this started? I know we were in tracking mode at first. Now they're in pursuit mode, but then they backed off again, went back into tracking mode. Is there anything else that you can tell us or any additional information that you have?
Kalina, I was actually right in the middle of listening to radio traffic. I did get some information. It looks like all of the LAPD units that were behind, that were in pursuit of this truck have now returned to Pacific Division. Just the air unit is overhead.
Jokey taking Granny
the air
her pills.
commander in that LAPD helicopter is communicating now on the LA County Sheriff's Malibu frequency, talking they have this interoperational radio system where different police agencies can talk to one another. I just switched over
limited.
here at the assignment desk from listening to an LAPD frequency to an LA County Sheriff's frequency, and I heard the same voice of that air commander now talking on the LA County Sheriff's frequency, speaking to the dispatcher of LA County Sheriff, saying, hey, listen, if any of your units are in the area on PCH near Webb Way, we have a box truck that we were chasing, we meaning the LAPD, and if any of your units are interested, they are welcome to engage and go into pursuit of this vehicle. They are currently sort of negotiating that right now with the dispatchers at the LA County Sheriff's Department, trying to get deputies behind this vehicle. The deputies, they wanted to get a little bit more information. What's this, the want on this? They said it's stolen, just one person inside, no information about any weapons. So it does look like LA County sheriffs are interested in perhaps taking this off the hands of the LAPD and going into pursuit of this vehicle. But in the meantime, the LAPD helicopter continues to remain overhead. I'm seeing them on the radar along with several other media airships like SkyCow. Following this, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 helicopters overhead. So there's really no possibility that this driver would be able to get out of sight from the helicopters overhead. But Kalina, no ground units yet have gotten into position to take over this pursuit. Now, of course, this presents another problem. If this driver does stop and get out and run, there is really no law enforcement on the ground here that would be able to catch this person if they went running. Of course, they would certainly vector in law enforcement units on the ground as fast as they could. But right now, it looks like there is nobody behind this truck. The LAPD units are quite far now. They're back in the Pacific Palisades area. And as you can see, we are heading through Malibu right now. This is actually, Malibu Beach. We already passed Malibu Lagoon. So this driver continues to head westbound with really no idea where they are going. Before we have seen pursuits where drivers go back and forth in an area that they're familiar with. We know that this pursuit started further north on the 405 north of the 10. So they're not anywhere near that, and they have made no attempts to make a U-turn and head back into LAPD territory. So it's anybody's guess right now what this driver is thinking about, whether or not they're trying to keep the material inside of this delivery van.
Okay, neither of these people, the guy or the girl, take a breath when they're talking. Like, at all. Right now, all they're doing is following it with the helicopter. If they get back into, or if they get into county range, then the county will take it over and they'll actually do a pursuit on the ground. So, I don't know how long that will take, but. We'll watch it for another minute and see if they come. If not, we'll keep in the course. Oh. See, he's going so slow. You think that, since it's going so slow, you'd think that they would have the ground units around them, but or following him, but. It's like the OJ chase, like the low speed chase. Yeah. Yeah, none of these people he's driving by are even aware that it's a pursuit because he's going the speed limit and 0 cops are by him. Yeah, so like they're seeing all these helicopters like, I wonder what's going on, but they have no idea it's the truck that's like right beside them. They think that's just a Lowe's delivery guy on his way, like trying to get there. They're like monotone Energizer bunnies. Basically. I mean, like... Oh, that truck almost... Oh, look, there. See, there's so many times in that... See, look at all these houses. I've never been... I want to go do the whole Pacific Coast Highway thing. Oh, is that smoke? Or that's rain. I want to drive Pacific Coast Highway. Have y'all ever done that? Like where you start from North Carolina and go... Or North Carolina. Northern California and go down, or vice versa. I want to do that. This is... Oh, Kelly P says, I've driven the Pacific Coast Highway. It's gorgeous. I want to do it. I got it on my bucket list. Oh, you live an hour from that highway. Head on over here and stop this guy. You can see him on there. You can see his arms. Is it early to call this road trip 2024? Bad boys, bad boys. What was the other one? Oh, when we had the police chase before, I did the Smokey and the Bandit. Eastbound and down, load 'em up and truck 'em. Yeah, at least he's, hey, at least he's 10 and 2. And he's going the speed limit. He kind of has to go the speed limit. Yeah, I wonder how much gas was left in the tank. It's like that one that stopped at McDonald's. They arrested him at McDonald's. That's a good point. Look at the truck shaking. He's climbing. Those trucks are not like performance cars. Now there ain't nobody around him. Yeah, it's like free advertisement for Lowe's. If the what's it called? The regulator, is that what it's called, that keeps it from going over a certain speed? If it's set to, I haven't seen it go over like 55, 56, right? So maybe it's set to like 60, but then if you're going uphill too. Now it's getting rainy. There ain't nobody around. Just trying to wait before we go back to see if he got into county territory where the police would actually chase him. Governor. What did I call it? Regulators. Look, it's swerving. Oh, he just hit that wall. The back end just clipped that median wall thing. He gonna wreck before they can get to him. Oh, now it's going over. Oh, look, now he's up to 73. So his governor is not set to 60. Okay, that's not right, because it's going from like 80 something to... Look, you can see they're showing right here all the choppers that are around him, following him. So by the time he gets into county territory, when they put the ground units back on him, everybody knows where he's going to go. Or everybody's going to know where he is. He ain't going to get anywhere. I don't know where he thinks he's going. I will go back to the trial when I'm ready to go back to the trial. We're taking a little break. We'll go back in just a second. Ain't nothing gonna happen that we don't see. I thought after he hit that one wall that he was gonna knock him off. Knock him off track. Dido for 20 gifted membership. Thank you so much. It went to Kiefer. Hello, Kiefer. Welcome to the green side. Welcome to the green side. All right, we'll keep an eye on this so we can see if the ground units catch up. Or not catch up, but if the ground units take over. If the truck gets into the territory where county is going to take over. Yeah, he's going to see blue lights everywhere in a minute. All right.
Kitchen, and you would walk it through the living room, around a corner, and into the master bedroom.
Let me show you exhibit 24. You're saying through this whole entire room?
Correct. You would walk toward the camera and then go around this little armchair that's in the front of the photo, and then you would take a right. Well, you would take a left.
All right. Please tell the jury what's in the next photo.
This is the top of the closet.
And the next?
This is a 90-degree on view of the closet with the stool in front of it, bottom. And this is the same view of the top with the black bag. This is the closet door. There was no handle on the inside. Another view of the broken handle on the closet door. There was no frame damage to the closet door. I think I was just trying to take a photo of the black bag in relationship to the doorway. Another view of the chipped paint around the door frame.
And what about what is happening in this particular photograph?
In this photograph, we're photographing the height from the top of the closet where the black bag was found down to the top of the stool.
And what is the distance from where the bag was to the stool?
It was 51 inches, which is 4'3" inches. 51 inches.
No.
Did you take any additional photographs?
I did.
What is the next thing that you photographed?
We went to the neighbor's house. I guess the young son, Gavin, was familiar with the neighbor, so he was in with Investigator Tonkin. They were over at the neighbor's house, and the young boy had fallen asleep.
Okay, and talking about Gavin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take some pictures of Gavin as well?
We did.
Let me hand you these 5 photographs and ask you to recognize them.
I do.
What are these 5 photographs of?
Of Gavin on the couch and of measurements we took.
We can make those the next exhibit. And what time did you go do that?
That was about 4 a.m.
Permission to publish these to the jury. You said it was about 4 p.m.?
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what the jury was in this first picture?
This is Gavin when I entered the residence, this was Gavin on the neighbor's couch. In this picture, we had placed a measuring tape alongside him. I was trying to get his full body in frame, not necessarily take the measurement there. This is a rough estimate of how tall he was without extending his arm, just head to foot. He's about 3 foot 1 inches tall, 3 foot tall.
Right after this happened, or when police got there.
That's correct. I believe the neighbor did, took the arm, extended it out, and it contracted a little bit, but we just did the best we could to measure from the tip of his finger down his body to the base of his feet.
And what is the measurement from his finger?
It was 42 inches from fingertip to the to the heel of the foot, and then the ball was like another inch, 43.
And so did you all
Yeah, that was Gavin they just showed.
No, we manipulated him, but he was a sound sleeper.
Okay. And you're aware that later on in the investigation that there were pictures taken of Gavin while he was awake, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and he was much more cooperative then.
Okay. And so but these are pictures that were taken on September 15th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also charged with collecting Gavin's clothing and the defendant's clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
I hand you this and ask what is in this bag.
This is Gavin's clothing.
Okay. And when was that collected?
That was collected on 9:15 in the morning. It was right after these photos were taken.
Okay, so took photos of Gavin and also his clothing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this his clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Now if we can make this the next exhibit.
Every marking filed is 37.
And if you could open exhibit 37 and show that to the jury.
There are two pieces of individually packed clothing, the Nike gray t-shirt and the black shorts. This is the shirt the victim was wearing when we photographed him and changed his clothes.
You said the victim, do you mean Gavin?
I apologize. Yes, this was the clothes that Gavin was wearing when we talked to him, or when we were photographing about 4 a.m.
Okay, and so are you aware if this shirt was sent to be tested for gunshot residue?
That little bitty shirt.
It was. These are gunshot residue tests.
And those kits are in that same exhibit that you stood, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. If you could place the shirt back into this bag, I wonder if we could make this bag with just this shirt in it, exhibit 37A.
The shirt be filed as 37A.
To see how little bitty he was, and to say that he's the one who did it, that's crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
Gavin's dad is Antoine. Oh, wait, no, that's
And then if you could just put the other items back in.
the one that,
GSR kits in the bigger bag or the smaller?
Rob,
In the
that's
bigger
Robin's
bag, sir.
dad. I don't know.
So going into exhibit 37 is the 2 GSR kits.
I can't remember if they said
The black
that.
shorts.
And then 37A, which we opened. Which
Yes.
is Gavin's.
I remember she said Gavin was in an accident.
Or did you also collect the defendant's dress?
Yes.
And this, I can't remember when that was collected.
That was collected 9/15, so September 15th of 2019.
And so, can you tell me if this item that I've handed you, is that her dress?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we make that the next exhibit?
That'd be marked and filed as 38.
If you could open that, and if we can have permission to publish that to the jury.
There's-
Same thing, is there a GSR kit in here?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a GSR kit. Yeah, I don't think they've said either. I'm trying to think. I don't remember them saying. Okay, here's her dress she was wearing in her police interview. Remember?
Step back in. Have a look.
I don't see any blood on it.
Okay, I'll show you these last set of photographs and ask, do you recognize these?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those photographs of?
These are photographs of the pillow with the bullet defect in it.
And there are 10 photographs there.
Yes, ma'am.
If we could make that collectively the next exhibit.
That'd be marked and filed as 39.
Okay, and before we pull these up on the screen, can you explain to the jury what you did as far as with the couch and with the pillow?
As we finished up with Gavin, we were finishing up the scene. I was speaking with Investigator Wardlaw, was on scene at the time. We were talking about a final sweep of the crime scene, just making sure that we had every bit of evidence we would want. Investigator Wardlaw expressed that the investigative team wanted to take the entire couch. We knew that's where she was found. We had not found a projectile or a defect at this time, so we wanted to take the entire couch. We took the couch as evidence, put it in a box truck, immediately transported it to our evidence facility at the crime scene investigation unit. We have a big garage. Put it in the garage. I photographed the clothing and put it in a drying machine, and then we sealed the garage up as a evidence unit. We came back later that day due to hours. We came back, I think it was 2:30 or 3 p.m. to process the actual couch. And while we were processing the couch, we found the defect.
Okay, and so let me show you the photos that we just introduced as the last exhibit. Tell the jury with this. First, I want to ask you: do we have this oriented correctly, where the defect is in the on the left side towards the middle? Is it oriented correctly as it would have been on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
So when we moved the couch to our evidence facility, we left the pillows in place. We just picked the whole couch up, put it in there. When we got it to Fifth Avenue, at our evidence facility, and we didn't touch it until we came back that next day. While we were looking through the pillows one by one, we found a defect. It's on this pillow, and it's very hard to see right now, but there's a small red fiber, and it was right next to that red fiber. That is little up, right, yeah, so you're a little to the left, a little more. There's the red fiber. That red fiber was very close proximity to the defect.
Show you the next photo. Is this oriented correctly how it would have been on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where is the defect that you were talking about?
There's a red fiber moving across to the right-hand side. That's the defect to the right. There it is right there.
Oh, then it's higher than it. Oh, I see.
Next photo.
While the way we found that defect, I was squeezing the couch looking for the projectile and found the projectile. Then we found the defect. You could feel the projectile. And then this is the projectile inside, just breaching the defect on the way out.
And so are you going to take the projectile out of the pillow through the hole that it went into the pillow?
Yes, ma'am.
This next picture?
This is the projectile coming back out the defect.
Okay, so that's literally you pulling it out of the pillow, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this a photo of?
This is what we call an ABFO scale. All it does is give you on a perpendicular line, gives you the measurement of the defect. Because it's in cloth, it seals pretty well. It's very hard to tell the size of the defect, but I measured it either way.
Is that the last photo that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
I can have just 1 minute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You doing okay up there?
Doing all right, yes, sir.
Good.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for asking. I just want to clear up a little confusion on that first part of timing and camera and
Yes, sir.
clock. So your camera was 1 hour back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that you picked up those clothes at UTMC, but it turned out it was a medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything at UTMC, if you know?
Other than take the photos, that's it.
Okay. Oh. Could you slip that back over on my side?
You need a screen.
Please.
I know they did the
You
GSR on
identified
her
this
clothes. I wonder
photograph,
about
right?
his.
Yes, sir.
I think that's in the collective 35. So we've got this photograph of that bag hanging way down off the shelf. And then I think the one, nope. This one, is that the same bag?
It is the same bag, yes, sir.
Do you know how that different orientation came about?
When we first got on scene, the bag wasn't in there. The bag was hanging off a door handle. And as they're doing the walkthrough, the defendant grabbed the bag and put it up there to show approximately where it would have been. While they were talking, this is after the walkthrough we did, they asked us to measure to the bottom, not necessarily to the bag, to the bottom of the actual shelf there, yes, sir, or to the top of the shelf, yes, sir. So we approximated about 1 inch above the shelf to the bottom of the bag.
And up on the top of that shelf there's that bag and high-heeled shoes.
Yes, sir. We moved that bag back just to get the measurement from a firm location. Yes, sir. That bag was, when we went to go take that measurement, still hanging in the front.
And had you not come up here, you would have been on a boat in the coastal waters of Florida today.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I appreciate you coming up here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Just briefly, so just to be clear, the person that moved the bag, you said it was on the handle of the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that door, in one of the pictures, you can see that the handle on the inside of the door is just like a screw.
Yes,
and on the
ma'am.
outside, there's an actual knob. Is
There's
that
a knob.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the door on the inside of was the bag on the inside of the door or on the outside? And if you don't recall, that's
I can't
okay.
recall. I know it was on that door because I remember Investigator Wardlaw exclaiming that she moved it.
Okay. He was concerned that she was moving
Yes,
the
ma'am.
bag from the door up into the top of the closet.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? That's all.
Anything further?
Did you say the bedroom door had just a screw on one side, or the closet?
The closet door had, yes, sir.
Was a photograph ever taken of the bag on the door?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, you may step down. Have a safe trip back to Florida. Sorry, next witness.
McGowan.
So she put the black bag up top to show that was the position of it. Her story changes so much. She annoys me. This is a good part about taking the break. Now we get to...
R-U-D-I-E, McGowan, M-C-G. Yes, Rudy McGowan, Rudy, R-U-D-I-E, McGowan, M-C-G, O-W-E-N.
And Ms. McGowan, where do you work?
I'm at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Nashville headquarters.
And what do you do at the TBI?
Currently, I'm a human resource officer, and I'm in the Human Resources Division.
How long have you been in human resources?
This is my 4th year coming up.
And prior to, I guess about 2020, when you went into human resources, did you work for TBI at that point as well?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do then?
Before 2020?
Yes.
Yes, I was a forensic technician in the Nashville Crime Lab.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury a little bit about what it means to be a forensic technician?
Yes, to be a forensic technician, it means that you receive evidence from the law enforcement agencies in Tennessee.
And the Nashville office, does it receive evidence from just Nashville or all agencies outside of Nashville as well?
The agencies outside of Nashville as well.
Okay. And is that because only certain testing is done in Nashville as opposed to all over the state?
That is correct.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about how it is that the Nashville office will receive evidence from outside agencies?
When the evidence is received, we take evidence by hand and as well as in the mail.
And particularly, I want to talk about, were you working in this capacity in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive several pieces of evidence in this particular case?
I did.
And do you recall how it was that you received them?
Yes, I received these pieces of evidence through the mail via FedEx.
I'm not contesting chain of custody.
Okay.
Well, that cuts down on my questions a whole lot, Mrs. McGowan.
I take it you looked at the evidence, you logged it in, and documented where it came from, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Now, I guess at this point, if we could at least just have...
show her that document, let her identify that.
Okay, so the evidence comes in, you log it in, TBI's internal system, and it creates a chain of custody.
That is correct.
And does that chain of custody document every time that a piece of evidence is taken out by anybody or for testing or anything like that?
That is correct as well.
And do you recognize this document that I'm showing you here?
I do.
And is this the chain of custody for this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, we can have this as the next
That'll be
number.
marked and filed as number 40.
And then when you receive evidence, does it also come with a request for examination from the agency that is actually sending you the evidence?
Yes,
And is that what this form that I'm showing you here
Yes.
is? And that's the one that you received with the evidence in this particular case?
Yes.
All right, this could be the next number.
Let that be
to
marked and filed as 41.
And just so we're clear, Ms. McGowan, when you received this evidence, you said that you received it via FedEx package.
Yes, that is correct.
Did it show any signs of tampering or damage or anything like that when
Not
you
at
received
all.
it? Okay.
Ground units are
And then
approaching
once
the
you
truck
received
now.
it, did you then put it in TBI's secured vault?
Yes.
And at that point in time, is the only people who have access to that, is that going to be the agents that work for your agency?
Almost. The people that have access to the vault, it's very limited. It's only the TBI director, the assistant director of the laboratory himself, the laboratory manager, my forensic technician supervisor, and the six forensic technicians that I worked with.
And in this particular case, once all the testing that was needed to be done was completed, did the TBI then send the evidence back to the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, it did.
That's all I got, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you for coming.
Have a safe trip back to Nashville. Thank you.
Well, that was a quick
Call your
one.
next witness.
She was in and out. Ground units are now in pursuit of the truck, so they may get to the point where they can actually stop it in a little bit.
Come around, please, and as you approach the witness stand, raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Afternoon. If you would please state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
Kyle Osborne, K-Y-L-E OSBORNE.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at the U.S. Army Crime Lab.
And how long have you been with the U.S. Army Crime Lab?
About 2.5 years.
Prior to, I'm going to say, about 2022, where did you work at that point?
Before that, I was employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Nashville Crime Laboratory.
And how long did you work for TBI?
I worked for the TBI for 7 years.
And were you working there back in late 2019?
I was.
Early 2020, late 2019?
I was.
And what was your specific job title at that point in time?
I was a special agent forensic scientist assigned to the microanalysis unit.
Okay. And I apologize, I don't know if you still have the same title, but I'm going to call you Agent Osborne just because I'm going off your report here, unless I need to call you something else. Is that okay?
As of now, I'm no longer a special agent, so...
Well, I'm going to go off this report, and I'll just refer to that just to make it a little bit easier, if that's okay. All right, so before we get into this, I want to talk a little bit about your education and your training prior to coming to the TBI. Can you tell the jury about that?
Just the state can ask if they want. We're not contesting his qualifications.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, both sides agree that this witness is an expert
I love
in the field
that.
of microanalysis.
Why can't all trials do
For that
that?
reason, the rules of evidence provide that he may offer opinion testimony.
They just skip over all that. They're like, yeah, we ain't going to question it. Go ahead.
And so, I guess, Your Honor, just
Love
for
that.
purposes of the record, I think we would also ask that the witness be tendered as an expert in gunshot residue, primer residue, as well as
GSR. Here we go.
Said.
What is give me the full title of your field of expertise at the time?
Gunshot primer residue, for this case, Your Honor.
Gunshot primer residue. Okay, go ahead.
And just for purposes of the record, I know that we've already tendered you as an expert. Could you at least just tell us where you went to school and what degrees you hold at this time?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's of chemistry from Vanderbilt University, as well as a master's in chemistry from Georgia Tech.
Okay. And so were you asked to examine some articles of clothing in this case?
Yes, it was requested that I examine, it looks like 4 articles of clothing in this case.
Okay. And were you able to actually do the testing needed on those and create a report with the findings of your testing?
I performed testing on 3 of the 4 exhibits that were submitted.
Okay. And did you put your findings in a report?
I did, yes.
I can approach on. All right. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here?
Yes, this appears to be a copy of my microanalysis report dated January 17th, 2020.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes.
If we could have this.
Mark it and file it as Exhibit 42.
Okay, before we get into the specific findings in this case, I want to just kind of back up just a little bit. If you could just talk to us a little bit about what is gunshot residue?
So gunshot residue generally refers to residues that are produced when a firearm is fired. So for gunshot primer residue, it's specifically talking about the residues that come from the primer on the back of the cartridge or ammunition. So when the trigger is pulled, the first thing that's going to happen is your firing pin or your hammer is going to strike the primer on the back of your cartridge, and that's going to initiate a chemical reaction. It's going to create a very intense flame that's going to then start burning your gunpowder, and that's how you get the reaction that's going to eventually propel your bullet out the barrel. So when that initial reaction happens in the primer, you're going to get chemicals that are common to primers, and they're relatively uniform across different manufacturers. Those chemicals are going to contain antimony, barium, and lead. When they burn, you're going to get those chemicals turning into a gas, very hot, expanding rapidly. And so they're going to try to force their way out of the weapon any place they can, any little non-airtight gaps. So you're going to have a lot that are going to go out the barrel, but you're also going to have them escaping through, if it's a pistol, like your ejection port, or out the magazine well, through gaps around the trigger. If it's something like a revolver, you have large gaps around the cylinder where those gases can escape. And so when they escape the weapon, they're going to move out in the area around where the firearm was discharged, and they're going to expand and cool very rapidly. When this happens, you're going to get these gases are going to condense all the way from a gas down to a solid. And when they do that, they're going to form these rounded shapes as they move from solid to liquid, or gas to liquid to solid. And so you're going to have these small microscopic rounded particles that are going to be distributed and falling out of the air in the area around where the gun is just discharged. We consider those rounded particles containing the elements antimony, barium, and lead to be primer gunshot residue particles.
And
Welcome,
again,
Susan.
just to be clear, I mean, talked about a lot that goes on whenever a gun is fired. This is not something that can be seen with the naked eye, though. You can't see gunshot residue on a person with the naked eye. Is that correct?
That's correct. These residues that we're looking at aren't like soot or partially burnt powder. These are small microscopic particles, generally on the order of a few nanometers. So, for instance, the width of a human hair you can line up somewhere on the order of 60 to 80 of these particles along the width of a human hair to give you an idea of the size of these particles.
And so if you are doing a test on, say, an article of clothing or hands or something to that effect, and you find gunshot residue, what would that reveal?
So finding gunshot residue on hands, item of clothing, is an indication that that item, well, it tells us that they have gunshot residue on that item. What's up for debate is how those residues got there, and there are a few ways that residues can come from a firearm and end up on the hands or an item. It can be from firing a weapon. It can be from, like we said, those particles are condensing in the area around where a weapon was fired. So if you were near a weapon that was fired, or if you handled a weapon that had gunshot residue on it because it had been fired, or came in contact with a source of gunshot residue, they can be transferred in that way, like through handling a weapon. So those are the three main ways that we talk about of how gunshot residue could end up on someone's hands or clothing.
And so, just to make sure that I'm clear on it, let's say that we're dealing with a situation where we're in an enclosed space. Could the presence of gunshot residue indicate that a person was just in that room when a gun was shot?
Yes, the presence of gunshot residue could indicate that that person was just near a gun when it discharged.
Not necessarily that they did the shooting, but were in pretty close proximity, is that correct?
Yes, they could have never handled the weapon, and if they're in relatively close proximity, say generally we talk 5 to 6 feet or kind of downrange of the weapon, they could have those gunshot residues on them without ever handling the weapon.
Could there also be transference of gunshot residue from one person to another? Say, if a person had it on their clothing and hugged another person or picked up another person, could that also be a way in which gunshot residue could end up on someone's clothing?
Yes, these particles do not permanently adhere when they settle onto an object or clothing or someone's hands. They will be lost through transfers over time and when they come in contact with other things. And so,
does the presence of gunshot residue, is there any way for you to determine the distance in which a gun was fired or from a victim or anything like that? Does gunshot residue tell us anything like that?
No, primer gunshot residue does not give an indication of distance of firing or type of weapon used.
So I want to just talk a little bit about the specific testing procedure that you used in this case, okay? Could you just kind of walk the jury through what it is that you do when you get an article of clothing or you get samples from a hand or something like that to test?
When I get an article of clothing for testing, the first thing I'll do is, after pulling the evidence, is clean my workspace thoroughly, put out fresh paper, and open that evidence to collect the potential residues from the clothing. Our analysis is not looking directly at the clothing, it's going to look at samples that we take from the clothing. So once I have the clothing out and have it documented, we use small aluminum stubs. So it's an aluminum disc that's about the size of, say, a dime with an adhesive tab on it. So I can take that stub, and if it were, say, my suit jacket, I would tab along the front of the garment, essentially covering the entire front of the garment with those little presses. And that adhesive is going to pick up those residues if they're present on the garment. After collection, I can take that stub to a specialized microscope that's going to allow me to look at both the shape, like we talked about, where they've condensed from a vapor, so they're going to have a rounded shape. So it's going to let me see the shape, but it's also going to let me look at the elements that make up that particle. So I can see that it has the correct shape, and it has that antimony, barium, and lead. Then I'm able to call that a particle of primer gunshot residue.
Now, in this case in particular, you said that you received 4 items of clothing. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said you only tested 3 of those. We'll get into that 4th piece. But on the 3 that were tested, were you able to find gunshot residue?
Yes, I found gunshot residue on what the TBI's exhibits 1A, 1B, and 2A.
Okay. Let's break those down. It's like 1A says that it's a gray Nike Child's T-shirt. Do you recognize this bag at all?
Yes, if you flip it around. So it's got the the lab assigned case number for this case. It has a label with Exhibit 1, as well as I have my personal markings on it with the case number, the exhibit numbers that were in this bag, so 1A and B, my initials, and the date. And then these seals here are evidence tape with my initials across them.
Okay, so this is, we're looking at what's on your report is Exhibit A and I think B too, because this contains the shorts as well.
Yes,
okay?
this is 1A and 1B.
And then we're looking at what's already been admitted as Exhibit 37. I just want to make sure there's also what looks like some GSR testing kits in here. Do you recognize these?
Yes, so these would have been the stubs that I tested as part of my, like that I collected with and then examined under the microscope. This one, labeled with the case number in Exhibit 1A and B, would be the stubs that I collected from the articles of clothing. And then this other would be the negative controls that I created and tested as part of this case. As part of our testing process, we take a stub and don't let it come into contact with any of the evidence from this case. It goes through all of the processes that we would to examine sample stubs to ensure that we don't have any source of contamination within our laboratory or any of our testing processes.
I also want to show you what has already been admitted as 38, exhibit number 38. Again,
so one of the things about this, he said if you're looking at it under the microscope, not microwave. You don't look at these under a microwave. I mean, maybe you do, but I don't see the effectiveness. You can tell by the shape sometimes if it was like if you were in the room and it fell like as it was falling or whatever. So he said that looking at it under the microscope can tell them that sometimes. So we know that Gavin's shirt had GSR on it, but I'm curious if they were able to get the shape or anything like that. I hope when they show all this that they show her face.
Recognize the same sort of markings that you were talking about on exhibit 37?
Microwave.
I do, yes. So it has all of the same markings that I discussed on the previous exhibit, and this is marked as the lab's exhibit 2.
Okay, and this on your report is listed as a black and white dress. Is that correct?
Right.
That's correct.
All right,
That's
and
her dress.
Exhibit 37 here, this first bag, listed as a gray Nike Child's t-shirt and size 14 black shorts that we now know came from Gavin, the 2-year-old Gavin. And then exhibit 38 here is the dress worn by Robin Howington. Those were the 3 items that you tested, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you find the presence of gunshot residue on those 3 items?
I did, yes.
Okay, and so again, just so that we're all clear, the presence of gunshot residue, that cannot tell us who shot a gun. Is that right? Is that an accurate statement?
That's an accurate representation.
Okay, but it can tell us that when a gun was shot, that these individuals were probably in pretty close proximity. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
So being in close proximity is one of the ways that these particles could be deposited. Again, physical contact with a source of gunshot primer residue is an additional. My testing of those 3 major ways can't distinguish which.
And can your testing find whether or not there's more gunshot residue on one person versus another, one article of clothing versus another, anything like that?
There's not any scientific basis for assigning extra weight to finding more particles on one person or another, trying to assign, shooter versus bystander. For gunshot residue, the testing is really to the point of whether it's present or not.
Now, briefly, I just kind of want to talk a little bit about when we're talking about clothing, gunshot residue on clothing versus gunshot residue on a person's hands, for example. Does gunshot residue on clothing last longer typically, or vice versa?
So on the hands, gunshot residues are deposited into the oils that our skin naturally produces. That's where they kind of stick. But those oils are constantly lost through touching objects, through just your natural oil production of your hand. They're constantly getting replaced. So they last significantly, they last a shorter amount of time on skin than on clothing. Something as simple as washing your hands would completely remove gunshot residues from your hands. Whereas with clothing, typically gunshot residues are considered to remain on that clothing until it's washed.
And is there a certain amount of time after, say, a shooting takes place where you typically wouldn't expect to find gunshot residue on a person's hands?
The rule of thumb that I normally go with is after around 8 hours, I am not expecting to find gunshot residue on someone's hands. There are labs out there that will not test kits from an individual's hands if they were collected more than 4 hours after the incident.
I want to just, last thing is I want to talk about this 4th article of clothing that you received. And you've got it listed as Exhibit 3A here on your report. And it states that it's Destiny Oliver's clothing. Now, did you test that clothing?
I did not test Destiny Oliver's clothing. It was indicated to me that Destiny was the victim of a gunshot, in which case she's been associated with the discharge of a firearm, and that is all that that primer gunshot residue testing would have been able to say anyway. So doing the testing would not have provided any additional information to the case.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding, essentially because we already knew that she was the victim of a gunshot wound, there would be really no need for testing to see whether or not there was gunshot residue on her clothing?
That's correct.
I'll pass the list.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon.
You doing all right up there?
I am.
Okay. And one of the reasons not to test Destiny's clothing is you would expect to find gunshot residue.
Yes, I would.
And so the contact, if someone was lending aid to or comfort to Destiny, that certainly could have been a transfer by contact of GSR, right?
Yes, if someone is coming in contact with someone who has been shot, especially if they're contacting them in any area around the gunshot, I would expect transfer.
Holding a pressure bandage or something holding pressure over a wound would transfer?
Yes, I would expect that would transfer it to someone's hands. Yes.
And you were not asked to look at the hand. You were not asked to do any testing related to the hands of anybody in this case, right?
No, as far as I know, no kits from hands were submitted.
Thank you.
You are free to go. Have a safe trip back. All right, you may need a break. I see some heads nodding. Okay. We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Everybody stretch your legs. Don't discuss the case. All rise for the jury.
All right, now we're pretty much...
4:15, you're saying that you're out of witnesses. But, I mean, realistically, if we've got the firearms person, and then who's the next person? I'm sorry, who? Oh, Phyllis. Okay, and then Investigator Pate. I mean, in all likelihood, we're probably not getting to him. Yeah, we'll just start with him tomorrow. Can we get all the proof in and through tomorrow? Or are we going to be done with the proof, you think?
Unless the defense has a lot of witnesses. We'll be done with the state's case tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you, Simon.
That is the one ray of sunshine I have that we're still going to be trying this case. I won't be entertained by Mr. Jolly tomorrow afternoon. Okay. You can do it at lunchtime. I'm not. All right, get the jury lined up.
The Gavin's clothes and her dress had GSR on it, so they didn't. He didn't specify if you could tell any difference in
Rise for the jury.
How it looked on the microscope, not microwave.
All right, everyone may have a seat. Wait the call for the state.
Whoa.
For the defense. General, call your next witness.
The state calls Lad Kuykendall.
Did you see him hit him? We're back to live now.
If you would come around and before you take the witness stand, please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat, please. If you need to adjust the microphone, do so.
Good afternoon. Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Ladd, L-A-D-D, Kuykendall, K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L.
And where do you currently work?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, specifically within their forensic division.
And what do you do at TBI?
I never would have guessed that spelling.
I'm a special agent, forensic scientist, specifically in their firearms and tool mark identification unit.
How long have you been employed at TBI?
Just over 10 years.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about your education and background as it deals with firearms and tool mark identification?
And Judge, once again, we will stipulate his qualification.
Same instructions, ladies and gentlemen. The first degree is an expert field for forensic firearm and tool mark identification.
I love that.
Permit him to offer opinion testimony. Go ahead.
And I know that we've stipulated that you are an expert in the field. However, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a short, brief background on your education.
Yes. In May of 2013, I received a BS degree in biology with a minor in chemistry. And under my employment at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I underwent an extensive 2-year training program specifically for firearms and tool mark identification.
In your time at TBI, how many firearms would you say that you've tested?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
And I want to talk specifically about what you did in this case. Did you examine a firearm and some casings and bullets that were recovered from the firearm in this particular case?
I did.
And were you able to put the results of your examination into a report?
I did.
Recognize what I'm showing you here?
I love it. I love the stipulation.
I do recognize this as a copy of my official report.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
It is, yes.
Yeah, we can have this.
That truck just went bouncing off
It'll be
that.
marked and filed as number 43.
Okay, so before we get into the specific results of your testing in this particular case, can you just describe for the jury, when you receive a firearm for testing, as you did in this particular case, what is it exactly that you're doing with the gun, with the firearm? What are you looking for, I guess?
Yes. So in general, in the Firearms and Tool Mark Identification Unit, what we're trying to do is find if a fired ammunition component, such as bullets or cartridge cases, were fired from a particular firearm. When I receive a firearm as evidence, I'm going to make sure that it is first unloaded and safe to handle, and I'm going to make sure that it's in normal operating condition with any safety features functioning.
And so when you say that you're looking for similarities, things like that, when a gun is fired, does it leave any sort of markings or anything like that on the casings and or the bullet?
Yes, it does. And we do break this down into two sets of characteristics, if you will. The first would be class characteristics. This is the blueprint of the gun. The caliber, the shape of the firing pin, whether it's hemispherical or rectangular, the rifling pattern. This is the raised and depressed area within the barrel that's set at a certain twist, whether right hand or left hand, and that's what imparts a spin on the bullet, and that's what makes the bullet stable in flight. All those things are predetermined by the manufacturer, so I look for those things to see if they agree. Say I have a firearm, it has 6 right rifling, it is a 9mm caliber. I look on a bullet if I receive it as evidence, and I see 6 land, 6 groove impressions set at a right-hand twist, and I measure it, and it is consistent with 9mm caliber. Those all have the same class characteristics. That's not unique to a particular gun. That's unique to a set of guns made by a manufacturer. What I'm looking for after that, if all these class characteristics match, I'm looking for individual characteristics which are unique to that firearm. It's a mechanical fingerprint, if you will. So during the firing process, a gun can impart unique incidental markings to bullets and cartridge cases. So that rifling I mentioned earlier, it cuts into the bullet, and it can leave what we call stria, which are just scratch marks. These are unique to that barrel. And then on the firing pin, there can be unique marks that can be impressed onto the cartridge case. And the breech face, that's the area of the slide that surrounds the firing pin, can also impart marks onto the cartridge case. I evaluate all these things on a microscopic level. I use a microscope to compare test-fired cartridge cases that I know came from the gun, so all the markings that are on those cartridge cases and on the bullets, I know came from the gun. I look at those marks and compare them to the marks that are on the evidence from the scene. And if I see the level of agreement that I see between things that I know came from the gun to the evidence, then I can identify or make the conclusion that that ammunition component was fired from the gun.
And so, I guess just to make sure that I'm understanding, whenever a weapon is fired,
Yes.
You're talking about those lines and things that it's leaving. If that same weapon is fired again, would you expect to see the same sort of lines on the second bullet as the first?
Yes, there has to be a level of reproducibility in order to make an identification. And this is what we see. I generally test fire at least 4 bullets in at least 4 cartridge cases to see if these marks are reproducing one test fire from another. And if there are more tests that need to be done, I'll shoot as many as need be.
Okay, I'm letting him talk through all this, but this is all stuff we already know. He's going over all of the tool marks and all that. We already know that the bullet came from the gun that was in the bushes, but we're going to let him
But yes, I do expect these firearms to reproduce these marks if they're there.
Okay. And so, in this case in particular, you were provided with a weapon. Do you recall what kind of weapon that was?
I do recall it being a 9mm pistol of Taurus make, I believe.
Does this box look familiar to you? It's already been admitted as exhibit number 27. Do you recognize that box?
I do recognize it, yes.
Is this the box that you received in this case that contained the firearm that was found on the scene?
It does appear to be. It has my laboratory markings in my handwriting, my initials in the exhibit.
Thank you. Are you all wanting? Okay. Here's the thing. If I pause the trial and watch the chase, then I have people saying, play the trial. And then if I let the trial play and watch the chase, then I have everybody's like, pause the trial. So I'm not going to be able to please all of you. So I just kind of do it as it's getting exciting. This guy is, we're pretty much caught up. We're to live now anyway, but this guy's telling us stuff that we already know. He's got to go over it for the the jury, but I mean, he's kind of doing stuff we already know. The truck is still going after 84 years. I still don't see ground units. There was ground units for like a second, but they're gone now. I haven't seen them. But the did y'all see a minute ago the box trucks? I said something about it when it happened, but the box trucks kind of it was like box truck road rage. Oh, we stopped at a light this time. I mean, this guy has been going. He's got to be running out of gas at some point. I mean, he's been going for they've been following him in the helicopter for at least like an hour and 15 minutes. I don't know how long it took them to get there, so I don't know how long he was going before that, but you can only drive so long in a I mean, those are gas guzzlers. Yeah, it was box trucks gone wild for a minute. Box trucks gone wild. I wonder where his destination is. Beats me. It is. Here's the part where they hit. See, and you can see the stuff flying in the road when they hit. We don't know what's in the truck. We've just kind of been speculating. Look, see? Mr. Tire was pissed at Lowe's. He was pissed. Like, he's like, you ain't gonna hit me and get away with it. They had total road rage. And then he goes bouncing off that exit. Look. His destination is jail. Oh, look. See, different jurisdictions and places will do chases differently. Like, some of them won't, some of them won't chase, like, with ground units because they don't want to put other people in danger or whatever. And then some of them do. They had said earlier that once they get to county jurisdiction that they were going to put ground units back on him, and they had some for a second, but then they're gone. They're showing some of the finer moments up here. All right, I'm going to let him talk while we're watching.
Numbers on it.
Okay, so when you first get a weapon, I believe you testified a little while ago that you will check it to make sure that everything's functioning properly. Is that correct?
Yes, I will make sure it's in normal operating condition.
And did you do that in this particular case?
This is the
I
live
did.
one.
And what were your results?
That it was functioning normally as expected, and the safety features were functioning as well.
Okay, so I want to talk specifically about these safety features on this particular gun. I will give you an ask you to take that out if you don't
Sure.
mind. So, use that. I'm going to ask you to step down and just demonstrate where specifically the safety features on this gun are.
Now we can't see because of that. I want to show the safety feature because the whole thing with it being an accident, the safety feature part is going to be important for the jury to see. See, now they had said this earlier too, if this guy keeps going, he's going to get into where it's raining, and it looks now like that's where they're at. Like it's raining pretty bad. It's hard to tell with cameras like that. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Cost of helicopter versus cost of pit maneuver. Typical California. That's funny. I love it when they do the pit maneuvers. Love it. Gets a little wild. Now he's going past 70. See, now he's back where or he's able to move around a little bit. Going through the neighborhood is weird. Dated0420 gifted a membership. It went to Kaylin. Hey, Kaylin. Kaylin, you look good back in green. And Dated0420, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. He should have watched the weather report before stealing the truck. I can't believe he's still going. He was on Pacific Coast Highway. Now he's on US 101 North by Newberry Park. So you can see the rain on the camera. Oh, or maybe that's why he chose today, because of the rain. Maybe hoping that that would help. Candace Hoff gifted a membership. Thank you, Candace. Thank you. Thank you. It went to Janice JDM. Janice JDM, welcome to the green side. Candace Hoff, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Steven says more inland, but parallel to Pacific Coast Highway. I mean, it's only, what, it's almost 3 o'clock here, so it's almost 1 o'clock there. Right? Yeah. Because I'm central. They're 2 hours difference. I feel like this is a Mario game, like Mario Kart. I thought it was going to end when the box trucks were dueling. I wonder how long it's been raining. Whoa. Whoa. I wonder who will run out of gas first, box truck or chopper. Well, they had like 4 or 5 choppers following him. I think one of them already had to take off. And they swapped to a different feed from one of the others. Advocate, thank you so much. Money Train to celebrate only 2 more treatments. 2 more treatments. I'm so close. So close. So close. Ow. Thank you very much. See, now there's like nobody around him again. All right, I'm gonna show. While there's nobody around him, I'm gonna put him back up here and watch the safety feature part. Now, he said that the safety features, they tested it and the safety features are functioning fine on this gun. So it's not one of those things where they can say, you know, oh, it was an accident because the safety thing wasn't working or whatever. We're zooming in on that tower. They have a lot of rain coming. Weezer, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Bug Dugger, thank you, thank you. Chugga chugga choo choo. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. All right, I'm gonna let him tell us about safety features. He's showing the jury where they're at. Which we need to know when they start talking about the accidental
Would you also
thing.
like me to explain the cycle of fire of this as well?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Still clear?
Yes, sir. Would you like to see?
Take your word for it.
And just to be clear, I also see the laboratory markings, exhibit number, and my initials that I etched onto the gun magazine. So I do believe I am handling the firearm that I work in this case. This is a Taurus model PT-111 Millennial G2. It's a long name. This is a semi-automatic 9mm pistol. I'm going to show you in general how this is supposed to operate, and there are a few basic core steps in order to operate this weapon. So you have a magazine. It is a detachable separate magazine that you would load the cartridges unfired ammunition into the magazine. Once this is loaded, you will then insert it into the bottom of the grip. That is loading the gun. Now to feed a cartridge into the slide, you will have to pull this to the rear and allow it to go forward. That's what's going to strip the first piece of unfired ammunition into the chamber. It is now ready to be fired. Pulling the trigger, you heard that, that releases the firing pin, that detonates the cartridge within, fires the bullet this way. Now, how this all operates, it's a short recoil operated system. What that means is if you fire a gun, that kick that you experience, that's called recoil. That's the energy from the detonation of this
Okay,
cartridge.
I can't keep up with this while this is going because it's too much all at once. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dino. Thank you, Mildred. Thank you, Beth Henderson. Pilola's mom. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. History and Crime with Robin, 2 more treatments. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 2 more. We're almost there, y'all. Denise, thank you so much. Treatment train headed out the door. Love you, Brandi. I love you too. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We're so close. So close. We're not even there yet, y'all. I appreciate it, though. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Candace. Choo-choo. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Selena K, thank you for your post-treatment celebration. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I think the chopper is gone. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I think they lost the feed. We invested this much time. Tori the Seed Lady, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Y'all are so funny. The choo-choo. They lost the feed. Hold on, let me find it. There's 4 other choppers. I can find it. I can find it somewhere. Hold on. That feed, they're not really able to see anything. Created by EJF, thank you so much. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm trying not to miss. That one's gone too. Okay, hold on, let me see. We invested this much time. Dang. Oh, I'm missing them. Sorry, I'm trying to find y'all that chase. Little B, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Regina Crawford, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to find y'all. There were other... choppers, so I know I can find another feed. Chopper lost the feed like defense loses trial. Yes. Call Lowe's, they can track their truck. Yeah, we could watch them like live track it. Let's see. I can find another feed. I just need to know what other. Let's see. Live. Dino Kelly, thank you so much. Philippians 4:13, my friend. All things. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to find this. We've invested too much time in this dang thing for us to give up watching now. Tipsy Tracy, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome. Thank you for joining. You live here now. I can't find any of any live feeds for it. I wonder if the chopper like ran out of gas. Are we like taking a potty break? What are we doing here? Yeah, I was on ABC7 and their feed is gone. They don't have a feed anymore. It ended 5 minutes ago. Debbie Long, thank you so much. Me and Wild Child, love you, Brandi. Choo choo, choo choo. Only 2 more. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Debbie Long. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I love y'all too. I love y'all too. All right, I'm gonna try one more time, and if I can't, then we're gonna watch this. Pash is chugging along. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Y'all crack me up. Gosh, nobody has it. Get in the car. I'll only ride this train if I can get window seat. Deal. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's gone. I tried. I'll keep an eye out if it goes live again. So I'm going to start the trial back up. I'm on ABC7 and it's not on there.
That's what operates the slide.
Okay,
so, that energy
so this is the
fires the bullet pistol.
This is okay. Keep in mind everything he's showing is picture everything he's explaining. If they have, if a 2-year-old would have the ability to do this.
Now, how this all operates, it's a short recoil operating system. What that means is if you fired a gun, that kick that you experience, that's called recoil. That's the energy from the detonation of this cartridge. That's what operates the slide. So that energy from the shot will then force the slide backwards to the rear, automatically extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, the fire cartridge case within the chamber, out. It will also then go back forward once it reaches all the way to the rear. There's a big spring that forces it back home like you just saw. Now a new unfired piece of ammunition is in the chamber, ready to be fired. And pull the trigger only fires one at a time in a semi-automatic operated pistol like this one. So this has a couple of different safety features. The first that you can see is on the left-hand side of the pistol. It's what I would call a left-handed manual lever safety. You have to manually flip this safety up. And what this does is it actually seizes the trigger and it cannot be pulled. So now I cannot pull it any further than what I'm doing now. So it's not releasing the firearm, and so it would not fire. This safety has to be disengaged before firing. There's another one called the force security system. This is a lock and key. You see the small circle on the top of the slide? There's a key that you can insert and twist and will actually lock up. It will seize up the trigger in the back in the connection to the firing pin. It will not fire if that's locked. In this case, it became unlocked. The safety does function, though. I have a key, and I used it in this case. Now, there are 2 other safeties that are defeated by the pull of the trigger. The first, and you see on top of the trigger shoe, which is this plastic piece right here, there is a thin piece of plastic called the trigger safety. This prevents the trigger from being pulled if it's not depressed. So if something accidentally gets within the trigger guard, it hits the side of the trigger can't be pulled unless you depress that very thin piece of plastic in the middle. Once you do that, now it can actually go into the trigger guard all the way. You can pull the trigger. The last safety that you will, you can't really see, but it's on the inside here. When we put this around, maybe you'll be able to see it. Yeah, you can't see it, but it's on the underside of the cylinder. It's called a firing pin safety. This is what prevents the firing pin from coming forward and striking anything in the chamber. The only way that it's defeated is by pulling the trigger. How this is a safety, if it's dropped, the trigger goes backwards. It doesn't go backwards, the firing pin does not disengage from the sear, it doesn't detonate what's in the chamber. So it is a safety from that point of view, but it is defeated with a pull of the trigger. There is one more safety feature that does not keep the firearm from being fired, and it is a loaded chamber indicator. It is on the very top. So if something is within the chamber, it lifts up and you can see that little red line. It just lets you know that it's loaded. This does not keep the firearm from being fired. So those are all the safety features on this pistol.
Thank you. You can return back there. So I do not know a lot about firearms, so I apologize, but I'm going to ask you a couple things just to make sure that I am understanding what you just explained. So the safety on the side, you're saying that that has to manually be flipped up before the gun can be fired, correct?
So it would be flipped down. If it were flipped up, it's in safe. And so when you look at it again, I'm going to handle this without gloves, I apologize. But you can see a red dot on the side. If that's exposed, it's ready to be fired. If it's flipped up and covered, if you don't see the red dot, it is now unsafe.
Okay. And so that has to be flipped. You have to actually physically cock the gun to get the bullet to go up into the chamber. And I'm talking about before you can actually fire a first shot out of it.
Yes, you would have to feed a cartridge into the chamber by pulling the slide all the way back and releasing it. Yes.
Okay. And then the third kind of component is that the trigger would need to be pulled because of that last safety that you talked about, correct?
Yes, those last two safeties would be defeated by the pull of the trigger, yes.
Okay, and so that last safety, again, is just to make sure that if a gun is dropped, that it's not going off unless, without somebody actually pulling the trigger. Is that
That's correct.
way to say that? Okay. And so all of those safeties on this particular gun, you stated they worked correctly as far as you
All
can
those
tell?
safeties.
They did.
Okay.
Thank you, Robin.
So I also want to talk about when you received this gun, did you receive anything other than the firearm itself?
Yes, I did. So within this box.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Yes. So within this box, I also received 4 unfired pieces of ammunition, or 4 cartridges, and then I received 1 fired cartridge case.
And so when you say unspent, I think is the way that it's listed on that on the left there. Is that the bullets that were in the magazine that were in the gun? Is that what that means, where it says unspent bullets?
Yes, those unfired cartridges were from the magazine.
Okay. And so now I want to get down specifically to the report that you made in this particular case, the testing that you did on this weapon, okay? And so you tested the shell casing that you received. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And when we're talking about the shell casing, are we talking about the shell casing that was the spent shell casing that was actually found lodged in the gun?
It was reported to be within the firearm in some capacity. That was noted. When I received it, it was separate from the firearm, but that was noted, and that is the cartridge case. That is the fired cartridge case that I did examine in this case.
Okay. And when you did your testing, what, if anything, did you figure out about that casing versus any other casings from the gun?
So through my testing, the visual inspection and then microscopic examination of test-fired cartridge cases from this particular firearm, in conjunction with the fired cartridge case submitted in the same package, I was able to determine that that cartridge case from the scene was fired in this pistol.
Where you also provided a bullet, not the 4 that were in the magazine, but a separate one. I believe you've got it listed as 5A on your report as 1 fired bullet from Couch Pillow.
Yes.
And were you able to examine that bullet in comparison with this firearm?
Yes, I was. I was able to determine that it shared the same class characteristics, meaning that it was the same general caliber. It had impressions of the same rifling pattern within the barrel.
Thank you, Kathy.
And it did have similar individual marks that looked very similar to test-fired bullets that I'd gotten from this gun. However, the surface of this bullet had changed just enough. It was slightly damaged. I was not able to make a definitive determination on whether or not it was fired from this particular gun.
And when you say that the bullet was damaged, could that be caused by entering, exiting a body, or hitting a hard surface, anything like that?
If it makes impact with anything semi-solid, solid, it can absolutely have an effect on the bullet and its condition.
What about a remote control?
I can see that damaging a bullet as well.
And what about if it makes multiple entries in one person's body? For example, if it goes through a hand, out a hand, in a chest, out a back. Would that be another thing that could cause the damaging to the bullet?
It could, yes.
And so because of this damage to the bullet that was found in the couch pillow, you're not able to definitively say that it matches the bullets in the gun, but you can say that it had similarities and the same class, I believe you called it?
Yes, it had the same class, meaning a firearm very much like this with the same caliber, same rifling pattern, had made these marks. However, those microscopic marks left behind by the gun have been slightly damaged enough where I can't tell one way or another if it were fired from this gun.
Now, I also want to talk about the fact you were provided with what's marked on your report here as Exhibit 3A, and it's one white Justice brand tank top from Destiny Oliver. And you talk a little bit in your report about you did a visual examination of that shirt. Can you just explain to the jury what you did with that?
Yes. One of the other testings that is performed within my unit at TBI would be a muzzle to garment distance determination. And this is an approximate distance that can be determined from the end of the muzzle or the end of the barrel to whatever is fired upon. Usually in the cases that we work, they're articles of clothing someone was wearing. So it would be the general distance between those two. So how this is done is it's visually inspected first to see if there are any holes that look like bullet holes or bullet entries or exits. And I will visually and microscopically look at these bullet holes to see if there are gunshot residues around that hole. If there is, there are chemical tests that I can perform to enhance and to see those particles. If they form a distinct pattern, meaning much like if you spray a spray can, you note that it comes out in almost a circular pattern, not too dissimilar to what the gun will do with gunshot residue. So once that pattern, if it's actually developed, I can look at that and then make test patterns with the firearm and like ammunition at known distances so that I can make a pattern at contact. I can make one at 1 foot, 2 foot, all the way out to 6 feet, and then compare those patterns to the one that I developed on the shirt to see generally how far away this pattern looks based on my knowns. And in this case, when I did my testing and after visual, microscopic, and chemical testing, there were gunshot residues present. However, it did not form a distinct pattern, and therefore I could not come up with a distinct or a definitive distance at which this shot could have been fired.
And when you're talking in your report, you reference a hole A on the T-shirt, and that would be in the upper mid-chest area. And then you also reference a hole B, which is on the upper left back area. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so when you're saying there was not a distinct pattern of gunshot residue, you're talking about on the front of the shirt and the back of the shirt, correct?
So when I'm specifically talking about the results I just had mentioned, I should have distinguished those two. So hole A on the front, I did find gunshot residue there, but that did not form a distinct pattern. On the back, I did find residues that were consistent with the passage of a bullet, but it wasn't as if it were fired upon there. So hole A had more gunshot residue here, and there were residues on the back, hole B, but there were very few there, and there was definitely no pattern on the back.
And so would the lack of a pattern, or could the lack of a pattern be caused if the bullet passed through the victim's hand first before entering her chest?
There are many reasons why a pattern may not form, and an intervening object, such as a body part like a hand, can absolutely affect the deposit of a pattern because it blocks that GSR or the gunshot residue from depositing on the shirt. So anything in between the muzzle and its final, I don't want to say target, but whatever it hits, if there's anything in between it, that GSR can be picked up by that intervening object.
I want to talk now about some specifications of this particular gun. Can you tell us about how much pressure it takes to pull that trigger on that gun?
So a part of the normal function testing of firearms, we do record the trigger weight, meaning in pounds, how many pounds of pressure it will take to pull the trigger far enough to release the firing pin. In this case, and this is a unique gun in that it has a unique feature called a double strike or second strike feature. And all that means is that if the slide is racked, now the firing pin is connected to the trigger, and all the trigger will do is release the firing pin. That trigger weight is, as I recorded it, it was 5 pounds and 5/8. So just a little over 5.5 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger in that mode. Now,
5.5 pounds to pull the
the reason
trigger.
why Taurus did this, at least explained on their website, was that say the cartridge within the chamber doesn't go off and you don't have time to re-rack the slide, you can pull the trigger again, and there's a mechanism that when you pull the trigger now, it actually reconnects that firing pin with the trigger and then releases. So it's a double action in that it cocks and then releases the firing pin. That trigger pull is slightly heavier because it's doing an additional function within the gun. So it's around 6.5 pounds of pressure there. So if the slide is racked, a little over 5.5. If it's not, 6.5.
But just to be clear, let's say that this was the first time that gun was ever being fired. Before that initial bullet comes out, it would have to be racked.
It would have to be racked, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about actually racking a gun? Is there any sort of pressure or strength or anything like that that's required to physically rack the gun?
So typically, in order to what we call rack the gun or to pull this slide to the rear, it's pretty taut. There's a very big spring. It's called the recoil spring, and it has a couple of functions. But basically, what its main function is to pull that slide back to home and locked in so that you can now pull the trigger. That takes a decent amount of force to be able to do. And I will say it does take some practice and some dexterity to be able to grab the slide and to proficiently pull the slide back and release it. Now, again, that's not something I do as a firearms examiner. I don't teach people how to do that. However, because I'm a special agent and I do qualify every year with firearms, that is training that we go through. They do train you in how to properly operate semi-automatic pistols. We don't use this exact one, but it's very similar. So I can speak to that, yes, it does take a little bit of training in order to proficiently rack the slide in order to load it and fire it.
Now, during the course of this case, were you also able to do some independent research regarding the ability of maybe small children to fire these sorts of handguns?
I was requested to see if there was any research on that topic, and I found one article that does refer to small children and women and their ability to pull certain poundages of trigger pulls.
And specifically this article, can you tell the jury, did this article deal with 2-year-old children?
From my knowledge in reading it, it did not include, the sample size did not include 2-year-olds. The youngest was 3-year-olds.
And in that study, what was the percentage of 3 and 4-year-olds that would be able to pull the trigger of some sort of firearm? I'm not sure if the study actually...
It did say the poundage. So between 3 and 4-year-olds, from what the study has said, was that 25% of these children in that age range had the ability to use 2 fingers to pull the trigger weight of about 10 pounds. So anything 10 pounds and less, 25% of these children were able to use 2 fingers to depress the trigger.
But again, this study, was this the only one that you could find?
This is the only one I could find, and that this is not a study or test that we perform at the TBI.
And that study, again, it did not focus on 2-year-old children. It only looked at as young as 3 and 4. Is that right?
As young as 3 and 4 on up into other ages, yes.
Okay. And so, in your expert opinion, the particular firearm in this case, do you believe that it would be possible for a 2-year-old to fire this weapon?
It can be possible. And again, I must qualify with these are not tests that we perform at the TBI, and I can only say it's possible.
Do you think that it would be difficult at all?
I'm going to object anything further. He said he doesn't think that.
I think he's gone as far as he can go, sustained.
So, in this, dealing with this particular gun, let's say a 2-year-old did get this weapon. What would they have to do in order to fire it?
That depends on how they find it, to be honest. So if they found it loaded and the safety was off, all they would have to do is pull the trigger. If it was unloaded, then they would have to load it themselves. They'd have to rack the slide in order to do that. If the safety was engaged, they'd have to disengage that manual lever safety or take the key and unlock it if it were locked that way. But again, there's any combination of those things that they would have to do if they were to try to fire the firearm.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Agent Kuykendall. You doing okay up there?
Doing well, thank you.
If you need some water or something, shout.
Oh, thank you.
Let me, says the man who needs water.
This guy. One study with as young as 3 or 4.
This one study you found, Bill, starts with, it has groupings of ages, right?
It does.
It says 3 to 4-year-olds, 5 to 6-year-olds, 7 to 8-year-olds, right?
That's correct.
So if we're talking about a 2.5-year-old, 2.5-year-olds are not listed, 2-year-olds are.
Yeah, anything less than 3 was not listed.
Right. So, and this is at a low end on the trigger pull, right?
On this particular firearm? It's about typical. It's around 5 pounds is typical for most pistols. It can be a little heavier. Any lower, that's usually a performance trigger, meaning it's lighter, so it's easier to pull.
And while that was only one study, you're aware of what goes on in the world, right? The world with guns.
Could you clarify?
If I tell you that have you heard, read newspaper articles, seen reports on television about small children that age getting a hold of a pistol, shooting themselves or someone else in an accident? You heard of that?
I've heard of cases, yes.
Tragically, right?
Tragically.
Now, we talked a little bit when we were doing jury selection with folks about their own usage of guns and keeping of guns. If this gun was found by a child, loaded and with the safety off, all they have to do is pull that trigger to fire.
That is correct, yes.
Most safety conscious of gun owners would keep a safety on. Should keep the safety on.
It just depends on how they want to keep the gun if it's going to be ready.
A lot of people don't keep the safety on, do they?
I can't testify to that.
What?
But those small children who got hold of guns and fired them likely did not load a magazine, rack a pistol, and then pull a trigger.
It's hard to say. I can't recall any specific situations.
Thank you, Agent. Have a good trip home.
Anything further? You are free to go. Have a safe trip back to Nashville. Call your next witness.
So it's possible to, he said, it is possible to pull the trigger, but keep in mind, it's not just pulling the trigger. It would have to be him holding it up and pulling the trigger after going to retrieve it. I think I mentioned the cases that we've heard about other kids that have messed with the gun and, it's gone off. Obviously, yes, that does happen. But for a 2-year-old to be able to hold it up.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about you to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please.
Without the recoil.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Phyllis Tonkin.
And can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
PhyllisTonkin.
And where are you currently employed?
Knoxville Police Department.
What do you do now?
Currently working in the Office of Professional Standards.
Okay. Prior to working in the Office of Professional Standards, did you work in a different capacity at KPD?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
I've been with the department for 22 years. The first 16 and a half years I worked in special crimes. We did investigations with domestic, elder, human trafficking, missing persons, and child abuse. And then I went to internet crimes against children.
Okay. And so in September of 2019, where were you? Which role did you have?
I would be working in the special crimes unit.
Okay. And so what was your title in the special crimes unit?
Investigator.
Okay. And you said that you did that for about, did you say 14 years?
About 16 and a half years.
Okay. Do you recall if on September 14th of 2019 you became involved in a case involving Robin Howington?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And tell the jury briefly how you became involved in this case.
There was a call.
Real quick, remember, in those interviews, out of all those 11 stories that we went through yesterday, there is the defense's theory is different than the one that they left off with. So now we don't even know which of the theories that they're shooting for, other than we now have heard that they're sticking with or going back to the Gavin thing, but we don't know any of the other details of which version of the lies she's going with on this. So based on the different versions of the story she told before, it was he went and got the stool and she saw him take this, saw the stool, and then she didn't see him go, and then it was somewhere else other than the top of the closet because Callie moved it. I mean, there's been so many different versions of it. At this point, the version that defense is rolling with is not the one that they left off with at the end of all of her interviews. So we don't even know what which version she's sticking to now, but none of them make any. Once she blames it on Gavin, nothing else makes sense, honestly.
It came in, and it involved a child that had been shot. I went to the scene with Investigator Riddle, and I assisted him with that case.
Okay. And so the reason that you were involved in the case is that because there was a child victim?
Correct.
Okay. And so major crimes handles homicides, but in this case, since the victim that was deceased was a child, then you become involved as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is there also somebody with the Department of Children's Services who is assisting as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you and the Department of Children's Services kind of work in tandem on these types of cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that you were involved there initially at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if you were involved at all with speaking to Ms. Howington at the scene before she went to the hospital?
Not at the scene.
Okay. Did you travel to the hospital and speak with her at the hospital?
I don't believe so.
You're aware that she went to the hospital, though, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And thereafter, she was brought to the Knoxville Police Department to be interviewed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when she was brought to the Knoxville Police Department, the interview that was done, that started with Detective Riddle and Brandon Wardlaw, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your role in this particular interview?
This particular interview, I was with the Department of Children's Services. I did ask some questions in regards to the domestic violence that Ms. Howington was involved in, and then the majority of the conversation was with the Department of Children's Services asking questions.
Okay. And so just so the jury's clear on the timeline, the initial statements that the defendant gave to Investigator Riddle and Investigator Wardlaw, you were not present in the room for those initial statements?
Correct.
Okay. But at some point in time, you got called in and spoke to Ms. Howington, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not DCS came with you into the room when you spoke to Ms. Howington?
They did.
Okay. And was that interview that you did with Ms. Howington, was that something that was recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, just so that we're clear, the first set of statements that Ms. Howington did, that was before you even got in the room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you talked to her, that's kind of after she's talked to these investigators for a while, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me, if I could have the projector.
So she's one of the ones that we saw come in that room. A 2-year-old ain't gonna know where the gun is. And
This is still talking.
Okay. Do you recognize the image that's on the screen right now?
Yes.
And is that, tell the jury what that is.
This is the interview on the interview room on the 3rd floor of the Knoxville Police Department.
Okay. And there are 3 people in this interview room, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the one at the top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you have become involved in this case as far as interacting with Ms. Howington, it looks like at 1:53 on the 15th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we'd ask to make this the next exhibit and publish this to the jury.
All right, make this Exhibit 44 would be Investigator Tompkins' interview of Ms. Howington.
We got the lights.
This is Phil Tompkins. She works in the domestic violence unit. She does this for a living. She's good at this. She does great at it. She's going to talk to you later after.
The person that just walked into the room, who is that?
Alicia Weaver with the Department of Children's Services.
Side of things. And this is a lady from DCS, and she's going to talk to you as well. Okay, I told you other agencies are involved. And they may ask you some personal issues, and I'll stay out of it, okay?
Ms. Brandi, my name is Phyllis, and I work in the special crimes unit. I'm sorry about your dog. And this is Alicia. She works with DCS. We're going to ask you some pretty hard questions. But all I want you to do is just to be honest with me, okay? And I know that you've been through a lot tonight. It's okay.
It's really not amazing, dinner.
But as you know, the other investigators were in here, I know that things have kind of changed as you talk to them, right?
Correct.
If there's something you need to tell,
I told the truth.
When he came in, you said that you all had tussled a little bit.
He came in screaming, hollering, he made
What's he screaming?
Because Destiny didn't want to talk to him on the phone because on Friday she got a bad report at school and he gives her hell about it. He's a narcissist. He's very hard on her. And when he called today to talk to her, He asked her how she did at school yesterday, and she said bad. And he got to jumping her ass, and she ran out of the room. And me and him got in an argument. I told him that she shouldn't feel like that, and she shouldn't be scared of her daddy.
So you were in the living room when that happened, or were you in the kitchen?
No, we were on the phone.
You were on the phone. So whenever he came in, where were you all in the house?
I had 2 living rooms. We were in the living room.
Okay. And when you were in the middle, where were you sitting?
I had like a couch and there's like a footstool thing, and I was sitting on the footstool. She was laying watching Netflix with TV, and then Gavin was sitting beside me.
You said that you two had gotten into a tussle. Where did you guys tussle at?
In the doorway between the 2 living rooms.
Okay. And were you in which living room were you in when you were tussling?
We were in the doorway.
In the doorway. Which side were you? Were you on the one closest to the door?
Yes.
Out?
Yes.
Side?
Yes.
Or were you?
Yes. I was trying to get him to leave.
Okay, so now that she's saying that during the tussle, the scruffle, they were scruffling in the doorway, and she was trying to get him to leave.
It was in the closet.
And the gun was in the closet.
He got the stool.
What stool?
There's like those little things like tables with the 2 little bar stools or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's where they eat at. They don't eat at the table, they eat there in front of the TV.
So and I work in domestic violence, so I'm trying to figure out if we have any charges against the baby daddy. And I say that because if there was a tussle, I want to know kind of if you could walk me through your tussle.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to leave, and he was basically fighting me not to.
Okay. So you were
in the first living room.
In the first living room. So you're tussling. Tell me what he did to you. Because I was looking to see if you had any injuries. Do you have any injuries?
I mean, not really. I sprayed him, so there's probably not anything.
Wait, okay. Wait a minute. First of all, Selena, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. And Bug Dugger, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. Y'all are the best. She's saying, we're going back to another version now. She's saying that they were scruffling in the doorway, trying to get him to leave. But she said it was, the way she's describing it, it was the doorway that was not like the front door, but like that doorway in between the living rooms, right? That's what she was just describing, right? So in order for Gavin to bring that stool to the closet, which is the version that she's going with right here, their scruffle would have been blocking him from being able to do that.
Just rub off. Mm-hmm. What about in the rain? Does it just kind of...
Not in the rain.
Is that normal?
No.
Do you have any marks on your side or anything from where you were tussled? Is that something we might be able to do?
I mean, it was really mainly my arms, because like I was trying to get him out and he was just trying to hold me and was screaming and hollering, I'm a whore, I don't want to be with him. I got raped by a police officer May 21st, 2019, and I'm about to get a settlement from the city because of it. And ever since he found out about that, being nosy in my house, he's been very persistent about it. And him and the guy I've been talking to got into a fight. Well, they got into a tussle in the yard yesterday. Mm-hmm. So it's like he's been creeping up on me or, lurking around my house. Stalking me, whatever you want to call it.
So you said tell me exactly what he did when you were in the doorway. What did he do?
He put his hands on me and came
right here?
Yes.
Okay. And he just put his hands on you?
Yeah, he put his hands on me and pushed me up against, there was like, the doorway's kind of blocked. It was like, you're a whore, blah, 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 you don't want to be with me, you want to be, he said that black girls have sex with anybody, that he wish he never had a kid with me, he's going to stick to his own race from now on, I mean, he was just screaming and calling like a nut, basically.
And you tried to push him out?
Yes. Which is not possible because he's way stronger than me. He lifts weights, he's a beast, and he's like a health nut. Goes to the gym every day and all that. And I feel like my son was trying to protect this.
Well, and first off, what's interesting is the fact that you say you're trying to push him out, but you're on the outside.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was saying,
She said that doesn't make
went
sense.
back and forth. It wasn't like we were just in one place at one time. Like I said, he actually pushed me up against the wall. Everything. Like, it just happened so fast. Like, it seemed like forever, but it really wasn't.
So they called her out on her description of things and saying, okay, but the way you're describing this doesn't make sense. And so now she's doing that thing that she does where she's like, well, it all just happened so fast. Like, so once again, it doesn't take long for them to be like, okay, this ain't adding up.
What we'd like to do is just to see if you have any injuries on you. Is that something you could do? Sure. Okay. And then
I know my back is hurting.
So do you recall if you ever took Miss Howington out and gave her the opportunity to show you any injuries or anything like that?
She did go use the restroom, and there were no injuries.
And what?
No injuries.
There were no injuries?
There was I think a little bruise on her shoulder, but other than that, we did not see any injuries.
Okay, if there was a bruise on her shoulder, this was 2 hours after this happened. Bruising after 2 hours. Well, I'll watch.
So, since we're going to do that, what we can do is we can go into the restroom and then we'll check and see if you have any bruising from the scuffle from earlier.
Just my back hurt right here.
Okay. We can see if there's anything back, on your back. And then she'll do the screen, and then we'll come back in here. You good with that? You've been in here for a little bit. You probably need a little break.
That was between us.
What's that?
Between me and Antoine.
Tonight it was. Do you know where that popped off at? No. Do you have any other injuries other than, just your back is real sore?
Yes.
So if you're wanting to try and get an order of protection, we're at the Family Justice Center. Okay? And that's where Alicia's housed out of also. What we can do is come in, we'll talk with one of our advocates, and we can try and get an order.
Right now.
Do you know where he's staying at? Does he have any friends?
I don't know anything about him. All he knows is
You have a baby with him and you don't know anything about him?
Right. Because he's very private person.
Detective Talkin, after this interview that you did with Miss Howington, do you remember going then back to Balsam Drive with Detective Wardlaw and Detective Riddle and DCS and yourself, where you all kind of did a reenactment? Do you remember that happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember being in the room with Miss Howington at some point where it was just the two of you in the room, or maybe the two of you and DCS in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall at this point in time if there had been any mention of a black purse as far as you knew?
Not that I knew.
While you were in the room, did Ms. Howington mention something about a black purse?
She did.
Did you relay that information to Detective Riddle?
I did.
Were you also involved in attempting to interview Gavin, the little 2-year-old in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
You know, with the bruising, I see y'all talking about it a little bit. There are different things that will affect that, but the way she's describing, you know, this big scruffle, like some people, I see some of y'all saying it, like some people like bruise easy. I have been known to wake up and not have any idea, like all of a sudden how, and not even like wake up after like, you know, cocktails or anything, like just wake up on a random Wednesday and have bruises. So some people do bruise easier than others, but for her to describe this scruffle the way she did, if she were one of those that bruised really easy, I would think that after 2 hours there would be more than like whatever they said, like one little bruise on the shoulder. And I mean, I know that there's other things that can affect it, like, you know, the older we get, the easier we bruise and stuff like that. But the way that she describes this scruffle, I feel like there would have been there possibly have been more than one little bruise on the shoulder.
We take children to Child Help USA, and they have a forensic interviewer there that is trained to interview children with trauma. They also have expertise in like child abuse investigations. And we did try and so I wasn't in the room. We have a one-way mirror, and myself and the Department of Children's Services sit behind the mirror and watch the interview take place. Gavin went in to the room with the forensic interviewer, who no longer works with DCS, with the Child Help. She attempted to get Gavin to talk to her. He ran to the door, and then she was able to call him back, and then he laid on the floor and took a writing utensil and looked like he was doing something on a piece of paper, and then he gets up. She's still trying to ask him questions, and then he goes back to the door, and that was the end of the interview.
Okay, so there was an attempt made to interview Gavin, is that
Yes.
fair? And he was basically too young to be interviewed.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you this DVD now, so you recognize this as a DVD of the Child Help
Yes.
interview that was attempted on Gavin. He could make this the next exhibit.
Mark and file it as Exhibit 45.
Now, remember, she told the police officers when they asked about, I think it was the detective who we heard from earlier, he asked her when he was standing in that doorway, you know, is Gavin able to talk? Is he? And she's like, oh, yeah. You know, he's like, she made it like he's like full sentences and stuff. I think at that time she was still sticking with the Gavin story, which may be why she was saying, trying to make it out to be like he would have no problem talking. So it's interesting to hear them say like, no, he wasn't talking. He, you know, scribbled on a paper and ran to the door and stuff like that, like a normal 2-year-old would do. But she was like, she told that officer, if y'all remember, he asked her specifically. She was like, oh yeah, he can talk.
Why does the jury need to see this? Why does the jury need to see
It
this?
shows the size of this child. It shows how he's interacting with others. This is important for the jury.
How long is it?
It is approximately 5 minutes.
All right, play it.
so there are 4 different views. Is the purpose of the 4 different views so that people can see the entirety of the room there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a mirror, a one-way mirror where you can see into the room, but it looks like a mirror from the inside. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are behind that mirror?
Yes, ma'am.
Two is just so young. So young. So little bitty. Yeah, she talked about how strong he was too, because, you know, he pulled that stool and all that nonsense. I want to hear from Antoine. I want to hear what Antoine has to say. Ooh, I'd be mad. Be like, that heifer said what about me? So mad.
To draw? Do you like to draw? No. Look, I have it. Do you want to draw? Look, I got green. No. No, you don't like green? Hey, Gavin, how old are you? How old are you? No? No! Hey, you want to come talk to me? What's wrong, honey?
Poor baby.
What's wrong? What are you doing? No? Can you tell me what your name is? No. Okay. Can you tell me how old you are? Look, do you want to color in here? Color in the floor? I like to color in the floor. I'll use the green paper that I've already used. Here's some paper. Want to draw a picture? Do you want to color?
No, she hasn't seen Gavin since this night, they said.
Can you draw? Can you draw? Would you like to draw?
That sweet little voice.
Can you draw me a picture? Hey, Gavin, can you tell me how old you are? I draw. You draw? Tell me what you draw. What is that, Gavin? A dog. A dog? Yeah? Hey, Gavin, who do you live with? Wonderful. I need it. What is that? Yeah. Hey, Gabby, can you tell me how old you are? Water? Waterfall? Can you tell me how old you are? Are you done with that one? Okay, put the lid back on it, okay? Oh. Hey, Gavin, can you tell me about your family?
Oh, hearing his voice makes me want to punch her. Blaming that baby.
Unless you're talking as part of your investigation, did you also participate in taking any measurements of little Gavin's size?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to show you, does ask you, do you recognize these set of pictures? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures.
Yes, these are pictures that we took on the day of the forensic interview.
We could make this the next exhibit.
Let those be marked and filed collectively as number 46.
Okay, and so for exhibit number 46, tell the jury, we don't have these on the projectors, so you might just have to stand up and show the jury what it is that we're looking at in these pictures.
This is a picture of Gavin, and this is how tall Gavin is.
How tall is Gavin?
I don't have my numbers on.
Does it accurately reflect how tall he is?
It does.
Okay.
It's about 38.
How tall?
38 inches, is that right?
Yeah, approximately.
So like
And then
3
what
feet,
did
2
you
inches.
guys do to see how far up Gavin could reach?
We had the tape up, and then we basically had to have some fun, try and have some fun with him, and then we were able to get him to reach.
Does she have like a gummy or a piece of candy or something in her hand?
It looks like she's got a piece of candy in her hand.
Okay. And so she's holding it up for him to reach out to?
Right here.
Okay.
And then the next picture is a picture of Gavin reaching for the piece of candy.
So these are those pictures that they had of him trying to
Then the last
show that he could not reach to the top of the
picture shows
closet.
the length of his arm reach.
They're not showing us because he's a minor, but
oh, you got one more.
Yep, and then we have pictures where we drew a picture of his hand.
To show the size of his hand?
The size of his hand.
Okay. We could publish those to the jury. And then this...
What was the reach? What was the measurement on the reach?
I can read it to you. Can you see that?
Probably not.
The jury can see this, Your Honor, but can you read what
About
that says?
45
Help
inches.
him.
About 45 inches.
All right, and then I'm going to hand you this last set of pictures. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you recognize those?
Yes. This first is a picture of Gavin's hands that we drew.
Okay. And so literally you guys just traced his little hand.
Traced his hand.
Okay. And
notice how she
then
keeps
the
saying little
other
hand.
ones?
Then this is
Little Gavin.
Oh, they're together. So this is a measurement of Gavin's hand. This is a measurement of his left hand. A measurement of his right hand. Another measurement of the right hand. Another measurement of the right hand. And another measurement of the right hand.
You can make this collectively the next exhibit and publish it.
Be 47.
She's doing that on purpose because she.
And how many photos or drawings was that?
She's like, oh, so y'all traced, the prosecutor's like, so you traced Gavin's little hand and this picture of little Gavin? She's reminding the jury of how little he is.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examine it. Get up here and talk about Gavin and see what
Good
happens.
afternoon.
Sir.
I don't want to get your title wrong.
Investigator.
Investigator. Investigator Taunton. We've known each other, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about that third floor in the old KPD safe.
Yes, sir.
We're not now, we were watching that video from that was recorded in that room, right?
Yes, sir.
And there is a spot on that floor where people can go and watch that interview, right?
Yes.
There's no two-way glass in that room.
That's correct, sir.
You're just watching the same video that we're watching here on the monitor.
Yes, sir.
Right. When did you arrive at KPD that day?
I could not recall when I arrived.
You asked her some questions about some of the things, right when you sat down, you asked her some questions about some of the things she had told Investigator Riddle and Wardlaw, right?
Yes.
Were you down the hall watching that video?
I was not watching all of the video. I don't remember what part, if I watched any. There were a lot of things going on, and so I can't say that I watched every single second, or if I watched, I know I didn't watch the whole thing.
But you did see some of it?
I may have seen some of it.
Did you see the part where she told him she'd been raped by a police officer?
No.
Did you see the part where the investigator decides to give her a hug?
No, sir.
Do you remember what was going on in the interview that you did see?
What I did?
Right.
I was sitting there, and the Department of Children's Service was sitting there as well, and she was sitting in front of me.
Do you recall hearing either Wardlaw or Riddle telling Miss Howington, you know, if you say he did it, he's going to have to go through a forensic interview?
No.
Good. So there's only one forensic interview, right?
Yes.
And we just saw
Yes,
an
sir.
attempt at a forensic interview.
Yes, sir.
So that would have been the thing that was this child was going to be subjected to.
Yes, sir.
Asking him to color and chasing him around the room because he won't sit down.
He's a 2-year-old.
He's a toddler.
But during that interview, you were on the third floor of the KPD building.
Yes, that's where the interview took place.
Did you see them go into that room? Did you see Riddle, Wardlaw,
No.
and Ms. Howington go into that
No.
room? Were you on the floor when they went into that room?
I don't know. I don't recall if I was on the floor yet or not.
Did you see either of them walk out of that room, either Wardlaw or Riddle walk out of that room while you were there during their interview?
No.
Had they come and asked you to step into the interview and observe, would you have been okay with that?
To observe the interview?
Yes.
Yes. We step in and do interviews with everybody.
If they had come out and said to you, we got a woman in here who's afraid she was raped a while back by a police officer, she's uncomfortable with two of us, would you come sit in the room? You'd have done that.
Yes, sir.
And then, when you come into that room, I believe Detective Riddle tells her that DCS will come, there will be some private questions that need to be asked, and he's going to leave the room, right?
Yes.
So he left the room.
Yes, sir.
And he goes down that hallway, right?
I don't know where he went, but yes.
And could easily go to the place where you watch the video from, right?
Where
you watch the feed from the interview room.
He could have. I don't know where he went.
But when you sat down there, you start asking questions that are just a whole lot like what was asked in the interview, right?
I was asking domestic violence questions and what happened.
How'd you lose that fingernail? Where was it? Where was he in the room? Where were the two of you in between those rooms? Those kind of questions, right? That was really that was an investigative ploy, right? To get you in the room, to have her now, so you can pull your chair up close, get in the space,
Lord,
and
here
say,
we go
tell me
again.
what happened. Get the guys out of the room.
I was going in there with the Department of Children's Services and to talk about the domestic violence.
Is that the entirety of that interview?
No, sir.
Did the Department of Children's Service ask any questions in that interview?
Yes, they did.
But not at the party side.
No, correct. There was more questions asked.
And your questions about domestic violence were questions about what happened at 502 Balsam on the night of September 14th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
The incident.
I'm sorry?
The incident about which this trial is being conducted.
The incident that led up to what this trial was about, yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, gentlemen?
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was a ploy. She was there. She specifically brought her in and introduced her for the domestic violence. Everybody's out to get her. She's just a victim. Everybody does wrong but her.
Now, what is the issue, General?
Well, Your Honor, in this DCS record that I took out, that they talk about how she's lost her other child through DCS and things of that nature, that I wasn't going to play for this jury, but now that Mr. Whalen has said to the jury...
Don't talk over her. Let her talk, and then you'll get your turn.
Said to the jury, you know, why are there other portions that haven't been played? I feel like I need to play the rest of this interview that includes where DCS is talking about this other child.
What relevance does that have to this?
All right, it has relevance because the defense attorney is making it to this jury that we've taken out portions of this interview.
That's true.
That are important.
It's true.
The state's done something wrong, which we've not done.
That's true.
So I'm happy to play the whole interview.
All right.
I watched the video played here where they talk about this being DCS's opportunity to come in and talk to her, and the only one that talks is Ms. Conklin. So I asked the question, is this a ploy, or are you just getting back in there just to talk about, get a female in to ask the questions and see if the answers change? I think that's a reasonable question given what they played. I'm looking for I'm pretty sure I had a transcript of that, but I'm not sure because I think there's another interview at the house. If they want to say or have...
Can we both stipulate, if we bring the jury back in here, that the DCS investigator during the course of this interview asked a number of questions of Ms. Howington that the parties agree are not factually germane to this proceeding? Can we agree to stipulate to that announcement?
We can stipulate to that announcement, Judge, and if the state wants to avoid these, they can just tell me when they're offering a redacted video. I haven't been offered I didn't know that redacted video existed.
He's full of shit.
I think the record is pretty clean so far in this case, and I really don't want to get into stuff about her having a child removed that doesn't have anything to do with what we're trying here.
Okay, here's the thing though. He made that sound. His whole thing is that, like, the way that he was so accusatory toward her about this was all just a ploy. Was this the full tape? She said no. He made it sound like very accusatory, like you came in and you weren't there for the domestic violence. You were there as to trick her, and there's more that you're not showing the jury. That's how he made it sound. This prosecutor is absolutely right. That's how he made it sound. So now he's like, oh, well, we don't have to show everything. Well, yeah, because they weren't going to show the stuff about her, how she already lost another child. So, but to me, and maybe it's just because I don't like her, that door has been swung on open and they need to come on through, but we'll see.
Because in here she says that the reason the child is removed is because of something that Antoine has done. So that, I think, makes it germane to what we have here. Because her feelings about Antoine...
How is it germane now when it wasn't germane 15 minutes ago when you didn't play it?
Your Honor, I didn't play it out of abundance of caution, but now that the defense attorney has said to this jury that we're hiding something from them, I think that it's even more important.
I do too.
Okay. Your argument to me a moment ago was that the impression is being created that this was all a ruse, that DCS was merely a prop. And what the solution I'm offering is that the parties agree and stipulate that DCS, in fact, during the course of this same interview, asked a number of questions of Ms. Howington that were not germane to this proceeding. Which, doesn't that answer the question that this was a ruse?
No.
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
I think that Mr. Whalen...
That was his argument, though, not mine.
I understand. Why does that announcement and agreed stipulation not cure your worries?
Because of his accusations.
I really think you're prying the lid off of a box you may not want to pry it off of, General, to go into why she lost another child when you're prosecuting her for felony murder and the perpetration of aggravated child neglect. Do we really want to pry the lid off that box?
He pried it.
I don't know how to undo when the defense attorney stands up and gives the impression to the jury that the state is leaving things out on purpose so that they can't see it. I don't know how to undo that, so that's my concern.
May I suggest a remedy? Stop introducing redacted videos without telling someone you've redacted the video. They did the same thing with the first cruiser video. I said, what are you introducing? The cruiser video. And it turned out it was two very brief snippets of the cruiser video. If they don't want me to say why you're doing that, let me know you're doing it before you do it. That's actually required by the rule. They should be telling me what they're introducing, not telling me it's the cruiser video when it's not the full thing, or it's the this interview when it's not the full thing.
Folks, we can sit here and argue for the next couple of hours about what has transpired and what hasn't. We can't change the fact that this video has been introduced. Investigator Tonkin has testified about what transpired in the interview room between she and Ms. Howington. You have cross-examined and you asked the questions about the DCS worker being there. I am respectfully suggesting to both of you that I am offering you both a relatively painless way out of this dilemma that we find ourselves in.
I don't think it.
I'm going to have to listen to what was said in the DCS portion of the interview before I can rule on it. Are you that insistent that you want this in the record, General?
No, I think it's actually already in the record. I mean, she talks about it in her interview with Detective Riddle. I think that the caution was we just didn't want to draw more attention to it. But she's already said it in her interview.
She did say it.
She specifically talks about the issues that she hasn't seen her child in all these years. It's already in the record. Just put it out there.
How long is it?
Here's the thing: if his whole thing about how it was just a ruse, it does. He's making the accusation to make it sound to the jury like this is all just a setup. Because remember, Robin's always the victim and everybody's out to get her. But the whole reason that they had to have somebody come in for that is because of the extensive history that they have with domestic violence stuff. So it's not just a ruse. She was there for good reason, and he just pried that top off that box, not the prosecution.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take 10 minutes and let's just think it over and what the ramifications are of introducing this evidence, and then if I have to, I'll come back and listen to it. We'll stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Oh, not a fan. Not a fan.
For the defense. All right, General McDermott, I believe the parties have an announcement they wish to make to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties, the state and the defense, agree and stipulate that DCS asked Ms. Howington questions not pertaining to this incident, which are not relevant to this case in particular. Therefore, a redacted copy of this interview was introduced.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you may accept a stipulation as accepted fact between the parties. It's not in dispute. Do you have any further questions of this witness on redirect?
Just briefly, Detective Tonkin, as far as what you were doing in the course and scope of whenever Investigator Wardlaw and Investigator Riddle were doing their interview, were you just standing right outside the door or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Were you doing other things pertaining to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you coordinating with other individuals and with DCS and your supervisors and things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Any further? No. All right. Ladies, you may step down, Detective Tonkin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock. Good news and bad news. You want the good news first or the bad news first? The good news is that I think we've reached a point today where you've worked very hard, the lawyers have worked hard, and I think they've all agreed that maybe it's a good stopping point for today's work. There is obviously more that needs to be done in this case. You're going to be hearing further testimony tomorrow, so I want to give you the same instructions and admonitions that I gave you the previous 2 nights. You'll recall that you're on the honor system. Don't look at any media accounts about this case. Do not attempt to learn anything at all about this case from any independent source, and do not discuss this case with any other person at all. I want each of you to be in a position to judge this case based only on what you have heard in this courtroom and no place else. Have a very good evening. Enjoy some basketball if that is your preference, and I will see you back here. Report directly to the jury room like you did this morning. Be there by 10:15, just as we did this morning. My goal is to get you in here as close to 10:30 as possible and get back to work. I'm very fortunate tomorrow. I've only got an 8-page docket, which for a Thursday is a rarity. So we should be able to start back pretty close to 10:30. Have a very good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury.
Lord of mercy. I feel like that was dirty. And I feel like if you're going to insinuate that the prosecution and the police and everybody in the world except for your client
Everyone may
are
have a
being
seat.
dirty.
Let's take just a couple of minutes before we break for the day to think about jury instructions. I don't think I've asked Ms. Mullins to give you a rough copy of the instructions yet. What is the state's position on the lesser included offenses that should be charged in the felony murder count?
I believe General Ammons said the last time that we were in court, whatever, this is a topic that he was researching.
The only question I have is on second degree murder. I think that it's clear that voluntary manslaughter would not be a lesser. I think we all can agree on that. I think we all agree that reckless homicide and criminally negligent homicide under Burns should be instructed.
Yes, sir.
Second degree is a result of conduct offense. my initial impression was it should not be charged. I found a case, but that involves aggravated child abuse as opposed to aggravated child neglect.
Right.
Clearly, under aggravated child abuse, it would be instructed, but that's not what we have here. Yeah, let's look at it. I didn't know if either side had looked at it yet. I'm going to go on Westlaw tonight and look a little bit more and see if there's anything out there. My inclination is not to charge it, but I don't know yet. So, and then on the neglect counts, I think on the one where serious bodily injury is alleged, we would charge reckless aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. On the one where the deadly weapon is alleged, reckless endangerment. And then on the which count involves is the, on the tampering counts is the attempt count involving the phone.
We'll have to make an election on that.
Well, you're going to have to make an election on the false report. So there wasn't, I thought there was a bill of particulars done on the tampering counts.
I asked for a bill of particulars. The response was, we've indicted you and provided one.
Your Honor, for a bill of particulars, we have to be ordered to do one. So it's not like that we're just not doing something that we're supposed to be doing in this case.
We're not going to argue about it, okay? I'm just simply asking. I've got a tampering count that is a consummated count, i.e., she is alleged to have concealed an item, a thing. I'm assuming that's the firearm. There is an attempted count where she's accused of attempting to tamper with evidence by altering, attempting to alter a thing. And I'm assuming that's the cell
I
phone.
think it's in the indictment.
The indictment just says thing in both counts, which is the language from the statute, but I need to know which thing we're talking about.
I think conceal would be the firearm altered as well.
I think that's the only one that makes logical sense, but I just want to confirm that. So I'll charge the consummated, the way it's indicted on the firearm, tampering with evidence, and then I think I've got to charge attempt as well. It's indicted as an attempt, so I can't think of what a lesser would, I don't think there's any lessers on that. All right. I'm going to have an expert witness instruction.
That's the only thing I can think of that would be additional, but I will look at that tonight. If there's anything else, I'll let you know. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All right. Mr. Whalen, have you thought any about the instructions and what you wish to have included?
Not sufficiently, no.
From a logistical standpoint, let's talk about tomorrow. You've got, in all likelihood, 3 witnesses, General, left.
And maybe 4. I don't know if we're going to call Anton.
They don't know if they're going to call Anton.
So with any luck, the state's going to be resting their proof maybe by mid-afternoon, late afternoon.
Probably late afternoon.
I would like to get all of the evidence in tomorrow if we can do that and get all the proof concluded. And then if it's late in the day, we'll come back Friday morning and argue and charge it. But that's kind of my goal. So get a good night's sleep. If we have to work till 6:30 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night in order to get all the proof in, I think we need to do that. All right. Anything else we need to take up today?
Not from the state. As far as one thing I guess that we would want potentially is looking at TPI 4227. There's an inference of concealment or destruction of evidence. That one.
I mean, that's appropriate. Do you want does either side want the pattern instruction on admissions against interest?
What number is that one?
It's in 42, so I can't remember what the number is.
Feels like they're trying to rush it. I don't like that.
4211. I mean, it's appropriate. Does either side want it charged? It's the pattern instruction on admissions against interest.
So they're expecting the state to rest by mid-afternoon tomorrow. She doesn't know if they're going to call Antoine. They have to call Antoine.
That's appropriate.
I think I'll charge that too. All right. Everybody have a good evening. Get a good night's rest, and I'll see you back here. Be in your chairs, ready to go to work. Not later than 10:15 tomorrow morning. Ms. Howington, be sure to be here by that time. Court will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everybody have a good evening.
I'm going to need to talk to Antoine. because he sure is mentioned a good bit. And I want to hear, especially since he was one of the many stories, I want to hear what he has to say about everything, especially this alleged scruffle. Do we even know for a fact that it was Antoine that showed up? God, look how chapped my lips are. Look how red all the way up here from getting sunburnt. Do we even know that for sure that it was him that showed up? I don't know that I know that for sure. Yeah, she's out. She's on house arrest. She's out on bond. She's on house arrest. And that's annoying. But also, you know, she failed one of her drug tests too. Does my shirt say cocaine? It says local. Local. Crazy. As far as I'm concerned, they haven't proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt, including Antoine's involvement. I don't think that, I don't have any I don't feel like anything's been proven against Antoine. Because all we know about Antoine is what she says, and Lord knows you can't take that, you know, as the gospel. But I'm curious to see what his version of everything is. But they don't know if they're going to call him. The only thing that I feel is beyond a reasonable doubt, personally, at this point, is I don't think it's reasonable based on everything that they've showed us that Gavin pulled the trigger. And the reason why is because in order to do that, he would have had to been able to get the gun. How many 2-year-olds know to drag a stool and go get a gun? Like, none. And even if he were able to go get the gun, the amount of force it would take for a 2-year-old to be able to lift it, point it, and not have it, like, I mean, think about the recoil on that, like, with that little bitty arm. I think that there's no chance in hell that Gavin pulled that trigger. Now, what I don't know is if it was an accident. I don't know of any reason why she would have done it on purpose. But the fact that she won't be honest about anything is the hard part, because we don't know anything. And the fact that she was holding the remote like this, like, seems defensive. Like she knew it was coming, which would be the only thing that I think that we've heard so far that makes it sound like it could be on purpose. But that, obviously, that one little thing is not beyond a reasonable doubt. So I wouldn't, based on just what we've heard now, I wouldn't be able to say first degree intentional beyond reasonable doubt, but I definitely think that she's the one that pulled the trigger. There's no doubt. Yeah, the weight needed to pull the trigger was 5.5 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger if it's already racked. And if it's not racked, 6.5 pounds pressure. See, if she was, I thought about this, if she was holding it towards the TV, but the way that, if you're holding it towards the TV, like if this is the remote, if you're holding it towards the TV, it's going to be like this. But the bullet hole went through the remote. So it was like this. So, let me not let y'all read my text. It was like this. So it would have had to been like, you wouldn't hold it like this toward the TV. You would be holding it like this. But it was like this, and it went through the remote and hit her hand. Which makes it seem like it was like defensive. So I don't know. I guess we'll hear everything else. You know, we still have to find out about the what they say about the trajectory stuff, because remember, it went through her. There was projectile in the pillow, so they may be able to tell us a little bit about, you know, the path of the bullet and stuff like that. But those little bitty hands, I mean, 2 years old, those itty bitty little baby hands. That one picture that they had of him that they showed where he was like asleep on the couch at the neighbors, well, let me see if I can find it, where it showed how little bitty he is. Where is it? Is this it?
All that was there. And it was Tonkin and the defendant. At some point in time.
No, that's not it. Hold on, I want to find that little picture of how I don't see it. I don't want to spend the whole time looking. But they had that one picture that showed him asleep on the couch, and he was so little bitty. Think about how, like, if you saw that, I can't find it. I don't want to spend a lot of time looking. But think about how little bitty he was and how hard it would be to pull that trigger for that little bitty baby. He's a toddler. So, interesting. All right, y'all. It has been a day. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. Thank you for the money train. That was really fun and sweet. I appreciate it. They didn't take a picture of her on the couch where they moved her, because remember when the officer came in and saw her, he picked her up because he tried to get her help. So, all right, y'all. I will see you tomorrow. We'll start about the same time, and we will see what tomorrow brings. State's supposed to rest tomorrow, so we could be in verdict watch by Friday. Is tomorrow Wednesday? Tomorrow's Thursday. Tomorrow's Thursday. 2 more. Yes, tomorrow's Thursday. So we could be in verdict watch by Friday. So we'll see how it goes. All right, y'all. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Good morning.
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?